Afternoon, everyone, and welcome to America's Day at the Races on an absolutely gorgeous day here in the New York City area. You see the Statue of Liberty. She's a little south of Manhattan, and she's a little north of Monmouth Park, and we'll be bringing the races, of course, from Aqueduct as well as Monmouth Park down on the Jersey Shore, and a fun day of racing as well. We've got nine here at Aqueduct, including a $103,000 Pick 6 carryover. Jonathan Kinchin, Andy Serling bring you all the action post-Preakness.
I feel like I just spent an hour with you doing the Talking Horses, the handicapping show prior to this.
And you're wondering if you're paid enough?
And this is a long, and I think we're taking a train home together. This is a lot. This is a lot for me.
We're practically dating at this point. Pretty clear. No, I'm looking forward to it. We had a fun time talking about today's car as well and talking about the card today. And, of course, that two-day carryover, $103,000, sort of spruces the action up a little today. The Paradise Creek, now we knew Works For Me was coming out because he ran yesterday, but Apollo 10, a bit of a surprise, and a horse that could have played a role in here. And I think pace becomes a real question because with the scratches, Sketch is going to be a relatively short price and doesn't have any speed. And the same could be said for Summer and Adrian, another horse who I think is interesting, but just doesn't have any early speed.
And turf sprints, you know, historically, they typically favor horses that are forward. You got to have a lot of things go your way as a closer in a turf sprint to win. Now, it doesn't seem like the pace is in here to do that. Sketch could be pretty talented, though. We'll see if he can maybe be a little bit, she can be a little bit more clean away from there.
Yeah, she's got to get away, and a lot of times the Euros have trouble sort of breaking that well. We saw it last week. Now, that horse still won, but the winner was so impressive, broke very badly in the filly equivalent of this race. Summer and Adrian's a horse that interests me a little bit in here. Well, I didn't pick her on top. I think that it's a question, I was talking to trainer Tom Morley about it, where he feels like maybe he'd made mistakes not running this horse exclusively in turf sprints. Now, to be fair, you got to try him longer at least once, but he is at least getting him back to doing what he should be doing. And while he finishes fourth in here, he had no chance in a tougher, older horse race like this against some fairly seasoned veterans. And I thought he actually ran respectively as he drops down now into a three-year-old restricted race.
Yeah, it broke a little bit slow and was trying to pick up some pieces late. Just kind of one of those situations, I just talked about it. This horse ran extremely well, but things have to go, everything has to go right for closers to win in turf sprints. Could it happen here today? Absolutely, especially based off this performance. It's just, you know, it's just not the easiest thing to lean on.
And getting a switch to John Velasquez is certainly not going to hurt this horse, and thought he ran a little bit better maybe than the finish looks. See what happens. Looking forward to that. Jonathan and I will be long gone from the show. You'll be rid of us by the time Paradise Creek comes along, but a fun race name for one of my favorite racehorses. I'm going to try to get this right. They are running the John J. Riley down at Monmouth today. I kept imagining I would say the John C. Riley. I actually watched a little of Boogie Nights last night, so he was on my brain. An interesting race where clearly the favorite in here is Speaking. And Paul, we were just talking a little bit before we came on the air. I think you face a similar thing with Speaking that you happened in the Spruce Fur yesterday, where Speaking is coming off a fairly long layoff. And he's Paul LaDuca, by the way.
Yeah, and I mean, that's... Yeah, thanks, Andy. Yeah, that's the only concern, right? I mean, because this horse has been a tremendous New Jersey bred. He's actually a half to C Street. Streak is the horse that I know that Jonathan picked here on opening day that won by open lengths. So this mare has turned out some good runners. This horse has got some blinding speed, too, as well. And even money on the line for a reason. When you look at some of his races, he's 6 for 14 lifetime, and he mostly wins the race with his early speed. In his last race, he got dead left, was able to recover, and then kind of re-break. It was kind of a scary race when you go back and look at it. Now, Eddie Owens Jr.'s had 3 horses that have run so far this meet, couple wins, like C Streak, who was dominant. But look at the works in the morning. This horse was working great at Gulfstream. And you just wonder, you know, last year, this horse was in such good form that they did take him out of New Jersey bred company and tried him against Open, Andy, and I think it just didn't work. Now, the other horse in here is obviously No Sense. He's kind of been the only horse that's been kind of close to the outside horse, and that's the 4 in here for Paco Lopez and Cat Lynch. That horse has gone out of New Jersey bred company and is now 0 for, let's say, 9 the last 2 years. So, I mean, it looks like a 2-horse race, but it really looks like it's a 7-horse race to lose.
Yeah, but I think No Sense is going to take a lot of money in this race. We were talking about it on set.
Yeah.
At least that horse has recency and not winning, but they're fast races.
Absolutely. And the problem is I think they kind of have similar styles, right, Paulie?
No, we're all disjointed here. That's because you have a bad host on the show, and that's what happens when they force me into a role that I'm not really very good at. Anyway, a lot more will be coming from Paul as we get into today's race at Monmouth as well, and of course the 9 races at Aqueduct. And today's races are brought to you by, I want to say, Claiborne Farm. Our good friends at Claiborne Farm. The Pick 6 kicks off in race number 4. As we mentioned, 2-day carryover, $103,065. Late Pick 5 starts in race number 5. Paradise Creek, the 8th. Fast and Firm here in Monmouth. That John J. Riley is the 5th. And the Cross Country Pick 5, which features 3 races from Monmouth as well as 2 from here at Belmont at the Big A. That'll start in race 6 at Monmouth Park. And always remember, when you're playing, play through NYRA Bets. Head on over to NYRABets.com and use the promo code MATCH200, and we'll match up to $200 of your initial deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join NYRABets.com to earn your $200 deposit match bonus. Wayne Lucas, we just can't get rid of the guy. He keeps coming back, and the coach cannot be stopped. And a big, big win as he notches another victory in a Triple Crown race, one of many during his storied career. We'll be right back. Mr. Migliori, what's going on?
Mr. Serling, how are you?
I am wonderful. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by NYRA Bets. Jonathan Kinston joining me, Andy Serling, on the set for the first half of today's show, and of course yesterday, the second leg of the Triple Crown. And I'll tell you, Jonathan, it looked coming for home like we were going to have a Triple Crown try in Saratoga in the Belmont Stakes. It felt like Mystic Dan, who got another perfect ride from Brian Hernandez, was poised to win, but Seized the Gray had different thoughts in mind.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think that when they turned for home, I'm in agreement with you. I thought for sure that the Belmont at Saratoga was going to be even bigger with a Triple Crown on the line. But Mystic Dan just never really got by him. And after about an eighth of a mile, it felt like he was never going to get by him with Seize the Gray.
It actually felt a little surprising around the 16th ball that he held on for second. And maybe it's a credit to him. The race came up fairly quick. It got the same 100 buyer that the Kentucky Derby got. It just had a different horse in it, a horse that had not raced in the Kentucky Derby, but had raced on Derby Day and Seized the Gray. And, you know, I think a lot of people are discussing why wasn't Imagination in front? Why didn't Frankie Torrey go after Seized the Gray? He could have gone after him, Jonathan, but Seized the Gray would have just gone faster. Wayne Lucas is not giving up the lead.
No, and the thing about it is listening to the broadcast yesterday, Baffert was quoted as saying that he feels like Imagination is better with a target. I think it was intentional what Frankie did to not go to the lead. Some might argue that was a mistake, but Bob Baffert felt like Imagination's best chance was to sit off of Seize the Gray. It didn't work for either. It didn't work for him. It might have helped Mystic Dan out, I guess, a little bit if Imagination would have went. But I don't think Imagination was ever really winning that race at any point.
He could have gone faster, and maybe he would have done Seize the Gray in as well, but he wouldn't have helped himself. And if he's better with a target, I'd hate to see what would happen if he went to the front in that race anyway. But certainly early, no big surprise in here. Jamie Torres, sort of using the speed that worked for Seize the Gray last time out. And I got to tell you, you got to be a little impressed with this horse yesterday.
And it never gets old. You mentioned Jamie Torres. Never gets old for me in these big races when young riders, inexperienced, coming up riders win these big races because you know that it's like career defining. It helps him. His agent now gets to say, hey, he won the Preakness. Why can't we ride your $16,000 claimer? And it just allows him to be better marketed by his agent. And it's just a kind of a coming out party for a lot of these guys.
No, I think it's a good point. And Richie, I think it's a situation where now Jamie Torres has to show everybody that he is good enough to ride some better horses after winning a huge race like that. And he's Richard Migliore, too, by the way.
First of all, I think, first of all, he proved to himself, right, that he can do that. And that's important, that you have the confidence that you actually can win a big one or the big ones. I think he's a terrific young man. He's a young guy. That's his first grade one, first ride in a classic, and he gets a win out of it. I think it's a brilliant story in its own right. And how about him being 25 and then Wayne Lucas at 88 become the oldest trainer in North America to win an American Classic? I think the story's brilliant, but it underscores the fact just how speed is always dangerous, particularly in dirt racing, and he got very comfortable. Imagination was never winning. Yes, maybe if he applied more pressure, maybe it helped set it up for somebody else. But listen, Seize the Gray was very good on the day, and that's a prime example, guys, of what I say. It's not how fast you're going, it's how you're going fast. You watch him down the backstretch and how comfortable he got and how efficient his stride was. You knew he was going to have something left. And Wayne Lucas, much like Bob Baffert, their horses don't tend to tire. They might not be good enough, but they put so many miles and so much foundation in them that they're not just going to cough it up because they run out of fitness. And I think that was a prime example. Mystic Dan had no excuses. Brian Hernandez delivered another perfect ride, just came up second best on the day.
And I think that it brings up a situation. What's lost a lot of times on people is there are a lot of horses that lose that get very good rides. They're just not good enough.
Absolutely. I mean, I still believe that if Brian Hernandez makes any different decision in the Kentucky Derby, he does not win the Kentucky Derby. And I still think he ran well enough in the Derby being close to that pace. But I think it kind of cancels out for me. As being close to that pace, you get a little bit of an upgrade. You get a little bit of a downgrade because of the good trip that he got on How Action. But I think he ran well.
I agree. On the other hand, he didn't really cover that much less ground than Sierra Leone, and Sierra Leone is going to be doomed by that. So given his kind of running style, he got a pretty good trip. And I just think it's unfair, and I know you're not saying it at all. There were a lot of people that said, oh, he was just lucky to win the Derby. He was really third best. He might have been third best, but it was maybe by that much, not by that much. And I think a lot of people sort of underrated it, and he showed yesterday how good a horse he is. We hope he comes up to Saratoga to run our Belmont Stakes in 3 weeks, but it's going to be a very, very fun weekend regardless, and the Preakness Stakes is now in the rear view mirror. But how about Wayne Lucas? I mean, 1980 to 2024 for his 7 wins. I got to tell you, that's a record that'll probably last longer than Jackie Robinson's hitting streak.
And I think looking at this list, another thing that's important, I think, to note we didn't touch on is we just always talk about the Triple Crown and moving the Preakness.
Joe DiMaggio's hitting streak?
Yeah,
Jackie Robinson didn't have a hitting streak. Similar number, 42, right?
But the Preakness, to me, is fine, right? The 2 weeks does not matter. If you think about it, the 3 horses that ran first, second, and third all ran 2 weeks ago. I think there's some other things that probably have to be discussed to figure out why the Preakness kind of has a little bit of a lower interest level from horsemen. But I don't think it's the 2 weeks, and if it is, it shouldn't be.
No, I agree with you completely, and yesterday's results absolutely bore that out. Not only was a horse, and you could argue that Seize the Gray ran a really tough race, running in that mile Pat Day, a fast-paced race where he was right on the heels of a fast pace the whole way. So you could argue that he had sort of a more taxing effort in some ways than Mystic Dan did, and he responded very well, and Wayne Lucas is never afraid to run. And in this case, he got another big win, and congratulations to him. 44 years and 45 runnings from his first to his 7th win. Race number 1 at Monmouth Park. These are maiden claimers going 6 furlongs, and the number 3, De Beer, trying the dirt for the first time as the favorite. He's got a big fig. You and I have a little bit of a disagreement on these kind of horses. This is one that I'm kind of looking to bet against the short price. The problem is the options are kind of limited. We'll start out with a number 1 Una winner as they are on the track going out for Ben Perkins with Paco Lopez.
Yeah, it's taken a little bit of money in his first 2 starts, and it has shown a little bit of tactical speed last time. Dangerous.
The number 2 is a private, I'm guessing a private purchase coming from Bill Mott, running down at Tampa in his first start, Lock Barrel.
Yeah, I think this one's interesting. Missed the break last time, broke slow, puts the blinkers on, should improve.
Yeah, this one interests me a little bit at 8-1. De Beer, I just wish this horse had a little bit of dirt pedigree.
Just a little bit. It was 108-1 on debut.
Yeah.
Doesn't have much talent, I don't think, on the dirt.
Yeah, and even the turf race, it's a little deceptive. Golden Scarlet going out for Charlie Baker, shipping down from New York.
Yeah, a couple of opportunities for a tag, beaten 17 lengths and beaten 36 lengths.
Hold Out the 5 tries the dirt for the first time.
Yeah, I think getting to the dirt could be the thing that's key for this horse.
And this horse was claimed by very sharp outfit. We'll see some of their horses later at Aqueduct. Choco for Claudio Gonzalez, probably butchered that. And we'll round the field with Have No Regrets.
Yeah, Have No Regrets. Hasn't taken much money, hasn't done much running. Beaten 13, beaten 8, beaten 18. Never really showing any ability.
Follow along to get all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase Pass performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free PPs on all the races on today's show. We'll take a quick break, and we will be back with a little more from Monmouth Park as they get ready for their first race in just about 5 minutes.
Catholic boy standing at Claiborne Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a $12.50 post on weekends, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to a low 15% takeout and 6-figure pools. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Horses are on the track for race number 1 at Monmouth. And Paulie, get it over with. I'm an idiot. Of course it's Joe DiMaggio. It's not Jackie Robinson.
It's okay. You're just thinking of the number 42, which is retired. Obviously, this is the only other number I think that Mariano Rivera has retired too as well. with Jackie Robinson as well. But yeah, Joe DiMaggio won with the hitting streak. And if a lot of people don't remember, he won the MVP when Ted Williams got the Triple Crown that year, which is actually pretty insane. All right, race number 1 here at Monmouth. And I was kind of in agreement with, Jonathan. Jonathan made a point about the 5 here, or I think Andy did. Powerful barn here. Now, this is a horse that they've been running long at Turfway Park. Now is going to sprint here at Monmouth, going to try the dirt for the first time. So I try to go look at the works. And, the work on May 4th is pretty quick. And then the work on May 11th is pretty good. Now, the outfit is obviously very good off the claim, 19%. And, 15% on this type of move. So 7-2, I'm willing to take a shot because I just think there's a lot of horses in this races that are very vulnerable, like the 3. You guys hit the nail on the head. I mean, the horse was 108-1, and I get it, ran a good race on the turf, but do you really want to take 2-1 today? I just can't see it. I see where you guys are going with Lock Barrel. I'm unfamiliar with the private purchase, but this horse was favored first time out in the Bill Mott barn, so obviously had to show something in the morning and was favored from the rail, so the 2 might show some speed in here, and it just seems like it's one of those things whenever you come to Oceanport, you just cannot leave Paco Lopez out, so the 1 is another horse that is obviously very interesting. Trainer Ben Perkins here, who trained Wildcat Air. Wildcat Air was a great sire, had a New Jersey sire, and I want to say ran in the Breeders' Cup sprint and was a really good sprinter. So Benny knows what he's doing with a lot of these horses. But I'm going to go with Holdout here, the 5, down to 5-2 now. I thought it was a little bit more wide open. I'll stick with the 5, but if I was going to go value, I'd probably go 2.
I think we're on a similar page up here, Jonathan, as Paulie. Same way. Maybe the 5 interesting. I think the 3 is kind of a bet against at that price.
Yeah, look, I mean, yes, you got the fast number on the turf, but most of these horses, and if you look at the past performances, most of these horses work on the dirt a majority of the time. So this horse showing up being 108-1, the dirt works just must have been atrocious.
And the other thing is a 5th by 5 1/4 and a 5 furlong turf sprint sort of suggests the horse did no real running at all, and is sort of getting a 63 buyer because of the quality of the field. And you kind of wonder if this horse had been in a weaker field, if he really would have done much running. This is not my kind of horse. And, at least with the 5 Holdout, he's a street boss, and his sire being street boss. And I feel like street boss, his horses are capable of handling anything. So I'm less concerned with this horse going from synthetic to dirt.
And the thing I like about the 5 is the horse has done absolutely no running, and he's 2-1.
Because he was claimed by an extremely sharp outfit, the KKX claiming stable, Claudio Gonzalez coming in here. So I'm kind of with Paulie, and the public is too, as both of them are 2-1. But I thought the 2, and you mentioned the post rate, a little interesting on the purchase from Mott.
Absolutely. I don't need the 3 at all. For me, the 5 and the 2 are the interesting horses.
We'll see what happens. Matt Dinnerman. We caught him just a few minutes ago doing the pre-race with the legendary Brad Thomas. He is in the booth from Oaklawn to Monmouth. Matt Dinnerman has the call of the opener today at Monmouth Park.
Hold out, post 5. Two back. Cho. Into the outside, Have No Regrets to round out the field. We're ready to go. We're off and running at Monmouth Park. Lock Barrel, Uni winner. The 2 inside runners off tardily and drop to the back of the pack. Good beginning from Cho's on the engine. Golden Scarlet matching him in the early part. DeBoer down on the inside, easing off that. Perry's third. A gap of 2 to Uni winner. Sets up shop in the 4th position. 3 lengths better than Have No Regrets. Second to last, Lock Barrel, and the trailer is at the back. Hold out as they approach the far turn run. Golden Scarlet leads the way into the far turn, a neck in front. Cho there to the outside, applying the heat. DeBoer getting closer in the 3 path. He's taking third. third. Now taking second is Cho weakens and hold out from the back of the field. The favorite's Unleashed. He's caught 4 deep, but he's making his charge towards the front runners at the top of the lane. Coming back to the lead. Golden Scarlet is given way. He's done. Hold out Grandstand side continues that move. DeBoer trying to keep pace with him, and Uni Winner up the inside is a good shot. Takes command. Hold out second on the outside. DeBoer ducks to the inside for the final furlong, but he's beat. 16th to go. Match race between Uni Winner and Hold Out on the outside. Hold Out, Uni Winner determined. Uni Winner on the inside out-finished Hold Out to get the score. DeBoer was third, Lock Barrel fourth.
Well, that was an exciting race to start out the action, and Winner came up the inside, now drifted a little off in the stretch, but maybe the rail is better than it was yesterday, and he managed to hold off Hold Out, who looked like a cinch around the turn.
Oh, yeah, he rolled up on the turn, and I thought at this point it was about by how far. But the one Uniwinner was game. He stayed right in there with Paco Lopez. Talked about how the horse had shown just a little bit of tactical speed, drawn from the inside, popped away from there, took some money last time, exits a race at Parks. Horses come back and won out of there. The only horse that ran. He ran well, and it's close, but I feel pretty confident the inside horse won.
Yeah, I wonder if he drifted a little bit. It didn't really feel like in the pan, but I wonder sometimes when they get close like that, if there's some drifting and a little bit of herding going on. We'll see if the stewards take a look at it. But the biggest drop in racing, maiden special weight to maiden claimer, prevails, at least at the wire, with the number 1 Uniwinner. Back to New York, where Chad Brown holds a very strong hand in this first race today, and he's pretty live throughout the day today. Tough day for Chad Brown with his horse Tuscan Gold just not handling the wet track yesterday, but he's certainly strong in here when you got 3-5 and 5-2, Richie.
I think he's extremely strong here, particularly with the one Artorias, son of Arrogate, same sire as Seize the Gray, yesterday's Preakness winner. This horse returned off the layoff in a much tougher allowance race. Last time won by Blazing Sevens, another Chad Brown runner. This horse, he is absolutely gorgeous. He is one of the most beautiful horses I've ever seen in my life. Incredibly well balanced, big, strong, imposing individual, and I really have a hard time seeing how they're going to beat him. I guess the best way to put it, I think he'd have to get very unlucky to lose this race. Horse that really kind of caught my eye and making a nice impression, I think is very well posted, is the 5 Power Seeker. Linda Rice obviously does great work, and this horse I think is well placed, and he's going to be forward, and I just thought he was interesting, but it's really hard, guys, to see past Artorias.
I mean, honestly, and you take a look at Uniwinner, 1320 to win the first race at Monmouth. The favorite holdout went off at 6-5, finished second with the turf horse De Beer, a distant third, but Uniwinner wins it for Ben Perkins and Paco Lopez to start out the action. Talking about Artorias, I was saying to you off camera, John, that when you have trainers like, whether it's Chad Brown, Brad Cox, Todd Pletcher, Steve Aston, Bill Mott, trainers that win, the very top trainers in the game, I think every time they have a horse that loses at a short price, it's a little bit of a black mark against the horse, because these are the kind of trainers that send over horses that are supposed to run their good races. And this horse has been a big disappointment since his win in the Curlin. He better win today.
The one thing about him, though, is he's had a lot of starts and stops. So it could have a lot to do with him just, kind of being hard on himself and Chad having to try to manage a lot of the perceived issues. I don't know for sure there's issues, but when you see a lot of layoff lines, there's likely issues.
He's never run a bad race.
No, he always shows up and runs. And we talked about it earlier. The being 8-1 into the teeth of Epicenter and that Travers shows how much talent this horse has and what he had done to that point. And he shows up and he runs races very similar to those. He just hasn't won a lot, but he is reunited with Irad. I don't usually put a lot into that, but the times he's won, it's been with Irad.
He is supposed to get it done. Juddmonte Farms, Artorias, Chad Brown, and Irad Ortiz at 3-5.
I mean, 3-5 feels about right. Feels fair.
I often will disagree with you on that. I agree completely. He is supposed to be a very short price in here. Alternate Reality is a nice kind of overachiever with Romero Mirage, our man, but I just don't think he's good enough.
Now, his numbers aren't that far off, but he does have a little bit of a tendency to break slow.
Obviously, the main danger is another one from Chad Brown, aggregation with Manny Franco.
Yeah, I just feel like he could be the one that could try to wire this field if Arturius kind of does some of the things Arturius has been known to do. Maybe aggregation can get loose.
Perform has been a bit of a disappointment for Shug McGay and Dylan Davis. He comes off a layoff.
Getting back on the Lasix thing is key for me. His 2 wins, 2 of his wins were on with Lasix.
Tessio was a very promising effort. Rounding out the field is Power Seeker. This is where Jonathan and I have a bit of a disagreement. Goes out for Linda Rice, Jose Lozcano. I think he's going to be on top of aggregation. You just think aggregation's too fast for him?
I think he's too fast for him, and I think the intent of aggregation is going to be to make the front. That's the only thing that gives me a little bit of confidence that aggregation will be on the front end.
See how it works out in here, but obviously Chad Brown starting out with a very strong hand, as you see now, 2-5 on the number 1 Arturius, the horse to beat. Well, there is a 20% Sunday exacta bonus. You can always earn more with Naira Bets. You get the 20% exacta boost on all your Belmont the Big A races today. Opt in over at nairabets.com. It's so easy, I even did it. We'll take a look at aggregation. Aggregation's a horse that has hinted at being a good horse. How much you trust that 100 buyer he ran that day going forward, considering his subsequent races and even subsequent races, some others, it's a little hard to take. And I know the very good Ben Doog finished 3rd in here, but Ben Doog wasn't the same Ben Doog that we've seen in 2 races lately here at Aqueduct. I got to think he could be heading to Suburban at Belmont Stakes weekend.
Yeah, aggregation is one of those horses where if things go his way, he'll win a lot of races. But he's not the type of horse I think is going to overcome a lot of adversity.
He should have won this race. This was a big speed favoring track. He's supposed to be better than Synthesis, who was on him every step of the way and ground him down and beat him. And he just held off Power Seeker trying to close. In there, he has some talent, and I agree with you with his speed being an asset. I just feel like he's just a cut below. And I know you'll agree, he's not as good as Arturius as a horse.
Funny enough, I will say this. This is a kind of a conversation about value. I'm not sure about the 2-5. The 3-5 made me feel better. I think Arturius at 3-5 is actually a little bit of value, while I feel like 3-1 on aggregation feels a little shorter than I want.
Yeah, but 2-5, now you're getting into territory that's a little bit on the low side, but you're starting out to pick 5. Richie, are you singling a horse like Arturius?
Personally, I am. I really can't see past him. I thought his last effort was really good. He was facing, I think, just a better field. Ran well. I think maybe if he didn't have to alter course at one stage, he might have been second best to Blazing Sevens. I don't see any Blazing Sevens in here. I think it's a nice competitive field, but Arturius just feels like the best horse, and I feel like he has to get unlucky to lose. Horse that did not catch my eye in the paddock, but elevated greatly on the racetrack was the 4 Perform. You know, some horses just a little bit quieter in the paddock. He got on the track and kind of puffed up, just got bigger, looked good. He comes in off of some really good works. And I just thought he really elevated on the racetrack. And then the 5, Power Seeker. I liked him in the paddock, continue to like him in the warm-up. And I do think, singling Arturius is the way I want to go here. But I am going to bet a straight 1-5 exacta.
16. I'm teasing Jonathan on the set.
I said that somewhere the other day.
I know you did. Anyway, sorry, we're back on the air. I want to talk a little about a Perform, and I think Power Seeker is dangerous. I just don't think he's good enough to beat the favorite in here. You mentioned something I thought very interesting about Perform, about getting back on Lasix.
I just think it's something that a horse player should be aware of, and because I think there's something to it. With the Lasix situation, these horses are coming off and on and off and on. You can find patterns. You can find horses that run better with it, and they don't run as well without it. So it's just something I try to pay attention to when horses are coming in and out of stakes and into allowance races. Perform has 2 wins, both with Lasix.
And that win in the Tessio, he kind of had a big trip that day. And, you run an 85 buyer at that point in your 3-year-old year. It's not going to be surprising if you start running 90 buyers, and maybe getting back to Lasix will help his chances, as he is 9-1 right now. We were talking a little bit offset about the Belmont Stakes, and we're all so excited about the Belmont Stakes coming up to Saratoga. An absolutely amazing weekend of racing. And seriously, the tickets are still on sale. You don't wait. Get your tickets today. There are tickets left for GATs for every day but Saturday. But come on out and join us, and it's going to be an amazing weekend with stakes. I mean, we start out on Thursday, the Belmont Gold Cup, which, by the way, a win and you're into the Melbourne Cup. Jonathan and I are getting a horse suit, and then we're going to try to get the 2 miles or however long it is this year, so we can go to the Melbourne Cup and have some fun. 2-year-old races as well, and of course Friday, you got 3 grade 1s on Friday, multiple grade 1s, 6 of them on Saturday, headed by the Belmont Stakes, and we're going to have the New York Reds on Sunday for a really fun day of racing as well. And I want to talk about some of those stakes and who's heading there. So, how do you see, and it's hard to know for sure, this Belmont Stakes? We know Sierra Leone. He feels like he'll be the favorite. The question becomes, is Mystic Dan going to go? Seize the Gray, you have to imagine he's going to go as well.
Yeah, I mean, I would think Sierra Leone will be the favorite. I mean, you run second in the Derby, especially the way he did. He already had a lot of attention prior to that. He ran second. It's Chad. To me, he'll likely be favored. Fierceness probably the second choice, I would think.
I mean, I suppose it depends a little. I think so. Depends if Mystic Dan runs. And I think Caesar Gray has to get some respect off that performance yesterday. Fierceness is an enigma. And I can only imagine how frustrating a horse he is, because when things go right for Fierceness, he could be as fast as or faster than any horse in the country. Except when things don't go right for him, he's kind of a bum. And it's got to be incredibly frustrating.
And I'd like to think that a Hall of Famer like Todd and a Hall of Famer like Johnny could try to figure out what is going on there.
It could be right up here, and sometimes when it's in their heads, there's just nothing you can do about
100%.
it. And I get it, but on the other hand, to just immediately say Fierceness can't win the Belmont Stakes is a little bit of an overstatement. I get wanting to play against him, because Seize the Gray is going to go now. That's the other thing.
The one problem I have with Fierceness is I don't necessarily have a problem with him not running a good race in the Derby. I have a problem with him not running a good race and not really having an excuse to not have run a good race. I thought when he came into the first turn, I looked at my wife and I said, "Oh, if he's who he thinks he is, he's going to win for fun." And I thought his trip was fine.
Fast pace or not, he had nothing.
No, it was empty.
And that's the problem, and he's becoming a bit of an all-or-nothing horse. The all is a lot. In fact, the all is too much for these horses to handle. But the nothing, and it's just, with the Seize the Gray in there, he's not going to be loafing along on the front end, and we saw that he just isn't that kind of horse. Are there any dark horses out there, other horses that you think are interesting?
I'm usually not supposed to do this. I'm supposed to ask a question you don't know the answer to. Help me pronounce the name of the horse that won the Peter Pan and...
Antiquarian.
Antiquarian, yeah.
I moved the buyer up to 92. He's still got to get faster.
Got to get faster, but he could. He could improve, He can improve.
I know Resilience probably won't run back. Bill Mott's concerned about the distance. I had wished he ran in the Preakness, because I thought he ran sneaky okay in the Derby.
And I guess there's a small chance that Muth he had a bunch of time to get ready. I'm sure he was dead fit, ready to run.
Back. No, I think that's a very good point. I had forgotten that, and we'd love to see Muth come there. So much to talk about that Belmont Stakes coming up, but they're heading into the gate for the first race. Chris Griffin, big day for him. He'll have the call of the first.
2 out, Perform. And Power Seeker last alone. And in. All set. And they're off. Artorias breaks well from in between horses. Right there is Aggregation in the early mix, and out wider comes Perform. Power Seeker is towards the tail end with the trailer. Alternate Reality very tightly bunched, though, the field of 5. As they get set to come out of the chute, Aggregation's got the lead. Aggregation in between horses. Here comes Alternate Reality, though, to apply some pressure. Is out in the 3 path, is now chasing and stalking the pace setter. 3 wide is going to be Perform. Artorias broke with the leaders, but is now back to 4th as 2 off the leader. The trailer, Power Seeker. They work up the backstretch 24.44 for the opening quarter mile at 5-2. Aggregation's got the lead with now mild pressure towards the outside. Within a half length, that's Alternate Reality, just stalking the pace setter at a big number. Perform, patiently ridden by Dylan Davis in the 3 path, continues to chase in Artorias all the while. Now making up ground towards the inside, has taken 3rd, saving ground towards the inside. They went 47-3 for the half mile time. The trailer continues to be Power Seeker. Aggregation is the target. It's Aggregation who's clear. All in now is Alternate Reality. Gets the shove here from 2nd. 3 wide still. Here's Perform. Starts to rally on Artorias. A handful, just nowhere to go right now. Needs the seam. And once Artorias finds the seam, will he be good enough as they reach the top of the stretch? Aggregation is now kicked. Alternate Reality. Artorias still crying out for room. Now dives towards the inside. Will go over to the rail. Power Seekers rolling on the grandstand side. Artorias now rides the rail and gets the seam. And there goes Artorias now bursting clear. Artorias is opening up like a 2-5 5 should. Artorias, much the best. Power Seekers run up into second, but Artorias is the winner. Artorias wins the opener. Power Seeker then Perform and Alternate Reality in 1 minute 35 and 4.
When Chris Griffin said, once Artorias finds a seam, I said to Jonathan, if he finds a seam, but Chris was right. Irad always finds a seam. He got through. He was much the best.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the easiest of trips. But once he dove down to the inside, you could tell when Irad starts doing that thing where he taps them on the shoulder underhand, you know he's got a ton of horse.
And it was a little turfy when you look at the fractions coming home in 11 and 4, and a promising start for a horse who, one of these days, maybe he moves forward, because at this point, they're going to have to consider running him in stakes. He's not eligible. He's going to need a non-winners of 3 or a stake race, and he's pretty good. We'll see what they do with their option with him going forward. Power Seeker, you were right, showed no speed, but he did get second. And Aggregation, I've had enough.
Yeah, no real excuse, right? I mean, he went
Dead last.
comfortable enough.
Yeah, I mean, Manny did a good job of dictating the pace. You've got the longest shot in the board sitting second. He had absolutely nothing, but Artorias, he ran to his odds. He was much the best, getting it done in the first race today. A 1.54, and Perform ran okay. That was a promising effort, and I think you really have something there with a horse who probably needs Lasix.
Would you feel, I mean, I know hindsight's 20/20, but Artorias went off at 1-2. Would you feel as if, how did you feel about that closing price in terms of value?
Well, I'm annoyed because I should have just bet the cold 1.5 exacta, my anti-aggregation opinion. But I think you were right with 3 to 5. I mean, I know you agree with this, this notion that we can all somehow split the atom and figure out, what exactly is the right price. You better have a very, very sophisticated regression analysis program to figure out, with very, very sharp inputs there, to figure out what their actual chances of winning and what the right odds are. It's something that you have to have a feel for, and even a feel, and it also depends. Jonathan, you might say to me, I'm going to take even money, and listen, I'm not saying you're wrong. You have a capacity to bet shorter price horse than I do. I have a lot of friends that are big bettors, sports bettors, and they say to me, how come you don't bet that horse at 3 to 5 if you don't think the horse could lose? I don't have that kind of stomach. But it's hard to ask yourself, what price are you willing to accept? And isn't that the question every horse player has to ask himself?
And the good thing about it in racing is that there's so many different ways to leverage that opinion. So maybe you didn't feel great about betting Artorias at 1-2 in the win pool, but you could single him in a pick 5 and try to run together some other opinions, or even a double. I think we fall in love with these pick 5. I think you could play a double or a pick 3 as well as another way to try to leverage that opinion, or the cold exacta that you mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to. Racing is about finding the things that work for you. And as you say, with the betting menu, there are so many different options. A lot more to come on America's Day at the races. Chad Brown won the opener here, but he still wants to win the big one. He wants to win the Belmont Stakes and help ease the pain of Sierra Leone's very tough beat in the Kentucky Derby.
In this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
America's Day at the Races. Jonathan Kinchin joining me, Andy Serling, on the set here in New York. Of course, Richard Migliori in the paddock all day, and Paul LaDuca down at Monmouth Park, and a nice slow-mo of Artorias cruising to victory in the opener. Irad's back. You know, now we got these guys back. They have no excuse to leave us anymore, by the way. There's no more Preakness, Belmont Stakes up in Saratoga. So we've got the main crew, you know, the top riders. We'll be seeing them really pretty much until at least October, maybe, when some head to Keeneland.
It's around the corner, it feels. I mean, 3 weeks from now, the Belmont Stakes, and then right after that will be a little bit more Belmont Big A-ish.
You decided to move out of Saratoga close to the meet. Aren't you supposed to wait until the fall, John? Isn't that the move? That's the move a smart guy would have made, apparently. That was lost on you. And as Chris said, Irad, when he found a seam, and he found that seam inside, and Artorias responded. Nice to see him get back to the winner's circle, and we'll see if he can take a step forward, and likely he'll be stakes company going forward.
Yeah, I mean, he's always been knocking on the door. I mean, you want to see the ball go through the hoop with a horse like this, and you said I'm sure Chad will have a nice stake circled next for him.
Yeah, you try to work backwards sometimes with these horses. At Monmouth Park, horses are heading towards the gate for race number 2 at Monmouth Park. We will get a post parade here as the horses are on the track. And it appears that with the scratch of the 6, isn't Sir Robert Hall loose in this race?
He can be. Yeah, I think so. I mean, it depends on what they do with this rail horse right here, Excellent Men.
Excellent Men going on for David Jacobson.
Yeah, this horse I think will appreciate the little slight cutback from 6.5 to 6, and does have a little early speed in the rail draw. Andy feels like one that might push him along to find the front.
One horse that doesn't have speed but is taking a huge drop is the 2 Squints.
His pace figures were fast last time, though. We'll see what Paco decides to do with him.
Interesting point. Mr. Penny Pincher, the number 3.
Yeah, ran on the turf last time, back to the dirt.
Magnificent Mile. Nick Juarez, a good meet down at Oakland Park, goes out for Wayne Potts.
Yeah, this is a horse that I feel like has been screaming to get cut back from the 7 furlong.
Speed advantage or not with Sir Robert Hall, is he really good enough?
And he's drawn towards the outside, so why not just let the other horses do what they have to do and you stay in a comfortable position? We'll see what happens. I think who makes the lead in here is going to be extremely dangerous.
Paulie, is Squints on the drop down just too good for these?
Yeah, you know, that's a very good question. And, you know, they're dropping him down for 50,000 the first time he's kind of been in for a tag. And he kind of hasn't progressed, right, since his early races. And maybe Kelly Breen's just giving him the relief where he can just, you know, maybe get to the front end. Now, this race where he wins at Gulfstream Park, I mean, this wins this race. But then you go back to his last race at Gulfstream. He didn't do much with Lasix, but he's had some moments, obviously. And when you look back at some of these races, they would win here. And that's why he right now is currently your heavy favorite. It's just like you have to wonder in here. And I'm kind of with you, Andy, as in the 5 in here, Sir Robert Hall. I think with the draw, and as you see Squints got up the rail to win that race, I think Sir Robert Hall, the 5, is the horse to catch in here. Now, I mean, this horse usually breaks very well. Kathleen O'Connell had a monster meet at Tampa. When she comes here, those horses usually fire right back. I think the 5 can get to the front. I'm also in agreement with Jonathan. I think it's, you know, the 4 and the 1, you know, Nicky Juarez is usually a forward rider, and the 4 is okay in here. It's just, the horse is 1 for 19. So the 1 may be pushing. We'll see what happens if the 2 on the drop goes. But I think the 5 could get loose in here, Sir Robert Hall. And Andy, your baseball history's been a little bit lost, but let's go to Sandlot. Let's go to a little bit of a movie, okay? Squints, forget Squints and Wendy Peppercorn. I don't know if you remember that moment, but it was one of the greatest moments in movie history.
One of the greatest moments in movie history, eclipsing, what is it, Frankly Scarlet, I Don't Give a Damn? Even Jonathan's heard of that one. He hasn't heard of, up until now, I didn't know it was Barzini all along, but he knows that, and Paulie knows the Sandlot. Belmont Stakes coming up just 20 days from today, and of course you can catch the action as we always are in Fox, but Big Fox covering that 156th Belmont Stakes, the oldest of the 3 Triple Crown races, Saturday, June 6th, coming from Saratoga on Fox. Richie, Sierra Leone, let's talk about him and his workout with his friend Domestic Product.
Yeah, this was a really nice pairing. You know, Chad Brown, much like Todd Pletcher, like to work their good horses in company because they stay in the bridle and there's continuity to the work, and it makes them kind of, you know, keep their focus, and I think they get more out of works like this. Now, you got Sierra Leone on the inside and Domestic Product on the outside, and one of the things that we talk about with Sierra Leone, he's got a little bit of that paddling action. Look at his inside, his left front leg, and you can kind of see that little bit of paddling action. Now, he does have that propensity to want to lug in a little bit. Now, he's inside, and, you know, I think he wants to get over on horses, so I'm not sure that it looks like they changed bits on him, so I'm not sure that you can say that the bit was working one way or the other because he was inside, but it looks like they put a Houghton bit on him as opposed to the straight snaffle bit, which is a much easier bit on a horse's mouth. But this is a horse that definitely you have to give the rider some help and some control, and it looks like that's what Chad is trying to, you know, do here. It was a good work from both horses. They weren't asked for their best, but, you know, think about morning training, much like when you get two good horses like this, like sparring. You're not looking to knock each other out. You're looking to get condition and gain something out of a work. I thought it was a really good work, and I like the fact that they have changed equipment on Sierra Leone. I do think it'll make it easier for Tyler Gaffleone, whoever rides him, just to keep him a little bit straighter. You know, he's a very talented horse, but I think he's been his own worst enemy a little bit with that lugging in.
No, I agree with that, obviously, Richie. And I think at some point, you know, you're a trainer like Chad Brown. You're really considered as good a trainer as there is in the game in the world. It's got to be frustrating. And at some point, you're saying, I got to do something about this horse's lugging in. I've got to figure it out, right?
Yeah, well, the good part about it is that he's got 5 weeks to figure it out. 5 more weeks, you know. I'm sure he's tried a few things. He's got 5 more weeks to figure it out. You know, it's funny. He probably would have loved the trip that Arturius just got, diving down to the inside because the rail's there. You can't really lug into the rail. But I think that, look, they know what they have. They know they have a very talented runner, and I think him and Tyler both will do everything in their power to right that ship.
And I think, obviously, the loss in Derby doesn't go away, but a win in the Belmont Stakes would go a long way towards softening that blow as they head in the gate for race number 2. And we'll talk about Domestic Product later, a horse who may want less distance after a less than desirable trip in the Derby. They're heading into the gate. Matt Ditterman has the call of the second from Monmouth Park.
Outside post, Sir Robert Hall. Sir Robert Hall going in. We're ready to go. And they're off. Sir Robert Hall on the far outside wins the start, is out alertly. Here's Squints on the inside to apply the pressure. Sir Robert Hall, the leader, from Squints, who's right there, to the inside. Magnificent Mile on the 3-path, taking third, 3/4 of a length off the top pair. Then Mr. Penny Pincher at the back. Excellent men alongside of him. 2.5 lengths from tip to tail. With a half mile to go, a contentious pace. Sir Robert Hall is a noselead. Squints, the big favorite, to his inside. Magnificent Mile makes his move 3 wide to challenge those front runners around the turn. And then Mr. Penny Pincher in the 4th spot. Excellent men. Now the clear trailer sent along from there. Around the far turn, there goes Magnificent Mile. And Nick Juarez to the lead. On the inside, Squints now gets a giddy-up reminder to go. And he shoots forward to challenge Magnificent Mile at the top of the lane. Squints, the favorite, hugs the rail. Magnificent Mile to the outside of him. Gap of 2. Mr. Penny Pincher trying to pick him up from third. Needs to do a little better with a furlong to go. Magnificent Mile with the lead now, starting to inch away. Squirts on the inside, fighting hard. It's Magnificent Mile still with a head advantage. Squints inside, battling back. Here's the line. Magnificent Mile out finishing Squints in a great stretch run. Mr. Penny Pincher third, Excellent Men fourth.
A pitch battle. We're seeing some pretty exciting races to start out today down at Monmouth Park. And Squints, I don't think the inside's bad today, but Magnificent Mile able to take advantage of being outside of him in the stretch. Looks like he got the victory. And Nick Juarez has been riding very well.
Absolutely, a magnificent mile. It really felt like, looking at these past performances, he was a horse that was going to appreciate the cutback from 7 furlongs to 6 furlongs. I think there's a handicapping lesson here that you could try to pick up, is when you see horses who are running going 7 furlongs, they range, and then they go backwards in the stretch. That cut back to 6 usually works very well for them.
And this horse definitely improved on that form, switching from the 7 furlongs to 6 furlongs, and able to beat the heavy favorite Squints in race number 2. So back to the Sandlot for that one, as we're still here in New York, as horses will be getting ready for race number 2. And Jonathan and I both discussed how we thought this race was wide open and somehow managed to come up with the exact same order of our first 4 picks. But the horse who appears, I believe, to be favored in the doubles is the number 7 Watch Hill, who's 2 to 1 right now.
Yeah, I mean, I liked Watch Hill. He gets Lasix for the first time. He's got 2 races, 2 and 3 back, that will absolutely win this race. I just don't trust how poorly he ran last time. And the fact that he's the favorite, I feel comfortable with where I know we both landed on the 3 Jansen.
And he is the second choice in doubles, and I agree. I mean, Watch Hill is just starting to pile up the defeats. And the thing about it is, okay, Watch Hill seemed to lose a little position early, which is not a good thing. But he had every chance to get there last time, and Jansen just ran a lot better than he did. And frankly, Arco Augusta in the pink, keep your eye on him. If you want a horse that had a troubled trip, it's him. He had trouble in this race, and he was unlucky to lose last time. He would have won if he didn't get shut off in a very similar fashion. His rider, Lane Luzzy, he's daring with him, but he's got to find a way to not get in trouble.
He's just never really able to run until about here. Now, sometimes that can be an illusion because they got to save all that energy when they wanted to run, and then they give you a little bit of a spurt here. The other concern I have with this horse is that when horses keep getting in trouble, you start to sometimes wonder if it's them. That's the reason they keep getting themselves in trouble, because they don't have the turn of foot to get out of a hole in which their rider needs to get them out of.
And when you're dealing with a lower level maiden claimer, you're talking about horses that aren't going to have that kind of push button acceleration. I think that's true. On the other hand, well, actually, Arco Augusta at 7-2, probably going to go up from those odds, though, is a bigger price in doubles. Is the number 3 Jansen, who you and I picked. And Jansen's frustrating for me because I had bet him when he was almost 20 to 1, and he ran a very good second. And he is starting to pile up the seconds, which does concern me a little bit, but I don't think there's any horse in this race without warts.
It's not ideal, all the seconds. They're not bad seconds, though, which, you know, when I say bad seconds, it's like you're supposed to win and you ran second. They're just, he ran his race, he ran well enough and just happened to get second that day. So I could forgive him to a certain extent.
And there is his trainer, Andrew Lakeman, talking to rider Louis Rivera, getting ready. And Andrew, of course, Andrew doesn't get that many chances, but he's actually a very good trainer. He just doesn't really get the shots. And a horse that ended up being a Grade 1 winner that was bought from him, he won the Vanderbilt, and his name escapes me. It was a very, very fast sprinter in his day. And there's Andrew again. And Andrew knows his way, knows what he's doing. And, of course, he was a rider as well, paralyzed in a riding accident many years ago. And he rode quite often for Alan Jerkins, actually. And Alan gave a lot of riders chances, but he gave Andrew a lot of chances as well. And nice to see him with a horse Jansen who can win here as we continue on America's Day at the Races.
And they're off in the Curlin, Florida Derby. After 3 quarters in 112-1, Known Agenda is now on to take over the lead. It's Known Agenda for St. Elias Stable. Florida Derby winner, Known Agenda.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play every race day. Races are posted weekly at NYRA.com/crosscountry. General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival at Saratoga, June 6th through 9th. Admission is just $10 on Thursday as well as on Sunday for this historic event. Visit BelmontStakes.com/tickets today.
Quality at his core.
And Core Beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is, Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire, a multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmack.
Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training. With a catalog of top juveniles by the nation's top sires, this sale has consistently produced graded stakes winners from around the world and on all surfaces, including Kentucky Derby winner Mage, plus 2024 graded stakes winners Kinza, Linda's Gift, Mendelssohn Bay, and Olivia Darling. The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training sale, May 20th and 21st in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, and we want to welcome in those that are viewing on SNY here in New York. Of course, I watch SNY quite frequently, as I watch the Mets quite frequently. Tough loss for them yesterday. Wow. Anyway, Jonathan Kinson joining me, Andy Sterling on the desk. Paul LaDuca's at Monmouth. Richard Migliori down in the paddock as well, as we're approaching race number 2, which will kick off the first of 3 pick fours. Pick fours in 2, 3, and 6 today. And a pick 6 carryover, $103,000, will kick off in race number 4. And these are a lot of maidens who've had chances. Arco Augusta, can he get a clean trip this time under Lane Luzzy?
He's going to have to. He's got some speed in certain races. Maybe send away from there. Try not to get yourself into a jackpot.
Solo Ride with Jose Gomez for Dave Donk.
I love Dave Donk. Not crazy about this horse in this spot.
I like Dave more than the horse. The 3, Jansen, who you and I both like, Andrew Lakeman saddles.
Yeah, just forward in here in a race. They all kind of look the same. Give me the one that's been where they're all trying to get.
The number 4, Compute It, Dylan Davis riding for Jimmy Ryerson.
Yeah, it just hasn't really been close at this level.
The number 5, Savage Spirit, Horacio De Paz and Trevor McCarthy team up.
Yeah, I thought this one was actually a little bit interesting. What do we got here? 6-1 on the board?
Trevor beat me for a score yesterday. I'm a little annoyed at him. The 6, Waffler, who's going out in his 13th start for Dave Donk, and Ruiz with the mount.
I like this Dave Donk more than the other Dave Donk.
Yes, as does the public. He's actually not a bad price at 6-1. The 7, Watch Hill, goes out for Mike Maker and Ramon Vasquez.
If he can run that race 2 and 3 back, he'll probably win this race. I just don't trust him off his last effort.
And the only people that could bet the number 8, Triple Word Score, are fans of Scrabble.
So when I play Scrabble, that's all I do. I'm a triple word score, man. I just work around.
You cheat, you move them around and try to slip them in there or something underwards. A couple of them get the 9.
That's it. I just reach for triple word scores.
Great game, Scrabble, no doubt about it. The number 7, Watch Hill. You know, you're talking about a horse that's lost at 4-5 and lost at 9-5. And while he can certainly win this race, losses as the favorite, in my opinion, especially for maiden claimers that are piling up the chances, every one of them is a black mark.
Yeah, no, that, like we talk about, those are bad losses. We were talking about Jansen, running second the last 3 times. I didn't think they were bad seconds.
At least he wasn't favored.
When you're the favorite and you're losing consistently, it's a little problematic for me. And the one thing I have an issue with as well is why all of a sudden the Lasix? I mean,
weird, right?
This horse has been running and there's been opportunities to potentially.
He could have used it in his debut. He debuted as a 3-year-old. 2-year-olds can't race on Lasix. So why today?
All of a sudden. And maybe that's the answer for why the horse ran so poorly last time. Maybe there was a situation that now led to them using the Lasix for the first time. I guess that makes sense. But look, the horse could absolutely win. But at this price, you got to try to look somewhere else in a race that has this many things going on.
Yeah, I don't think, we talked about it in Talking Horses, you and I. This is a complicated race if it was part of the pick 6 because you can't single here. You've got to spread.
Yeah, the small budget players should thank the racing office that this race did not end up in that sequence.
Unless, of course, they like the winner.
Unless they like the winner.
And that pick 6 sequence, and we'll talk about it more today, I think for a lot of, you mentioned smaller budget players, is going to hinge on how the 4 Mystical Curlin does in race number 4, who is definitely going to start off as a very heavy favorite, because it's not an easy sequence.
No, it's not. It's not. It's one of those situations where there's not a whole lot of really spready type of races where you feel like you need 6 to safely get through, but there's a bunch of races where you need 3. And that can really, really, really make your price of your ticket go up.
Unless you play pick sixes, you don't realize how quickly things can escalate. Magnificent Mile did get the win in race number 2 at Monmouth, $8 over the favorite. Squints 4-2 to kick off the second race at Monmouth Park. And of course, we're bringing you action from all day there, including 3 races that'll be part of the cross-country Pick 5 as they're getting ready to head over the gate. I'm looking forward to you and I talking, and obviously we'll talk more and more as we get closer. And one name that came up that we're hoping to see on Belmont Stakes weekend in the Met Mile is Arabian Night. Bob Baffert's horse, who was he favored over White Abarrio in the Breeders' Cup Classic? If not, it was close.
It was very close. I think, let's see, I had it up, but of course it's not up anymore. Arabian Night. I think it was close.
It was close. And they're just going to square off again, hopefully, in the Met Mile. That's a big matchup.
Well, the thing about that, too, is you got to think that one-turn mile feels like more of of Arabian Night type of race, the way that Bob Baffert's horses run, than a White Abarrio type of race.
No, and both of them will be coming off freshenings coming in there, so neither has an advantage in that situation. Of course, the Met Mile, I mean, I go back a lot longer than you, and so many great runnings of that races over the years. One of the best runs I ever saw, one of the best runnings was '86 when Garthorne won. He beat Lady Secret. The mighty Turcoman was in there. The last year's Breeders' Cup Classic, Proud Truth was in there. That was an all-time great field, and Garthorne ran an amazing race. They are heading into the gate for race number 2. Kicking off the first of 3 Pick 4s, Chris Griffin will have the call.
4 on today's card. Watch Hill goes in. Waffler's in the gate. Jensen. Jansen goes in. Here's Compute It. Triple word score. Is it? All set. And they're off. Waffler breaks with early speed. It was an awkward start for Jansen, who's going to be the early trailer, but pretty tightly bunched here. No one really aggressive to get to the front. As now Compute It does a nose in front with at the rail. It's Arco Augusta, who's drifting off the rail just a touch out in the center of the racetrack. Waffler's in the orange cap, and now Jansen, as rank wants to go, is right up on heels. In behind horses is going to be in that shared 4th position as Watch Hill stays in the clear. Now 3 across the racetrack, still well off the rail. Jansen is right there with Waffler. They're 4th and 5th. Further back in the field, all alone there is Savage Spirit, who's now in the 6th position. The 2 towards the back, that's triple word score with Solo Ride. They went 24.38. It's a pressured opening quarter mile, but not too quick, as down at the inside, it's Arco Augusta with Watch Hill right to the outside. Down at the rail still, Jansen wants to go. Nowhere to go now, bottled up towards the inside with less than a half mile to go. 47-4, the half mile time, and now Jansen in pursuit with Waffler. Compute It starts to drop out of it, is back to 5th. Under a drive from the back, Savage Spirit, triple word score, far back, Solo Ride. They're well into the turn. It's Watch Hill trying to dispatch of Arco Augusta, who's all in towards the inside. Jansen's trying to put a rally together, but Watch Hill is in hand. It's Watch Hill towards the outside, now reaches the top of the stretch and gets the cue to kick for home. Arco Augusta not going out without a fight, is battling on towards the inside. It's Watch Hill now gets the cue, and Watch Hill is up by a full length, call it a length and a half. Jansen is battling on there with Waffler inside the final furlong. Arco Augusta switches towards the outside. Watch Hill approaches that final 16th. There's now 2.5 lengths in front. Watch Hill at 8-5 will get the victory. It's Watch Hill to win at Arco Augusta. Triple word score up for 3rd at that big number. Then came Jansen and Waffler in 1:38.56 seconds.
Watch Hill forward the whole way around the track, and Arco Augusta, a good aggressive ride by Lane Luzzy as well. It just wasn't good enough as Watch Hill at 8-5 breaks his maiden in his 9th start.
I guess all along all he needed was the Lasix.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. Maybe you're right. I'm guessing that'll be the story. I'm surprised I haven't got a text yet from his owner, Kirk Wyckoff. He gets it done. But what he really may have needed here was what happened at the break, and we're going to show you that in a moment, as the number 3, Jansen, stumbled badly, and it cost him any chance. And then he got kind of ranked, tried to get position as a forwardly placed horse, and not saying he would have won, but it obviously made Watch Hill's job that much easier.
Yeah, but the other thing, too, with Watch Hill is he was forward. He popped away from there. I think sometimes when you have horses like this that might not necessarily want to get their picture taken, putting them into the race, and it can sometimes, solve that problem rather than trying to put them in behind horses. And then they got to chase horses. They got to go around
horses.
Got to
get brave.
Yeah, it's sometimes just let them roll out there. I think that's what happened here.
Keep your eye on the number 3, Jansen at the start. It's got those yellow blinkers. Going to stumble after the start, and it wasn't that severe, but it completely took him out of position, and this is a horse that needs position.
Yeah, I mean, if you look, where it's just, it puts him out of position for a horse that wants to be forward. He's got to work harder to get into the position he wants to be in, or he has to be in a position he doesn't want to be in. It just doesn't sit well.
No, I agree. I mean, and I think neither one of us are saying he was going to win that race if that didn't happen, but it's hard to really know. And the Scrabble horse, the number 8, triple word score, scooted up the rail to get third to potentially make your trifectas or supers. If you used him, I wouldn't have.
No, I didn't. He would have been one of those horses, if I hit the all button here, I would have unclicked the 8.
Yes, he would have been a hard one to use, but the favorites won the first 2 races as Watch Hill gets it done for trainer Mike Maker, and Ramon Vasquez riding here for the first time. Good to see him get the win. Plenty more action to come. We'll talk about an upset in yesterday's vagrancy after a quick break.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Ramon Vasquez heading into the winner's circle with the winner of the second race, Watch Hill, going out for 3 Diamond Farm, and Mike Maker getting it done as the 8-5 favorite. And as you said, Jonathan, maybe the aggressive ride and maybe the Lasix helped.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is one of those races that's like frustrating. It's because you know that it was the right choice to not be in love with this horse at 2-1 based on what we'd seen But then when it's over, you're like, yeah, of course he's the best horse in the race, and yeah, of course this was going to happen.
But on the other hand, he's just not the kind of horse either of us wanted to take on top. We both picked him second. We're not surprised he won. And in fairness, not saying Jansen would have won, but he was badly compromised by the start, which may have changed the dynamics of the race a bit. Arco Augusta, a good race, and Lane Leslie being more aggressive helped his chances today. Finished second. The long shot triple word score helps make that trifecta almost $400 for $2 as we head back to Monmouth Park, where the horses are on the track for race number 3 at 6 furlongs. These are $8,000 claimers. We'll take a look at the post parade. I'm just excited. I get to say Mosifus, the number 1, Cici Gonzalez for Mario Saray.
Yeah, not a lot of speed from the inside the rail.
The number 2, Mundo Mix, probably a bit of a long shot. Actually, 5-1, this horse.
Yeah, been caught like 3 racetracks with moisture in it, maybe getting back to a dry track.
Is the 3 whistle while you mow the speed?
It feels like this is the horse that you want if you're looking for a horse to get to the front.
Happy Farm, the 4 takes a big drop down for trainer Miguel Penaloza.
Yeah, I like this horse as well. Drops down and gets the cut back from the 6.5.
Favored right now, High Tone off the claim for Greg Sacco.
Yeah, going to have to pick up some pieces, but you get Paco Lopez.
Notion to Tap It, I'm guessing a price.
Yeah, Notion to Tap It. It's funny, there's no Tap It in here.
High Yield Kitten, sounds like it should be a turf horse, rounds out the field, the outside.
Yeah, switches to Wayne Potts, and we know Wayne Potts' barns can get going right now for the meet. 15%, 2 out of 13.
They'll be heading the gate soon at Monmouth Park for race number 3. We'll take a quick break and be back on America's Day at the Races.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, making his mark as a sire with Rattle and Roll, a Grade 1 winning 2-year-old, and multiple graded stakes winner. Graded stakes winning 2-year-olds Hidden Connection and Whitwater's Rand. Graded stakes winning 3-year-old Implicated. Connect, a proven sire in the making. Standing at Lane's End Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
The son of Run Happy, Nutella Fella, has won the Hopeful.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, a beautiful sight here at our home at Aqueduct for Belmont at the Big A. Jonathan Kinchin and Andy Serling joining you. Richard Migliori in the paddock, Paul LaDuca down at Monmouth Park, where we'll be heading shortly. But wanted to talk about yesterday's Vagrancy, where a horse who looked like as a 2-year-old, she could be a future star. Things didn't go right until Phil Serpy got back to sprinting on the dirt.
Yeah, it's funny. He had a Grade 1 winner and Leave No Trace. I was a huge fan of Big Pond here. I thought this horse was going to run well. It did run well, but Leave No Trace. Just got a nice trip. Was pretty close to a pace that I thought was pretty honest as well. I thought she ran significantly better than it might look just based on paper. But yeah, it's got to be a nice feeling for them to get a horse like this back. And you see that Bill Mott trainee running at her, but she did all the dirty work. She was already where she needed to be.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that she had a chance to catch her, and I really thought the winner ran the best race here. A nice effort, and it's interesting. She won the spin-away as a 2-year-old, and then after running third in the Verzette, she ran that very good second in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, which hasn't turned out to be that good a race, though Raging Sea looks like she could be a decent 4-year-old this year. And they tried everything else but sprinting, and I think Phil even commented in her last race when she finally ran well, I got her back to what she should have been doing all along, something, I'm paraphrasing a bit. And I think that running that good race in the Breeders' Cup might have hurt them in the long run, oddly.
It happens. It happens quite a bit. You see it with like a lot of like off the turf races too, right? Where a horse will run well on the dirt, and then they'll go on this dirt campaign when really
Sheriff Bianco,
they were better on the turf.
Well, Sheriff Bianco, though, a horse that Linda Rice had claimed, the Wesley Ward, after debuting behind Cowan, never ran on the dirt again, and sometimes it opens up different avenues. And, of course, the most famous horse who was probably mishandled for a long time was Cigar, because he kept running on the turf and obviously turned out to be an all-time great on the dirt. Leave no trace. Imagine we'll be hearing more from her this summer. Nice to see her and Phil Serpy getting it done in yesterday's Vagrancy. It feels like Hot Fudge, kind of her best races behind her.
Yeah, I think she was fortunate to be on that 5-race win streak when she was on it.
Yeah, she's not in her game right now. What are we doing in the third here, Jonathan? Do we have a case to be made against the favorite in this race? Can Happy Farm win in the drop-down? I don't love High Tone, I'll be honest with you. Are they over-betting Paco Lopez?
Yeah, I mean, I think that happens down there quite often, though. And it's for good reason. When you have a person like Paco who wins all those races, the public starts to kind of do that chicken or egg thing. Is it the good rider gets the good horses, or the good horses find the good riders? I don't really need High Tone. I get it. I think that Happy Farm is a little bit more interesting. And I'll even say the 7 High Yield Kitten towards the outside. I love to see horses that get constantly claimed. It just says a lot to me about what these trainers all find to be a talented horse that they just want to try to get into their barn. I think the 7 High Yield Kitten at 7-1 is interesting as well.
And he is a check earner also, as he's getting a little less distance today, going from the 7 furlongs to the 6 furlongs as the number 1 is loading here. Mosifus feels like the 3 Whistle While You Mow is supposed to be in front here. Whether or not that's good, whether or not it works out for him remains to be seen.
He should. I mean, his pace figures suggest if they have any intent of finding the front end, that's where they'll end up.
Number 4, loading into the gate, Happy Farm. We'll head over to Matt Dinnerman for the call of race number 3 at Monmouth Park.
3 back. High Tone coming up to the starting gate. 2 more. Notion to Tap It. High Yield Kitten to the outside. We're ready to go. And Leroff, good beginning for all the runners in the race. Happy Farm sent for speed. High Yield Kitten has early lick as well. And Happy Farm has a narrow advantage. Here's Mosifus moving forward. He snatches the lead. Mosifus clearing off from Happy Farm, who takes a hold and will track on the outside from second. Mundo Mix third to the inside of Whistle While You Mow. And High Yield Kitten, who was out alertly, has been taken back to 5th. He's 4 lengths off the lead. A length to High Tone. And Notion to Tap It trails the field as the 7 entrants charge into the forward turn run. Battle on the lead. It's a contentious pace. Mosifus, Happy Farm side by side. Whistle While You Mow making a big move and strikes the front with 5/16 to go. Whistle While You Mow trying to give this field the slip as they come to the top of the lane. Mundo Mix in the orange and black has run, searches for racing room, now is asked to go between horses. Then comes High Tone, who's getting into it behind a wall of horses as they come down the lane. Whistle While You Mow, 2 lengths ahead with a furlong to go, but they're all coming after him. Far outside, Notion to Tap It from the back of the fields, kicking it in. Whistle While You Mow kicks away once again when asked, 2.5 lengths, and Whistle While You Mow's going to win. Whistle While You Mow, photo for second, maybe Notion to Tap It over Happy Farm, and Mundo Mix was 4th.
Well, he didn't send aggressively to lead, but he took over around the turn, put the field away, and Whistle While You Mow. It felt the whole stretch like someone or some ones were going to be coming, and they never did.
I don't know if I don't know if your Joe Bravo thing about moving early is in my head now, but it feels like these races have been won by horses that are moving when you felt like it might have been a little bit too quick. It seems like aggression is being rewarded at Monmouth Park today.
Certainly was in this race as he took control top of the stretch, and nobody could get to Whistle While You Mow in race number 3. The MiG is back in the paddock for race number 3 as Startup Mentality, and now I like her. Jonathan's going to try to beat her. 2-5, Richie?
Seems a bit short, but you know, how well has Chad Brown done with Kingman's? And this is a daughter of Kingman. Listen, she's obviously a major player. I think that's probably a bit too short of a price. You guys would have a better handle on that stuff than me. She looks fine. There's nothing negative I can report about her. I will say this, though. The other Chad Brown, the 6, Lady Beth, just makes a nicer physical impression to me. I'm really taken with this filly. The other fillies, a little bit warm and, just doesn't seem quite as relaxed or comfortable as the other Chad Brown in the 6, Lady Beth. So out of the two, at least watching him here in the paddock, and we know this is not a beauty contest. You're trying to match up what you like on paper to some positive impressions from a physical perspective, but the 6 would absolutely get the paddock check mark for me, Lady Beth. Horse that I, didn't really like on paper when I was handicapping the races, but I would be remiss not to talk about her is the 4, Sweet Duchess. She is as well turned out as a horse could be. Will Walden shipped in last week with a horse to win here at Aqueduct, and this filly is making a super impression. I think she will outrun her odds. I'm just really taken with how good she looks.
Well, talking about the favorite in here that you're going to take an anti-opinion on, and which I respect, Startup Mentality is a horse that really looked like she was on the cusp after her second start of being a very good 4-year-old for Chad Brown. And there's no doubt, while she hasn't run badly, she's been disappointing.
Look, I think she'll likely go on to probably have the best career out of all these horses in here. We'll see what happens, but I just figured she'd be a little bit overbet off of that last performance. People love a horse who comes runs second, but I thought she had a setup that day with a fast pace.
Yeah, I mean, there's an argument she could have won that day, but when you're 1-2, you're not supposed to be splitting hairs to get a horse to the winner's circle. As there is Startup Mentality, I rather tease riding for Chad Brown as they look for their second win today together. Master of the Tunes, Joseph Lee and Dylan Davis.
Yeah, it does have some early speed, but I think she's a little bit slower than the pace figure suggests she's slower than all those ones suggest.
The number 3, Vino Rouge, getting back to the turf, hasn't been there since her debut.
Yeah, I thought she was a little bit interesting and being ignored. She ran an okay number as a 2-year-old.
The number 4, Sweet Duchess, who Richie mentioned, will be helped by being in a rout. Joel Rosario riding for William Walden.
Yeah, stretching out off of that sprint last time. I would like to see a little bit more out of her in those 2 races.
A horse both you and I are a bit interested in here is No Show Sammy Joe going out for Graham Motion.
Yeah, she ran well as a 3-year-old back in June of last year. Gets to grow up a little bit and first run as a 4-year-old.
And you like Lady Beth, hoping she can wire the field, Chad Brown and Manny Franco.
Yeah, gets the Lasix, and I feel like drawn towards the outside. She's actually got, she might not have made the lead as much as the 2 Master of the Tunes, but her pace figures give me a little bit more confidence that she's a likely winner of this race if she can work out a nice trip.
Talking about startup mentality. I always think of the Startup Nation as a horse that Klarvich had years ago. I thought that she got a little bit blind switch, maybe a little bit overly cute last time out. But once again, when you're 1-2, that's not really supposed to matter. And if she was best, so she was best by what? A head, a half length, fast pace. She's got to deliver today.
She was 1-2 here, facing horses that aren't as good as she's facing today, and she's 2-5 here. I think she was supposed to win this race. I don't knock her for not winning the race. Look, if she was 3-1 in a wide open field, I'd have no problem with it at all. I just feel like the 6 is an interesting horse, getting Lasix for the first time. I thought her Winter Memories was okay. I think that I would have liked for her to kind of see that through. But given the opportunity to grow up a little bit, this outside draw, potentially the 2-horse Master of the Tunes going in front of her to give herself a target, I just think she's interesting at 5-1.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see if either the 2 or 3 show speed in here. I don't know what to make of Lady Beth. I thought she was going to be a good one, debuting on the synthetic, and I'm wondering a little bit about her stamina. She's obviously got some talent, and today is the day that she can show it, and I think you could say for both Chad Brown horses, they got to deliver. I really thought Startup Mentality was going to be a good one. after her race in the Pebbles. And so far, I have been wrong. As we talk about the 5 no-show, Sammy Joe will show the maiden win from almost a year ago at Belmont Park. And I agree with you. If this horse can come back and step forward off a layoff, she could be okay. She's very lightly raced.
Yeah, I just think she's interesting. I think that, this time of year you get these opportunities to see horses turn 3 off of their 2-year-old years, and then obviously the math will tell you turn 4 off their 3-year-old years. But one thing I like about that is that there's a natural improvement that you can expect with horses just with maturity. And if no-show Sammy Joe can just improve off of just with age, she could run in the same vicinity of numbers that Lady Beth and Startup Mentality have been running. So I'm hoping for her to take that step.
And she's a daughter of Loop de Vega, and right now Loop de Vega has 2 of the best turf horses running here. That Silver Knot, who looked so impressive last week in the Man of War program trading, who's come back and won his 3rd Grade 1 at Churchill Downs, heading for the Manhattan at Saratoga. And this one, a Loop de Vega, and Loop de Vega, of course, the sire of Newspaper Record, the horse that kind of got everybody going over those sales over at Tattersall's. Richie, what are you seeing?
I'm really high on the 6 Lady Beth. I just love everything about her in the paddock. Continue to like her in the warm-up. I think she's going to get very comfortable with that outside post. Even if, let's say, Master of Tunes goes, I think, one of the functions that Lasix does, besides obviously helping keep horses from having that respiratory problem with bleeding, is it helps horses relax. It actually takes a little bit of an edge off them as well. And I just think that either she's going to gallop off to the lead and get comfortable, or she's going to be able to sit just off of a horse like Master of Tunes, who in essence could be like a pacemaker for her. And I think she gets first run. And you can really see that hard spun influence. His sire was Danzig. They throw these shorter, very well-balanced individuals, my kind of horse. I'm all about the 6 Lady Beth. I will say again, guys, the 4 Sweet Duchess just makes a really great impression. Really dappled out, looks good. She takes the blinkers off, and you get Joelle Rosario, and I just think she'll outrun her odds. My pick is the 6, but I do think the 4 Sweet Duchess is going to make an impression here.
Thanks, Richie. Let's talk a little about Vino Rouge, because she's kind of a wild card in here, right? She ran a respectable race in her debut on the turf. And then she broke her maiden off the turf race. They decided to take a shot since she ran well enough and attempted to run the Demoiselle. She's a horse for Tony Dutcher that's a bit of a wild card in this race.
Yeah, I mean, look, her figure is a little bit light on the turf compared to these. But you got to remember, she earned that when she was 2. So she's got a real opportunity to jump up and run faster. I think that was sneaky. We kind of talked about it earlier, how sometimes horses can run well on the dirt and kind of trick you into thinking, oh, this is the path. And it's especially hard for 3-year-olds because you want to get sucked into the Derby and Oaks trail that could sometimes be so enticing. But I think she's going to be happy to get back on the grass.
The biggest improvements you see in horses from 2 to 3 are turf routers. It's just impossible in general for 2-year-olds to run that fast and route race in the turf. First of all, the paces are very rarely that quick, but also I just wonder if they're even really ready, no matter how good they are, to run their kind of good races. And you'll see a lot of 2-year-olds that are running 65 to 70 on the turf going long as 2-year-olds, and they come back and they're in the mid-80s right away as 3-year-olds. And I don't think it's impossible this horse could take a big move forward. She has to be competitive here, and I don't think either of us are saying we expect her to win. But I think she's an interesting member of the field.
Yeah, I mean, I think, she's outside of the 2 and the 4, she's being a little bit ignored. I think she's extremely live. I know the pick 6 is going to start in the next race, and a lot of times I look at races through the lens of a multi-race wager. I would definitely want to have this horse on a ticket.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting race. Listen, I was a big fan of Startup Mentality, and as of now, I am dead wrong. I told Chad Brown after a second start I thought she could win the New York this year. Obviously, that was a pipe dream. She has not delivered at all. And you want to make a little excuse for a race at Gulfstream. She was wide the whole way, maybe a little more forward than she was most comfortable. Okay, fine. I don't care. Was she a little unlucky to lose last time? You're still not supposed to lose at 1-2 at Tampa in that race.
No, you're right. Especially and she had a favorable setup. It's not like they went 50, they went 50 and she didn't
get
win.
wired by the second choice or something.
Yeah.
She was closing along, so she needs to deliver today as she's drifted up to 4-1. A little money coming in for the outside too, and it's fun to be back on the turf here at Aqueduct as well. We've seen some good turf races over the last few days and some nice big fields. Very good performance, Turf King on Friday.
I will say something. One thing I've heard consistently, and it's not like it's coming from us, it's coming from horsemen and coming from riders, is how this is one of the best turf courses in the country.
And to that point, as I do the track trends and you look at the tracks, I thought these turf courses have played absolutely fairly since we started getting back on them. I mean, sometimes you see speeds winning and then the same course, closers are dominating. I don't think you have seen these courses favoring any kind of runner. And I think that's fair, you know. You want to feel entering horse and race when you're betting on them, you own them, you train them, you ride them, that your running style is not going to be compromised. Now, sometimes in the middle of a hot summer, the courses can get baked. The thing that annoys me is when the rails come down and there's a huge inside bias. We've stayed away from that so far at this meet, being either far enough away from the rails so it hasn't really been a function.
I think that bias comes from the ground getting tore up.
Yeah.
And that's where it becomes a bias when the rails come down. But if you have a nice, healthy turf course, they don't get as torn up.
And doing a great job, the guys, and it's not easy moving the rails around. They're heading in the gate for race number 3. Startup Mentality, the heavy favorite. Chris Griffin with the call.
And Lady Beth. Lady Beth goes in. Almost. Now in. All set. And they're off. Broken a perfect line. Good speed towards the inside from Master of the Tunes. It's Master of the Tunes, but now Lady Beth will cruise to the front, is now a neck in front. Doesn't necessarily want to assert just yet, as now she will, and it's going to be Lady Beth to take him into that turn. Just having to steady briefly was Master of the Tunes. Is now settling into the second position. Corners just too wide there. Is now going to be about 2.5 off the leader. It's another 3. Back to Vino Rouge, who's going to be in front of Sweet Duchess. The 2 at the back, no show. Sammy Joe with the early trailer. Startup Mentality, the favorite, is at the back. As they work up the back stretch, they're chasing Lady Beth. Lady Beth and Master of the Tunes. They're a clear 1-2, and they went 23-4 for that opening quarter mile. They've created about 6 lengths of separation there with Vino Rouge, who's back there in third, is just in front of Sweet Duchess, who moves towards the inside, is going to move towards that inside and save some ground. No show, Sammy Joe, and Startup Mentality has 10 to make up. 48-3, the half-mile time for Lady Beth. Lady Beth. Then Manny Franco take him into the far turn. Master of the Tunes continues to be the one within range, and now they start to move in closer from that second group. Here comes Vino Rouge, is on the move. No show, Sammy Joe. Startup Mentality is starting to get that rolling up on the outside, but still has 6 lengths to make up. It's Lady Beth at the top of the lane, and Lady Beth is trying to win it right now. Vino Rouge down towards the inside. No show, Sammy Joe's Startup Mentality still with a lot of ground to make up. Lady Beth has the lead. Here comes No Show, Sammy Joe to the outside. No show, Sammy Joe. Lady Beth, no show. Sammy Joe up for the win. No show, Sammy Joe over. Lady Beth, Vino Rouge, and Startup Mentality. Final running time, 1:35.4.
Well, as Jonathan predicted, Lady Beth able to control up front, and I think Richie felt the same way. She just could not seal the deal. As No Show Sammy Joe, this was the one ready off a layoff. And was Irad a little too far back and maybe a little bit overconfident with the one? Maybe, or maybe she's just not that good.
They were so spread out. You know, the fractions weren't, they didn't look like they were that fast, but they were so spread out. The winner, No Show Sammy Joe, it's one of those horses, I think, that kind of proves that theory, that conversation of horses that are able to grow up a little bit. There's just natural improvement in their speed figures. She looked a little bit too slow on paper, but grown up a little bit, she was fast enough.
She was, and she made a nice closing kick, and Flavian Pratt, as usual, timing it well, getting the job done. No excuses for Lady Beth. Good ride by Manny Franco, just not quite good enough. And Vino Rouge got a good ride in here, and she ran well to be third, and the heavy favor Startup Mentality, and I picked her. She was a massive disappointment. Too far back, maybe, or maybe she's just one that never went on with it.
Yeah,
she's just not that good. What do you think?
Too far back, but a little bit over bet as well.
What do you think, Richie?
Well, it appeared to me that maybe the last 16th of a mile, Lady Beth drifted out a bit into the path of the 3-horse Vino Rouge with Johnny Velasquez. You know, I'm going off the pan shot, but you also could see that Manny tried to correct. He turned her head in after it looked like Johnny had to steady, but just a really well-timed ride by Flavien Prat, who just continues to impress me. He does everything so well, guys. There's no holes in his game.
I agree. He's a tremendous rider, and we're taking a look at the head-on. On the inside is Lady Beth. We're talking about trying to come outside of her, and purple is the one you're talking about with John Velasquez. Yeah, that's fair. It's not a true head-on, unfortunately. She came out a little. Don't think it mattered, though, John.
No, she was getting tired, and she's getting a little tired. I think she probably came out a little bit. I don't think it cost the 3.
Here we go. So the 3 is the one that is in purple, right behind the leader in the red cap and the purple and white cap. And there's Lady Beth, and now it's rail and 2-path. And Manny does. Richie's not wrong. That's not something they're going to adjudicate, I don't think. Richie, what do you think?
I think he corrected before there was any damage done. She definitely drifted a path, but he was conscious of her, drifting out from a left-handed encouragement, and I think he stopped her before there was really any issue. So I don't think there's any sort of, danger of a change of finish, if you will.
Yeah. Well, if they're looking at it, I just hope they tell us. I'm not happy about what happened at Churchill. I thought not calling an inquiry in that Kentucky Derby, even leaving it up, is fine. I don't care about the decision. Got to call it. Got to tell the fans. Got to tell the bettors you're looking.
Yeah.
We owe it. We owe everything to the bettors to keep this game alive, the owners and bettors. We'll take a break. No show, Sammy Joe. Graham Motion wasn't afraid of the 2-headed monster from Chad Brown and gets it done. We'll be back after a quick break.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Pleased to be joined here by Flavien Prat, the pilot of No Show, Sammy Joe. She really put in a nice kick. You worked out a really good trip, but she really finished today.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it turns out well. Spoke with Graham earlier this morning, and he told me just to make sure that she relax, and she just did fine. She was traveling well all the way around, and she kicked on well when I asked her to make a move.
So, I mean, I'm just so impressed with your riding because you do everything well. It doesn't seem like there's any one particular style of horse, or whether it's turf or dirt. You just seem to adapt to the situation.
Well, I'm trying. I don't know if I do everything well, but no, I try to adapt myself to any situation. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it don't. But obviously, when you ride for great trainers and great connection, it makes the job easier, as you know.
Well, absolutely. You need the horse under you, but I'll disagree with you. You do everything well. You've really fallen into kind of a nice routine. California in the winter, coming to the East Coast, and it's really opened up a lot of new opportunities for you, hasn't it?
Yeah, very grateful that I get those opportunities, and try to do the best out of it. But yeah, it's been a good season so far, and hopefully we can keep it up.
Well, it's a pleasure to watch you ride. Congratulations. Keep up the good work. Guys, I'm a jockey fan, obviously, and this is a rider that I really enjoy watching.
I'm with the MIG. I don't agree with Flavien. I think he does everything well.
Well, I say this all the time. The worst opinion I've ever had in racing is that at one point I felt like he was overrated, and I've never been more wrong about anything in racing.
I wish I could narrow my bad opinions down to just one horrible one, but there's just so much competition. But I think that picking the last place finisher in the back-to-back Kings, Bishop, and Travers early in my career at NYRA, I'm going to say I may never be able to duplicate that one again. That's quite a double to hit.
Not even if you tried.
2 grade ones back-to-back in Saratoga. That was impressive. I think it was Cool Blue Red Hot and Raison Detra. I did pick Stay Thirsty second. I want a little credit. Anyhow, a lot going on. Race number 4 coming up with the pick 6. We talked about Mystical Curlin. A horse is absolutely the horse to beat, Jonathan. And he's going to be the anchor for a lot of pick 6s. Let's talk it through a little bit, where you go from there.
Yeah, I mean, look, budget matters. It always does matter in these situations of what you're trying to accomplish. If you are playing a, under $200 ticket or a $300 ticket, you're going to probably have to get pretty skinny somewhere. Mystical Curlin feels like the one that you really want. In the 5th, I only really need these 2 horses, the 6 and the 10, that I felt like had those 2-year-old races that are going to kind of grow up here, dropping in for a tag. The 6th is a little tricky. The 6th and the 7th I thought were the hardest races.
Well, every decision you make in the pick 6 affects what you do in the next race, right? And if you can be skinny in the first 2 and get through it, then maybe you can use 4 in the 6th race, like the 3, 4, 6, 7 or something like that.
Yeah.
I like the 6. You like the 4 in race number 6. Race number 7, I would lean on the 5, but I wouldn't feel comfortable being the only horse I used.
This would be the race I would want the most horses. If you get to tell me which one I get the most horses in, it would be the 7th for me.
Race number 8, the feature, the Paradise Creek. We disagree a little here. You like Sketch more than I do.
I need Sketch. I need Mattingly. And our time talking about the 9 Smoky Smoky got me a little bit more interested.
Yeah, I would be leaning on the 8 and 9 in there, but not that I'm against your horses. And the last race, there are logicals. Horses like John the Beer Man, like Coast Along. But I think there's other things going on in this race as well. This is an open race, an interesting one.
Yeah, you talked about Parkway a lot. I think Parkway is interesting. If you're spreading in that race, I think that's a horse you want to make sure you have.
See what happens, a fun sequence, and we'll see if it kicks off with the favorite, Mystical Curlin, or if things blow up, and a lot of small tickets will rely on that. 12 horses in race number 4. These are maiden New Jersey breds. The number 1 Gold Trust, currently at 5-1, a firster for Mike Deeney, will lead the way.
Yeah, this one, if you look at the pedigree of the dam and you look at some of her offspring, feels like Turf is where this one will eventually end up.
That's the number 1 Gold Trust. The 2 is Spirit in the Night, Tony Margata.
This horse got bet a couple of times. The 2-year-old comes back now. First start as a 3-year-old. Maybe they kind of figured it out.
Number 3 is J.J. Valentin.
This is a horse, J.J., I don't know where he's at. He's somewhere. There he is. J.J.'s adding blinkers. Getting Lasix for the first time, was not bet in the first 2 starts.
11th start for Jersey Greg Sacco.
Yeah, maiden 16s now is in here, and a maiden special weight New Jersey bred. I didn't need this one.
Fernando Ara is back. He's riding Ranunculus.
Yeah, this horse never really been bet, never really run much. Does have 1/3, beaten 6.
Thought this one was a little interesting. The 6 Navesink Pirate, who faced way better while not running well down at Gulfstream.
Yeah, entered a couple times in an open maiden special weight at Gulfstream during the championship meet.
The number 7 is a first-time starter, Kaz Megabank.
Looking at the siblings, this is another one. Looks like turf is what they're looking for.
The number 8 went by. The 9 Post Command. The 8 is Legendary Thunder.
Post Command, another one. Took some money on the first 2 starts. Maybe they've kind of figured it out now.
The 10 is Peeling Lad, going out for Ben Perkins with Carlos Marquez.
Was bet, but didn't do any running in those 2 starts at Laurel.
A lot of chances for Pine Alley, the 11.
Too many chances for me. Maiden 16 last time, but does switch to a very potent barn.
The number 12, Jasper's Pride, rounds out the field.
Never bet, never run.
Let's get more from Paul LaDuca.
Yeah, so an interesting race in here, right? Because when you look at the 3 in here, is the 3 getting the Paco Lopez treatment? I will say this, this is a horse that was 94 to 1, 62 to 1, is getting Lasix, getting blinkers for the first time. Paco took this horse away from the post parade immediately. He was already behind the starting gate before the last horse actually went through the parade. So I'm wondering if they just wanted to get him away a little bit, and I would think he's going to show a little bit of speed. And Paco being employed, I get it. I don't know how this horse is 9 to 2, but this horse might show some speed early in here. I thought the 8, and now the favoritism has gone. The 8 is the horse to beat when you look at the numbers in here. Big son of Frisian Fire. A lot of people forget who Frisian Fire was. He actually was the favorite in the Kentucky Derby. And he seems like he's had a little bit of gait issues. I know he's had a long layoff. Now, Rory Houston had a really rough trip yesterday off the layoff. So he looked ready, looks composed. We'll see if he's fit enough. I just thought he was the horse to beat in here. Now, the 1 is taking a lot of money here from Mike Deeney, who's known more for his turf runners, but this first-time starter is taking some money at 4 to 1. So I guess I wouldn't dismiss if you're playing some multis. And then the other horse, I think is getting dismissed. I don't know if the horse can win, but Claudio Gonzalez, Pine Alley, get into his barn, the 11 at 14 to 1. Good things happen when you enter that man's barn. So, I like the 8 on top here. I'm not giving you much at 5 to 2. I just thought it was really curious that Paco lands on the 3, and I do think the 11's got a big shot at 14 to 1.
Thanks a lot, Paulie. I'm going to try to get a little creative with the 6 Navesink Pirate. I know he's run badly, but he did show some speed last time, and he was running against legitimate horses in his races down in Florida.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a class thing. When you're trying to digest these New Jersey breds versus open versus maiden claiming and trying to understand who's who and where they are. But at 15 to 1 for a horse that at some point the connections felt like it made sense to run them in open company in Florida during the championship meet. It says something. Some of the horses that are kind of drawing my attention, I think the 2 is interesting. Spirit in the Night adds the blinkers, adds Lasix. I like when horses get bet on debut early in their careers. Now, the money is not always right, but the money comes because there's something bringing the money, whether it's something as simple as the trainers telling everyone the horse can run, or there's good works in the morning the clockers know, or there's pedigree, or there's a lot of different things. But when the money comes in a couple of occasions, you start to kind of trust that maybe there's something there, but they needed some time to figure it out, and maybe they figured it out over this time.
We'll see what happens. 12 are going postward. Paulie interested in the number 8. You like the 2, Spirit of the Night?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the 2, Spirit of the Night.
All right, we'll see what happens. 12 New York Jersey breds going 5.5 furlongs in race number 4 at Monmouth Park. Matt Dinnerman will have the call.
Ranunculus goes in. Navesink Pirate, Peeling Lad, post 10, goes in. Navesink Pirate waiting for him. 2 more runners behind the starting gate, Pine Alley and Jasper's Pride. Here's Pine Alley, Jasper's Pride to round out the field. We're ready to go.
Got it!
And they're off. Navesink Pirate wins the start, was out alertly. Pine Alley put into play early. Spirit of the Night is up close, and here's Gold Trust from the inside. Gold Trust, Spirit of the Night get acquainted on the front end. J.J. Valentine makes his way into third. Navesink Pirate right behind him. Then comes Pine Alley. Kaz Megabank to the inside, within 4 or 5 of the top runners approaching the forward turn run. Legendary Thunder is next with Jasper's Pride. 2.5 more to Jersey Greg, who's sent along from the 4th last position. Peeling Lad the Gray is 3rd last. Ranunculus drops to the back. Post Command was at the back of the pack early, is trying to circle the field, but has a lot of work to do as they come to the top of the stretch. On the inside, Gold Trust hugs the rails. Spirit of the Night right there battling. J.J. Valentine and the 3-path takes a short leave. Navesink Pirate coming on the scene on the extreme outside, and even farther out is Jasper's Pride with a huge effort today. Jasper's Pride on the grandstand side strikes the front, and it's Jasper's Pride at 14-1 going away under Jomar Torres to break the maiden stylishly. Navesink Pirate in the photo for second with Post Command, and 4th was either J.J. Valentine or Legendary Thunder.
I got excited, Jonathan. I thought I was going to get the money with Navesink Pirate there for a second. It ran very well, but was no match for Jasper's Pride. Is that Jamie Torres? Is that the Preakness winner?
So nice.
From the Preakness to a maiden claim, a maiden New Jersey bred race. Good for him.
Yeah, this is the horse in the post grade. I said, never bet, never run.
It's Jomar Torres, excuse me.
Okay, of course.
All right. Jomar rode here years ago. Remember, he was a 10-pound bug rider here. Does feel like I might have held second, but it didn't matter. I didn't bet any exactas.
Wow.
Probably a pretty big price. In the paddock for race number 4, kicking off the pick 6, $103,000 carryover. We'll be back with more after a quick break.
Nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness.
At the line, War of Will, that's a photo for the win. Hey, 650,000.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Now the sport of thoroughbred racing is combining those timeless traditions with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards of equine safety to the highest level. Wearable biometric devices measure subtle changes in a horse's stride to help optimize safety and performance. State-of-the-art imaging technology helps pinpoint areas of potential concern for early intervention by expert veterinarians. And the sport's new independent regulator, the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority, is using AI and enhanced data modeling to help prevent injury.
Opening quarter mile was a quick one.
From sunrise to sunset, there's an ecosystem of trust and care and a commitment to well-being. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. I'm Richard Migliore here in the paddock at the Belmont at the Big A meeting here at Aqueduct. We've got Andy Sterling, Jonathan Kinchin upstairs on the desk, and we've got a nice field going 1 1/8 here, nice hard-hitting allowance type horses. And we'll start down on the inside with the one Seeking Unity. Gets a good inside draw, very short run to that first turn. Just making a great physical impression here for trainer Rudy Rodriguez. Horse has won 2 times at the distance from 4 tries, 2 wins here at Aqueduct as well. So this horse obviously has a fondness for the surface and the distance and could not look any better from a physical perspective. We'll go to now to the Linda Rice, the Gus Rodriguez, Rudy Rodriguez's brother runner, in Mystical Curlin, making a really nice impression here. Another one that sports a win at the distance, but is 0 for 8 at Aqueduct. A couple of good efforts. Really nice impression. You could see the influence from Curlin, his sire, that big chestnut strapping kind of horse. And the 5, Paddington, from the Linda Rice barn. Obviously something went amiss back in October when this horse ran poorly in the slop under Dylan Davis. Does have a race previous going to Mount 8th at Saratoga that would be more than good enough to win. And this horse looks terrific coming off the bench. Sometimes you look at a horse, especially a big colt, another son of Curlin, and you go, hey, this horse might need a run or two to really get where he needs to be. I'm not seeing that. I mean, he does carry weight, but all in the right proportions. Big, strong-looking horse, and if he can get back to his better races over last summer, he would be certainly a major player here. But the sun's out, it's bright, it's warm. A lot of these horses are getting hosed down when they're coming into the paddock, just keeping their body temperature a little cooler. And so if you see a horse wet, it's not always because they're sweating. It's actually because they're getting hosed down before they put the tack on. Guys, back up to you.
Kind of hoping somebody would hose the MIG down there. Maybe we can work on getting that done. We got some possible candidates for that. The old 12-9-6 at Monmouth, as you saw, Jasper's Pride paid $30. My horse, Navesink Pirate, went from 15-1 to 6-1. I don't think I had anything to do with that. We'll talk about Mystical Curlin in here. I think my one concern with him is that he's 2 for 20 with 6 seconds. He's not really a winning type, but man, this race, which I'm looking back on, I was watching it on my phone out in a boat in the ocean just off Jamaica, because that's how sick I am. I remember this race well. He couldn't get by the leader, but the leader was pretty good in your Olympic Dreams.
Yeah, look, I mean, this horse is good, and he's come back and run well since then as well. But I understand where you're coming from. I mean, it's not like he's one that you can trust the most, but he does look the best on paper. And so where do you go with a situation like that? I mean, I think if you're playing on a budget, it's probably a horse that you want to lean on. If you're not, then I think you could try to get creative here and hope that second-itis kicks in again.
Doesn't he feel like the shortest price in the sequence at even money or less?
I would think so.
The one Seek and Unity was an MTO yesterday, did not get in, obviously, stayed in the turf. Comes off a win for Rudy Rodriguez and Romero, the 2 granddad's kids for Rainey Persaud and Trevor McCarthy.
Yeah, this is one he probably just seems a little overmatched in terms of his figures compared to the others.
The speedy Reddington goes out for Eddie Barker and Jose Gomez.
If he runs that race 2 back, he'll win this race, but it's a huge if.
The number 4 Mystical Curlin, the heavy favorite, goes out for Gustavo Rodriguez and Junior Alvarado.
Yeah, that last race, 3 horses have come back and won, but all 3 horses have run faster speed figures.
I got to think that Ben Dogg's thinking about the Suburban. He's been very, very good for trainer Bill Mott. Waiting on Paddington, Linda Rice off the layoff with Jose Lezcano.
We've been joking about this all day. The July 22nd race with this horse won by 8 was one of my most frustrating races from last year at Saratoga.
The 2 idiots up here thought that horse had no shot that day. The 6 is Bless America. Flavian Pratt went looking for another winner for Owen Gerber.
You know, a little sneaky getting on the dirt for the first time and taking some money here at 5-1, getting Lasix, you get Flavian. I guess if the rest of them don't show up, interesting. Sneaky money here.
He is. It's hard to see a ton of dirt pedigree on the dam side. He isn't into mischief, though. I'd love to pick against this horse, and I'm picking a lot of chalk today on the card. I couldn't try to beat this horse, and neither did you. Here's the question. Who is your backup? For me, it's the 5 Paddington off the layoff to get to it. I think for you, it's Reddington.
Yeah, for sure, Reddington. Like I said, that if he can run that race 2 back, but that was in a different situation, different trainer. It's a lot there.
Isn't he dead on the board at 9-1?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to take a look at the morning line. I can't believe he was the longest shot on the board.
4-1 morning line.
Yeah, he's tied to be the second choice, and I would have thought he would be because I have the same opinion with you. I think he's the logical other horse. It's kind of weird that he's this big a price.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with you. Let's see on the Will Pays. He is the 3rd choice. No, I'm sorry. No, he's the 4th choice in the Will Pays.
This is a horse that was purchased at auction for $120,000. After his start 2 back, he had been claimed for $20,000 going into that and had run very well. And Radina Stable and Wizard Stable teaming up for a horse. They're obviously optimistic of paid that money. Can Reddington wire the field, Richie? Is he going to be the main speed?
I do actually think he plays out to be the main speed. You look at the one-turn mile races he comes out of, especially two-back, when he ran so well into Kendrick Carmouche, and his speed was all intact, and I got to think that he's going to be the pace setter. I'm going with the one-horse Seeking Unity. I do think this horse has to improve a little bit, but I do think he's going in that direction. When I see horses coming off a hard-fought victory like he did last time, winning by a nose in a stretch-long battle, I always look to see, did they regress a little bit from a physical perspective? Did they lighten up? Did they tuck up? I don't see any of that with Seeking Unity. I see a horse that maybe is thriving on hard racing and moving forward, and he gets a good inside draw. And, I've been saying it a great deal. I'm a big Romero Mirage fan. He's got all the tools. He's really kind of coming into his own, and I think he's going to be a player here in New York over the next few years when, he's just going to kind of rise into his own. He's getting more and more and better opportunities, and he's making the most of them. I do think he sits a trip right in behind Reddington. The 5 Paddington's very interesting to me. This horse has shown very high ability. And then he kind of went sideways. And obviously he went to the bench for a reason. And if they've got him back to what he was last summer, that's going to make him super competitive here. And I like what I'm seeing from a physical perspective. But I'm going to go to the inside here with a horse a little bit on the come, that he has to improve a little bit. But I do think he's going in the right direction.
Well, Romero he's not there yet, but by the end of summer, he might be my favorite Mirage. Nice ride yesterday to get the money on Ruse, a horse who doesn't win that often. An excellent ride on him. He's gaining on Rajiv. He's not lacking in confidence, Jonathan.
Oh, yeah?
No.
Oh, that's good.
Very clearly considers himself the handsomest Mirage. Not that it's that hard.
Yeah. He's got some catching to do, though. Rajiv's got a few big races under his belt.
Rajiv, I tell you what, you forget, Rajiv won a lot. If it hadn't been, not for Ramon Dominguez, you could say about a lot of riders, but Rajiv had amazing years in New York, but he was just so dwarfed by Ramon that you noticed it, but you didn't maybe give it the credit that he deserved. And to win those races while Ramon was winning so often as well, they were an incredible 1-2 punch for a while. As far as Seeking Unity, my concern with him is he's going to be forward, so he's going to get past the Reddingtons and the Paddingtons of the world, and then he's going to hold off Mystical Curlin. I just don't think he's good enough to do it, but the public agrees with Richie. He's the second choice.
Well, that win, too, that last time that he won in his last race, the pace was not fast in that race when he was forward. There's no way he's going to be that comfortable this time around. And he's going to have a better horse running at him late in Mystical Curlin. So I'm in agreement. I just don't necessarily see how it pans out well for him.
I agree. You look at his race 2 back. What was his excuse that day? I think I bet him that day, and he had every chance to win it. And I know he lost by a head, but Grandpa's Kid ran him down. And doesn't Grandpa's Kid get even a little more pace in theory to run at today? Not that I like Grandpa's Kid, but I feel like the dynamics of this race might favor Grandpa's Kid more than they favor Seeking Unity.
And Grandpa's Kid's best race doesn't feel like it could beat Reddington, Mystical Curlin, or Paddington.
Yeah. I will say one thing about Romero. He is riding very, very well. He is not getting on horses that have to win, and he's getting the job done. He's really quietly ridden very well for quite a while.
And this is a very tough place to break into. It's a tough place for a jockey to break into when you have to deal with the likes of Flavian and Jose Lizcano and Luis Saez and
Irad Ortiz and Joel Rosario. And it's a who's who of some of the best riders in the game. And you even think, Junior Alvarado,
Kendrick.
riders. Yeah, right. It's so many good riders. Manny Franco is an exceptional rider. It's a colony that's not even easy in the winter, and then it gets much, much harder as the year progresses. Looking ahead a little bit, we were talking about other races, and it'll be interesting to see on Belmont Stakes weekend. There had been talk of Torpedo Anna running in the Belmont Stakes. How do they not go to the Acorn with her 1 1/8 this year?
Yeah, I mean, I know Kinney has been known to put a horse in an exciting, interesting
There's always the
place.
Epsom Oaks.
Right. I would be shocked if she didn't run in the Grade 1 Acorn.
She's good.
I mean, why would you not want to have a mare or filly or mare when they go on to their next career have a race like the Kentucky Oaks and the Acorn on their resume?
Well, if you really, I don't understand this we're going to face the boys thing. And if they want, why not go from the Acorn and run her in the Haskell?
Yeah, I think I don't have a problem necessarily with the fillies running against the boys when it completely makes sense. Like with Rachel and the Preakness, made sense. Rachel and the Haskell made sense.
Pick 6. We're all leaning on the number 4, Mystical Curlin. For me, the horse that I would try to get home in this sequence, to make the sequence, would be Smoky Smoky in race number 8, the Paradise Creek. I think that horse is really dirtied up a little bit and ran against a very, very promising horse in Good Lord Laurie in the debut and finishing second. Who's your key to get home in this? A little bit of value, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Coast Along in the last is interesting. Is one that that is not going to be favored 6-1 on the morning line. Is one that I want to try to get in the mix with. If John the Beer Man, the 3 doesn't run, I think that the 5 Coast Along is interesting.
Yeah, that's fair. Fair enough. Difficult sequence. A lot of smaller tickets are going to rely on the number 4 Mystical Curlin getting it done. Good luck, whatever you've done in here. And Richie's horse just keeps getting bet and Seeking Unity down to a clear-cut second choice at 7-2. And we are both surprised to see Paddington as big a price as he is. We'll see if the board knows. We'll see what it knows or it doesn't know. If they're heading into the gate, pick 6 carryover, double carryover, 103,000 kicks off in race number 4. Chris Griffin with the call.
There's Paddington going in. Bless America to the outside. Start of the pick 6. Favored Mystical Curlin. All set. Race 4. And they're off. Seeking Unity right to the front, and Bless America from the outside draw is going to be hung out about 4 wide here as Seeking Unity. Romero Mirage takes him into that first turn. There's Reddington in between horses to apply pressure in the 2 path. 3 wide is Paddington. No choice, but Bless America is going to try and tuck in. Is cornering wide. At the rail, it's Grandpa's Kid with Mystical Curlin now moving up. Is going to take that challenging 3rd position. They're chasing Seeking Unity. Seeking Unity's got the lead. Mild pressure from Reddington right to the outside here from 2nd. Mystical Curlin, the favorite, running up on heels now as they slow down the tempo. 24-1 for that opening quarter mile. Towards the outside, it's Paddington, who's now tracking in 4th, 2 lengths off the leaders. The 2 trailers, Bless America and Grandpa's Kid. The Seeking Unity's got the lead. It's Seeking Unity, just doling out the fractions with just very mild pressure here from Reddington towards the outside. Is back to within a neck of the leader as they really try to slow things down. 48-3, that half-mile time. Mystical Curlin, Junior Alvarado is right in behind the leaders, comfortable enough, is just stalking the top 2, with Paddington now being encouraged towards the outside from 4th. Bless America gets closer, the trailer, Grandpa's Kid. Still tightly bunched here as they work into the far turn. Seeking Unity's got the lead. Paddington's trying to make that move, and here comes Paddington toward the outside of Reddington, trying to get off of the inside. It's Mystical Curlin, the favorite, looking for a seam. It's still Seeking Unity and Paddington now as they get set to reach the top of the stretch. Mystical Curlin, called upon for the effort, is going to move to the outside. Paddington's going to get the jump. Paddington to the outside of Seeking Unity. Now Mystical Curlin in the clear with every shot to gun these 2 down. And here comes Mystical Curlin down the center of the racetrack. Paddington is fighting on towards the inside down to these 2. Mystical Curlin now with an neck in front inside the final 16th, and it's Mystical Curlin. The favorite will oblige to kick off the pick 6. Mystical Curlin gets the win. Paddington then came Seeking Unity and Reddington in 1 minute 50 seconds flat.
Well, there were some anxious moments around the turn when you had to ask yourself, would he get out and have any horse? But ultimately, didn't Mystical Curlin just work out a good trip under Junior Alvarado and prove best?
Really was a great ride.
Yeah.
Look, we watch this game a lot. We play this game a lot. This situation could have gone bad. It happens all the time where you have the best horse, you get stuck in behind, they try to go in between.
Taking that dirt.
and it can go wrong. Right here, you can tell he was going to run by. He was visually moving better than Paddington.
No, he was. He accelerated by him, got it done. Paddington ran very well, though, off the layoff.
Yeah.
You know, he got some position, and Junior did an exceptional job because while the 3 Reddington got left, Mystical Curlin didn't break that well, and I thought Junior did an exceptional job of getting him into that pocket and getting that good position with him. After a bit of a slow break, the number 1, Seeking Unity, was able to control up front. He just wasn't good enough.
No, and he didn't really have any excuse either. You know, Reddington broke a little bit slow, but even at the end of the day, if Reddington was who Reddington was 2 starts ago, he would have been where Paddington was in this race. I think Mystical Curlin was always winning, but I think Paddington ran pretty darn well.
Yeah, and I mean, when you go 24-23, 48-68, the 3 gets left. If you bet Seeking Unity, you can't have asked for anything more. At the end of the day, listen, and that's horse racing. Your horses have to be good enough. And the horse who many people leaned on in this sequence, we talked about it beforehand, probably the shortest price in the sequence. Mystical Curlin gets it done. Good luck if you're alive, but there's a long way to go. As I said to my friends, as we were rooting for OKC last night, even at halftime, I said there's a long way to go. Unfortunately, a little too long. We'll be back on America's Day at the Races in just a few moments. I got to tell you, when Paulie told me he made a sandcastle this morning at Monmouth, Jonathan, I had no idea how intricate it was. Now he's got a couple of his guys sort of tuning it up a little bit. That's pretty impressive work by him.
That just looks like something I could never, ever do. No matter how long I stayed there and tried.
I would agree with that. But at least unlike an ice sculpture, unless a big wave comes in, they're not going to eliminate it. The ice sculptures I don't get. The guy goes through all the trouble and then it melts. I mean, right?
You're right.
Chainsaw doing it. Bill Murray and Groundhog Day. Race number 5. They're on the track at Monmouth Park. The one Irish Bullam is scratched. The favorite right now, the favorite's on the outside as we expected. And this is the John J. Riley. I think there should be a John C. Riley, to be honest with you. Running right by you. Well, he ran right by him last time. Comes off the claim for Michael Moore.
Yeah, he just doesn't seem fast enough for what we're going to see with the 4 and the 7 horse.
2 for Michael Moore, not the movie director, that are cutting back in distance coming off layoffs.
I do think the cutback for this horse is probably their best angle, but I still don't think fast enough.
I love a cutback for a horse. The number 4, 4 Cents. It's interesting. He has not won in quite a while, but he has the recency over the favorite speaking.
I'm very interested to watch this race, to watch the 4 and the 7. They have similar styles, and they're both kind of the main 2. What's going to happen between the 2 of them?
On the come up, the number 5?
Yeah, I thought this horse ran okay last time, was involved in a very fast pace in a race that fell apart.
The 6 is Kaz Sweet Heist.
Kaz is just going to have to get faster to beat these top 2 horses.
I do love the Kaz horses, though. I got to tell you, I got a weakness for those horses. And the 7 is the favorite, Speaking, coming off a layoff of almost 9 months.
Yeah, comes in off a layoff, but he has run well fresh. And like Paul pointed out at the top of the show, this horse is a half the C Streak, who we saw opening weekend win that stake.
He's a cool horse. He really is. A Sea Wizard. I like him as a sire.
Well, the other thing I liked about C Streak is that's one of my favorite ways to get to Monmouth is to take the ferry.
Yeah, the ferry from downtown,
yeah,
right?
From downtown. It takes
They
you right.
still run that?
Yeah, yeah. It's fun. It's fun.
I
way to
remember
go.
way back, well before your time, when the legendary Pete Axthelm used to take the ferry down sometimes. Missed the axe. He left us too early. Mystical Curlin, the 4-5 favorite, gets a perfect trip and is able to get the job done to kick off our pick 6 and a popular win for a lot of players.
Absolutely. I mean, if you singled this horse or got started in a skinny way early, it's always relieving to just get that first one. Get that first one out of the way, and then you just got to find the rest of them. And when there's a carryover like this, the favorites don't hurt as bad. It doesn't feel like they hurt nearly as bad because there's just a little bit extra juice in there, a little bit extra money in there.
You don't worry about favorites. If you can get a price or 2 home in it, you'll make money with them. People act like you're supposed to be looking to bet against favorites. You got to use them as your friend. You got to make the right moves at different times. You don't need 6 favorites in a row, but you don't need to lose the pick 6 because some obvious horse won that you threw out sort of indiscriminately.
Unless you hate.
Oh, if you're way against the horse in that position, that's a different story.
But just saying the favorite's not great value is not a smart way to not use them in a pick 6.
Value in those sequences exists in shorter price horses. Paulie, help us out.
Well, I'm going to go to the outside first, and horse we'll start off with Speaking, last year's champ. And, a horse that's been off a while. And I was able to catch up with Eddie Owens Jr., who actually was an assistant trainer for Joe Orsino for 18 years and only took out his trainer's license in 2020, and he could flat out train. Now, this was Speaking's last race when he just ran off. And, I was talking to Eddie, and he goes, listen, I would try to take this horse out of company, went to the Gallant Bob. I thought he didn't really disgrace himself. And then after that, he bled a little bit. So I had to back off of him a little bit, and he said last time without Lasix, he responded great. He said he's been training tremendous in the morning, as you can see. So I think he's going to try to obviously speed pop this field, and he's gotten the better of his foe in here, No Sense, a couple times. And both of those horses outlooked the field. Let's just be honest. I mean, they outlooked the field on paper. They outlooked the field basically in the flesh, too. And Paco had his feet out of the irons of No Sense, and a horse that, if you look, has drawn the rail 3 of the last 4 times. So kind of has, I guess, been kind of forced. And I wonder what Paco's going to do. Is he going to try to go to the front end? Is he going to try to outquick, the 4? Does he sit? Paco plays that game a little bit, and he plays it well here. And now of the other horses in this race, if you're looking for any value, the 3 looked a little washed out. The 5 looked a little bit. I tell you what, of the other horses, the 6, the horse that's cutting back in distance, I thought looked the best out of the other ones in here. And maybe if they speed it up a little bit, this is the kind of horse that can maybe pick up the pieces for second or third. But I do think it's a 7 horses race to lose for Eddie Owens Jr. Speaking. So I'll go with the 7 here. But I do think the 6 might be able to close up into this trifecta.
All right, I like it. Paulie with a long shot filling out the try. The favorites are the ones to beat as they head over the gate. I got to tell you, if somebody said you had to bet somebody, I would take No Sense with the recency over Speaking.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I mean, you're getting a little bit of a better price. But this is one of those situations where I struggle with where, yes, I'm getting a better price on the 4, but do I feel like it still matches up with what I think the chances are? Yeah, sure, you're getting 9 to 5 instead of even money, but I don't know. I'd almost rather have the 7 at even money if they stay in those the prices, just because I like the outside draw for Speaking. Speaking's got that tactical speed, so Speaking's going to be able to dictate throughout the majority of this race.
Does it worry you a little bit that Speaking only ran 3 times last year, and now we haven't seen him for 9 months? You know what I mean? Isn't he a little bit concerning, all of the layoffs he's had? This is a horse that had a heavy load, but in the last year and a half, he's barely run.
Yeah, I mean, it's a concern. I guess if you have I guess if you have a really good Jersey bred, you kind of point to this meet.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point.
So maybe we see that at
That's
Oaklawn
why we're
all the
seeing
time.
we're seeing a lot of layoffs because
Right.
the Jersey breds haven't really been running. It's not like the old days when I used to take that trip down to Garden State Park. I was living in Brooklyn. My friend Gary and I would go down to Garden State Park and go down there because they would start turf racing like a week earlier. So like late March, the last week we'd go there. And let me tell you, a lot of people that have big jobs in this game started out working down at Monmouth Park. At Garden State Park back in the day, a track that is sadly gone, but it was really nice when they rebuilt it. Anyway, they're in the gate for the John J. Riley. Matt Tinnerman has the call.
Kaz Sweet Heist into the outside poster, even money favorites speaking. 8-5 for number 4, No Sense. We're ready to go. And they're off in the John J. Riley handicap. Speaking broke beautifully today and is up on the pace right away. Running right by you takes the second position. No Sense third in the early stages. Then on the come up, Kaz Sweet Heist to the outside, easing off that rival, is now second to last. That leaves Lemon Creek Louie to trail the field, and No Sense and Paco Lopez. No Sense wants to go, and Paco lets him roll to the front, and Speaking just came right back at him from the inside. So the two favorites hook up as they go into the four-turn run. They've opened up 2.5 lengths now. On the come up, running in third. Running right by you, calls it an afternoon, is plummeting back. Lemon Creek Louie taking the fourth position. Kaz Sweet Heist at the rear. Around the forward turn, No Sense Speaking. They're matching their motors coming to the top of the lane, and they are right together, deadlocked as they come off the turn. Speaking and Jairo Rendon on the inside. Paco Lopez imploring No Sense to keep going, but Speaking has too much in the tank. Speaking opening up now too. No Sense couldn't keep up. Kaz Sweet Heist in the third, but it's the fast, consistent, and ultra-talented Speaking to win the John J. Riley handicap. No Sense was second, Kaz Sweet Heist third, Lemon Creek Louie fourth.
Paul LaDuca gave it to you, the 2x2x1 triple with Kaz's Sweet Heist making out the try, but I like No Sense. Speaking brushed him off like a gnat.
I will say this, though. Paco did everything in his power with the 4 No Sense by getting outside of the 7. If he wouldn't have done that, this would have been even a more dramatic win for the 7 Speaking, in my opinion. I thought Paco did everything he could, but just was no match for the 7 Speaking.
Paulie standing by with the winning trainer of the number 7 Speaking.
All right, son. I am with Eddie Owens Jr. with the winner here, Speaking. And you know what? Kind of broke out of the gate. Then Paco decided to go, and your horse responded quickly.
Yes, he's a very nice horse. I wish we could run on Lasix and you see the true him. He's a very nice horse. But we'll see what comes up next.
Eddie, this has got to be great. I mean, you had the horse of Sea Wizard. This is half to that horse, too, as well. I mean, you got some nice horses that you've been rolling in. You've only had your trainer's license since 2020, and you got some nice Jersey breds.
Yeah, I think we are about the best Jersey breds in here, but Chuck Spina got some good ones, too.
Yeah, Chuck Spina ran in the last race. Eddie giving him a little love, but the John G. Riley will go to Eddie Owens Jr.
We should have a John C. Riley in New York. If we got a John C. Riley in Saratoga, we get him to come up, do you think? He should be a racing fan, don't you think?
Yeah, I would think so.
He should.
Yeah, I'm in.
Speaking was good. Speaking absolutely dominated here coming off the layoff, and hopefully he ended up at 3-5 and even money. But Paulie with a 55-1 shot to make the try. All you got to do is go 2x2x1. Got to pay okay, right?
Yeah, I think so. That's probably, I mean, you'd like to think that...
Longest shot on the board?
Yeah, for sure.
I mean,
Helps.
sometimes you got to find a way to be creative that you talked about. And I think sometimes people do underutilize the fact that, they're so focused on pick 5s and they miss out on pick 3s and even doubles, as you say, or exactas and tries. There's ways to use those bets, and I think you have to let your opinion sort of dictate how you want to play a race.
Well, I think that we've all learned this game by spending those long hours handicapping the races. And I think once you get comfortable handicapping, I've actually challenged people to spend less time handicapping and more time on your ticket construction and finding wagers and ways to play those opinions.
Well, one of the reasons I find the the Breeders' Cup Betting Challenge, which I know you've played very well. You had some success in it?
Yeah.
You second one year?
Second twice.
Yeah, which is twice, which is remarkable. That's one that combines both your handicapping and your betting acumen. Our friend Nick Tamaro finished third in it as well. And I always feel like that's the one that really is a separator, is that try. Well, you got $22.80 for $2. Not bad. And so you had to bet twice, so you got to 4-1 for your money to go 2 for 2-1 to beat the rest of the field.
Nothing wrong with that.
This was fun. Should we do this again sometime?
Yeah. I mean, it's not over yet.
And we've been on for 3.5 hours ago. We absolutely don't hate each other yet. Now listen, we do have a subway ride going home, but it has been a lot of fun. There's some good racing to come. Sarah Al-Badwi and Greg Wolf will be joining you from this set here. Jonathan and I are out of here. It's been a lot of fun. A lot more to come, though. 5 races, including the Paradise Creek, as well as the action from Monmouth with Paula Duca and the MiG sticking around. We'll see you after a quick break.
The rumbling started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions. Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and sales rate, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Exalted, Beyond Brilliant, Gear Jockey, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. By the legendary Candy Ride. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire again in 2023 with standouts like Barrage at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
Warsaichi dominant on the dirt at Finger Lakes.
Warsaichi has scampered well clear. Warsaichi all the way with the top spot.
And Danzig Queen on the tap of the surface at Woodbine.
And Danzig Queen will come away and win by a length.
Consistently producing winners on dirt, turf, and synthetic. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Welcome to those just joining us on Valley Sports SoCal San Diego. Those already with us on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day of the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Happy Sunday to everybody out there watching with us. It's on to that third and final leg of the Triple Crown, now 3 weeks away, and we have not had a Triple Crown on the line since Justify swept the series back in 2018. Greg Wolf, Sarah Al-Badwi with you. We'll look back on Saturday's Preakness, look what's ahead for the Belmont at Saratoga and who's planning to show up.
It'll be a historic event, of course. We won't have that Triple Crown on the line, but really looking forward to seeing who shows up and who the main players will be at this first time Belmont in Saratoga.
Let's get into the Sunday late pick 5 here in South Ozone Park, New York. We're going to kick things off on the turf, sprinting 6 furlongs here at Belmont at the Big A. State bred, New York bred, $40,000 maiden claiming race, and it's Starlight Dancer, one of the class droppers in the field, who is the 2-1 favorite, not far behind the 6, another one dropping in class.
These two horses really seem to be the ones that make the most sense coming into this field, but a competitive group overall.
This one intriguing as well, Learning to Fly, another class dropper here, moving to a new barn.
Lots of changes for this horse, making a trainer switch, making that drop in class as well.
First time on turf next door. It's My Kind of Mischief.
This horse could be a part of the pace, has been very forward on the dirt, and if she can translate that speed, she could do better than it looks in here.
Romero Mirage on the 2. Jose Gomez on another first-time turfer who has
Dirt speed, going to cut back in distance, the 3-hour reward.
Not a ton of turf pedigree going on, but the one sibling was 1 for 13 on the grass.
Second time out, Just Heart gets turf for the first time.
And this is a sire that is only trying to become the second one to win in a turf sprint.
My Cara, Mia Mine, over 15, excuse me.
Plenty of opportunities for this one, but some of the figs do contend with the others in this field.
There's one of the main players in the race. Dropped down in class, first time maiden claiming, Superstar Susan.
And a horse that if you just think she isn't capable of running on the dirt, her turf race puts her right in the mix.
Turf debut, Rialta, had a big price.
It was a tough 2-year-old New York bred maiden special race. She was in at Saratoga, but we have not seen her since.
Thought this one interesting. Out of the Cloud, gets Lasix for Pat Quick.
Only one try on the grass, and it was a route of ground, so doing something new in here.
Some good synthetic efforts, though, too, and could be forward potentially. Luminate, first-time starter.
This is a sire, Delio Frick, who's only 1 for 31 with his debut runners. Maybe a wait-and-see approach.
And then Starlight Dancer, the one to beat right now. 5-2, Arad Ortiz Jr., Michelle Nevin, 3-year-old debut coming up.
And no surprise to see these connections taking money, particularly with Irad Ortiz at junior aboard, but is dropping in class for the first time.
Let's head downstairs, see how they look on track with a man who's won more races here than any rider, Richard Migliori.
Hey, Greg. Hey, Sarah. Good to have you guys on set. I'm going to talk about a couple of long shots hailing from the Bruce Brown barn to start. Now, I am a big Bruce Brown fan. I think he does a tremendous job. His horses always look really good, and these two are no exception. The 3, I'll Reward, and the 4, Just Heart. Both of them trying turf for the first time. Being by Canteros, 5-year-old mare, I think Our Reward has the look of a horse that may move up on the turf. She does have to, definitely has to move up to be competitive here, but made a real nice physical impression, particularly in the paddock. The 4, Just Heart, by that horse, Reedsdale, Sarah was talking about. Reedsdale out of a mare named Harpia, who was an absolute stone freak sprinting for John Kimmel and Juddmonte Farm. I had the great pleasure of riding her to a couple of nice stakes victories, but she was better on the dirt. Didn't do as well on the turf, but I loved the way Just Heart warmed up. Bowed her head, really framed up beautifully. Loved the mechanics of her stride. Feel like she'll take to the turf. And Ramon Vasquez hasn't gotten off the mark yet, but I don't think it'll be too long before he's a very good rider. I hope he doesn't get discouraged because he's going to get his opportunities, and he's a rider that will make the most of them. The 8, Out of the Cloud, is very interesting to me. I feel like it's the Goldilocks effect here, right? Try dirt, synthetic, one-time try turf, was long. I thought that race was actually a good effort. Now gets to sprint on the turf. So maybe it's a matter of everything being just right, like that Goldilocks effect. And then the 10, Starlight Dancer. War Dancer's just been a tremendous sire, particularly with turf runners. This horse's first start was really good. Drops in class coming off the layoff. And a standout from a physical perspective. Her dapples have dapples. And you get Irad Ortiz Jr. to boot for Michelle Nevin.
To hurt your price just a little bit more, as the top rider in the country usually does. No question. Starlight Dancer is the one to beat, but coming off the bench, this is the 3-year-old debut. Not a, obviously if there was a lot of ability, it wouldn't be a drop in class, but looks imposing here.
And look, there are questions to answer for this horse, but when you look at what this one originally cost, as well as the stud fee for War Dancer, her sire, it's not as much of a negative drop down in class as it might seem at first glance, because they only paid $3,000 for this horse at auction. So if this one is in for a tag for the first time for the $40,000 price, you're still going to do okay and not really lose out too significantly if this horse were to win and be claimed today.
So 2-1 favoritism from that outside post, Michelle Nevin barn with Irad Ortiz Jr. This looks like the main competition. Superstar Susan getting Lasix. Let's go back to September 15th, the only turf try.
And she does break okay out of the gate, but ultimately she loses some position early on in this race and is just fairly far back early. She's second to last right now, and this is one of those turf sprints where you just don't want to be in that position going into the first turn or at any point really early on, especially because we don't see paces heat up all that significantly around here most of the time. And when she does switch out, she does start picking off horses one by one, as you can see the move starting to be made right in here, and ultimately ends up flattening out. But I thought there was a little bit of ability, a little bit of run shown after being so far back early on, and now she's getting that class relief as well.
See, the rail was way out as well, so had to go extra wide. maybe give her a little extra credit for that as well in her only turf start.
I think so, and I think this is a situation where now taking that step, progressive movement from 2 to 3, she is making that first start as a 3-year-old, only the second one on the grass, and getting that class relief as well. There are lots of things to like about this one as an alternative to your favorite, and really it does seem like these two, and then a lot of unknowns after them throughout the rest of this field.
How far off, I mean, Learning to Fly, dropping 2, how far off did you see Learning to Fly from those two?
This one I didn't really get a good read on just because she comes out of the same race as the number 6 Superstar Susan, and while she did finish a couple behind her, she didn't really do that much running through that race whatsoever. And while there are a lot of changes being made with this horse, I would have just liked to see a little bit more, and I thought from Superstar Susan we did see a little bit of run going on.
3-1 right now. There she is. Lane Luzzy rides. Dad Mike, who competed against the MIG on the circuit for so many years, his agent now. So they're Team Luzzy teaming up together. Neat to see. And then here's the one to beat. Now Rad Ortiz Jr. again for Michelle Nevin. Diamond M Stable, and clearly the horse to try and beat. This sequence I thought was really tough if you're playing this pick 5 today. And maybe this one of the races where you can try and get a little leaner.
I think so, and I think that most are alive after the first leg of this double carryover pick 6. Mystical Curlin, a popular winner of the first leg. From here on out, things get much trickier, I believe. This was a race where I think you could just use the 6 and the 10, but going forwards, you'll want a little bit more coverage in the next 2 races, I think.
This 8, a little interesting, though. Mig pointed this one out as well. Horse has been good sprinting on synthetic, and now it's the second try on grass, but first try sprinting on grass for the 4-year-old comeback, and we'll get Lasix for the return. Late pick 5 on the Sunday card. Belmont at the Big A on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Begins right here. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin to kick us off.
Luminate goes in. Thanks, Greg. One more to go here to kick off the late pick 5. Luminate just hesitates briefly. Luminate and Starlight Dancer to the outside. Last to load. There's Luminate. And Starlight Dancer. 2-1, Starlight Dancer. Goes in. All set. And they're off, hopping in the air at the start with Just Heart, the early trailer. Speed from in between horses, Our Reward, right out to the front, drifts out to the center of the course, and the rail is open here for Learning to Fly, who's going to push on through. My Kind of Mischief is in the early stages as well. Those 3 across the course. Just off of them is going to be Out of the Cloud, who's well settled into 4th, is 4 lengths off the leaders. My Cara Mia Mine is now tracking from 5th. Further back in the field comes Rialta. To the outside of Rialta, there is Superstar Susan. Towards the back end, Just Heart. Starlight Dancer is at the back with Luminate. They've got to be already about 8-9 lengths, the 2 trailers, and they went 22 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. To the inside is Learning to Fly, who's got the lead. My Kind of Mischief ranging up on the outside. My Cara Mia Mine. Eric Cancel just looking for a way through. Red Cap's got run, nowhere to go. Towards the outside there is Our Reward as they try to split rivals in between horses. Here comes My Cara Mia Mine. Grandstand side there is Superstar Susan. Also Just Heart is right in behind them and weaving in traffic. Rialta dives down towards the inside. It's a scramble on, but My Cara Mia Mine has taken the lead. Just Heart towards the outside. Superstar Susan flying on late. Starlight Dancer running out of time. My Cara Mia Mine will get the victory at 8-1. It's My Cara Mia Mine who wins it over Just Heart, Rialta, and a flying on late Starlight Dancer. Final running time, 1:10 and 1.
8-1 upset to start this late pick 5. My Cara Mia Mine. Eric Cancel for the Mitchell Friedman barn. 0 for 15 coming in.
And this one at least had those numbers on the grass to make you think that she at least appreciated turf sprinting overall. And while it had taken her a significant amount of time to finally break through, there were a lot of unknowns in this field. A lot of horses trying this surface for the first time, dropping in class for the first time. She was the known commodity. You kind of knew what race you were going to get from her. And Eric Cancel found a nice split to be able to save that ground, split between horses, and really draw away with something left.
8-1 upset. Starlight Dancer was so far back early underneath a Rad Ortiz Jr. as the favorite. Then Superstar Susan made that big move did not get out of the gate great. We're going to show it to you right now. The 4 broke awfully awful as well, but the 6, not a great beginning with Lane Luzzy.
No, but at the same time, Just Heart is a horse that didn't break and was further back and was able to close in for second and still go wide. So I don't want to give her too many excuses, as the 4 did save some ground early on, but ultimately did tip out, and I thought ran a better race overall.
Winds up second despite that hop at the beginning of the race at 17-1. So 5-4, 7-10, 17-1, 21-1. Underneath an 8-1 upset winner. Again, to start off this late pick 5 on our Sunday card. My Cara Mia Mine, 5-year-old mares who are 0 for 15. You don't usually say, oh, let's take a shot here. You probably had to go a little deeper to try and find this one to start off the sequence. But the 2 top choices, they did not bring their A game.
No, they did not. And a couple of long shots rounding out the trifecta in here, Just Heart as well as Rialta. But you're right, this is not a horse that you would really think of too much to use on your ticket. The upside, it was gone, but she got the victory today.
Late pick 5 begins with an 8-1 shot on this Sunday card. My Cara Mia Mine at 8-1 to kick things off.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honoree P is full out now, second on the outside, and they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage. America's Day of the Races on Fox Sports 2, regional networks across the country. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all. Go to NyraBets.com, get signed up, started, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Hopefully those of you who did play this late pick 5, they're still alive after an upset with My Cara Mia Mine at 8-1 here to begin the sequence. 5-year-old mare who was 0 for 15 coming in, wins off the bench. She hadn't raced since July last summer at Saratoga. Let's head downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, My Cara Mia Mine. Nice ride, Eric Cancel. Eric, you've been riding the turf really well since the turf reopened this year. You just seem like you're being very patient, saving ground where you can, and finishing very strong.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just, like you said, just riding very confident, patient. a lot of the horses that I've been riding, they've been able to help me out with that, so I'm just taking advantage over it and I'm getting it done.
Eric, how important is it, though, that confidence level you talk about? When you're winning, doesn't it feel like that success breeds more success?
Yeah, to be honest, it's a big energy boost for everybody, I mean, you want to try to keep on winning, especially in a meet like this, where all the good riders are back. And it's not that easy, but it just makes you stay focused and keep on being hungry for more.
Well, I thought the trip went well. The easiest part of riding her maybe was during the race, because afterwards, when she came back, she was a bit of a handful, and you kind of had to hit the eject button there.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't really expecting it from her. As soon as they took the blinkers off, she just shot out of there. I mean, went back and landed on my feet, but I was ready for it.
Well, I think you got a 10 from the judges on the landing.
Well, at least that was a good thing.
Congratulations. Well done. And guys, you've always got to stay on your toes. Just because the race is over doesn't mean that you can completely relax.
An unintentional Frankie Dettori move right there. That gets to be a dangerous situation. Glad he's okay. You always have to be on high alert. Pre-race, post-race, doesn't matter.
No moment to relax or think that your guard can be down, and I think that's his own version of the Frankie Dettori flying dismount right outside the winner's circle.
Nearly stuck the landing, too.
Very impressive.
$18.20, 8-1 upset to start this late pick 5. So career start number 16, off about 10 months away. Gets the victory here to start off this late pick 5 here in the 5th. Belmont at the Big A. Let's go to Monmouth, check in on race 6. We're about 3 minutes away from the 6-furlong sprint coming up. Condition $7,500 claiming race. And it's the 6. Subway Susie. Taking a lot of play right now at 5-2, current favorite. And taking a sizable drop in class. We start with Army of Thoughts, one of the speeds.
Yeah, this horse should be forward from the inside. Wayne Potts off to a solid start at the Monmouth meet, dropping a little bit in class as well.
Amy Mule, Fernando Hara, 5-1 next door.
And this one coming in from Tampa, also taking a little bit of a drop in class.
Got more pace with Buchanera, Kathleen O'Connell trains.
A winner 2 starts ago, also coming in from Tampa.
The lightweight in the field. This is Special Affair, blinkers on.
Kind of that wild card, because the only dirt start was going a mile and now cuts back in distance.
Yeah, and a stakes race too, so interesting to see what that one can bring. Sprinting, maybe it gets a little bit easier. Derby Gift, more speed.
Yeah, there's plenty of speed signed on in this race. We need to improve a little bit.
There's a favorite.
As you mentioned, very sizable drop in class. The number last time puts this one right in the winner's circle.
Made Birdie, Claudio Gonzalez trains.
Park Shipper coming in, needs to get a little bit faster, compete with top contenders.
And Capture This, biggest price on the board at 20-1.
But he's trying something new, has never sprinted on the dirt before, so maybe one to consider underneath.
Minute to post. This race going to kick off the Sunday cross-country pick 5. So get those tickets together on your Naira Bets account. Good luck to everybody playing. How did you feel about this race to start it off with Subway Susie? Feel like it sets up good for her with all that speed in here?
I think so. I think you're dealing with a situation where you do have a couple of horses that really do want to show that forward position. She is the horse that just makes sense from a class standpoint, especially with that race last time out. It was a sloppy sealed track at Oaklawn, but she ran better than it looks on paper. I mean, a 53 buyer could get the job done in this field, even though it may not look like it at first glance. And she is also going second off the claim. That was a wet track last time out. Now getting back to a fast track against a field like this, she makes a lot of sense. And I think that she's a horse that if you're playing this cross-country pick 5 seriously, she's not going to be left off your tickets. But I would also throw in the 1, Army of Thoughts as well, a horse with that speed from the inside for a barn that is going well.
Our feature, we're going to get to it later, that 8th, Paradise Creek, that closes out this its anchor leg of this cross-country pick 5. How'd you feel about that race?
It's a race where you have to decide what you're doing about Sketch first and foremost, because that is the horse who's going to be your favorite, who makes a lot of sense. The European runner had his first start here in the States at Churchill Downs, ran on a little bit, but ultimately wasn't really bet that day like he was supposed to be a good thing. And now coming into this spot, this is a horse that's going to take a lot of action. I kind of like the number 9, Smoky for the Mike Maker barn towards the outside, a horse that could be forward and has really only sprinted on the turf one time. That was on debut, and that was behind Good Lord Lori, who we saw recently come back and win a stakes race.
A lot of love for that horse in that race today. It seems like everyone's taking Smoky. I thought Summer and Adrienne as well was an interesting horse. It didn't get away great last time out. You can play this cross-country pick 5 at NyraBets.com. Get signed up, started if you have not already. Again, right there, NyraBets.com. It starts here, races 6, 7, and 8 from Monmouth, part of the sequence. So final few moments to put something together. And a tough read in here with these lower level races. Certainly who's going to be the quick of the quick as well. But Subway Susie, it's a big drop going for 39 winners and 2 last starts with some of these have been facing.
And with drops like that, you do always have to wonder why. Why is this happening, and what does this mean for connections? And while you can look at the fact that this was a horse that was raised up in class quite a bit in her last start after being claimed for $12,500, now she's being offered for a very small percentage of what that is, $7,500. So obviously they had some ambition. It didn't work out. She's being brought back down to a more realistic level, but they're not making money on this claim.
And back to the 4, just that one dirt start. It was a $65,000 stakes race at Gulfstream. Purse here is $17,000. So sprinting for the first time on dirt.
Blinkers on.
LASIK stays on and gets in as the lightest weight runner in the field too, with a 5-pound apprentice. So just carrying 112 pounds. We'll see. This horse 6-1 right now, the 4.
I think that's the horse to bet. Truly within this race, because that's the one that you're getting the best value on at the moment, that has the much needed upside coming into this race based on who this one has faced on the dirt.
Late pick 5 starts here as well from Monmouth and the cross country pick 5. Matt Dinnerman with the call.
Capture this. To the outside goes in. We're ready to go. And we're off. Derby Gift bounce into the bridle right away from the gate and strides in front, clears off in the early part, 1.5 lengths in front. Capture this running in second. Bucanera now taking that position. Here's Army of Thoughts down on the inside, rushing forward to be part of the pace. Army of Thoughts from midfield striding up level with Derby Gift. Bucanera has to tap on the brakes off of heels, is running in the 3rd position with a half mile to go. A gap of 2.5 to capture this. A similar margin to Made Birdie, sent along in mid-division. Special Affair right behind her. Amy Mule at the back with Subway Susie as they round the far turn. Bucanera in the 3-path makes an early move to the front. Army of Thoughts, a neck behind now in second. Derby Gift retreats to 3rd while under pressure, and then comes Capture This. 5th, 5 lengths off the lead, plotting in place at the top of the lane. Bucanera, Army of Thoughts coming back at her. Army of Thoughts and Bucanera side by side in the final 3/16. Bucanera has the lead now, starts to open up. 1.5 lengths in front. Army of Thoughts not going to get there. Made Birdie trying to come on the scene late. Down on the inside, Subway Susie charging from the back. Bucanera's in front by 2 a length, a half length, but she is going to find the wire in time. Bucanera, Made Birdie lunged, but has to settle for second. Then Subway Susie, Amy Mule.
Bucanera with the victory to start things off here. Kathleen O'Connell to kick off the cross-country pick 5.
And a diminishing margin of victory, as this one was tiring after being a part of that pace early on and putting away all others that wanted to have that forward position. But a sharp claim or sharp trainer change here, as this one did win 2 starts ago. Didn't quite fare as well as the favorite last time out, as part of a pace that really came apart, but was able to outlast everyone else today.
Made Birdie trying to get there and made it interesting late, but Bucanera enough to finish and get the second win of her career to start off again this late pick 5 at Monmouth and the cross country pick 5. We'll give you the prices when we come back. 6-1, I believe. Yeah, 3-7, 6-2 on Bucanera. The coach, he's a legend. He does it again. And he does it with a 25-year-old rider who he has been mentoring and pushing to be his best. We'll have the story of Seize the Gray next.
Followed Volatile in front as they pass the 16th pole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt, 1 by 2 lengths.
Tremendous amount of talent with his win in the Vanderbilt, as well as a couple of his wins at Churchill Downs. Ran unbelievably fast. Very special family to me.
Perfect sire for 2-year-old sales. Just a gorgeous horse and throwing very athletic horses that I think will run.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
But it's all Pinehurst.
Grade 1 winner at 2.
Very impressive in the runaway Del Blanc Maturity.
Graded stakes winner at 3.
Pinehurst so gutsy.
The highest earning son of Twirling Candy.
Pinehurst lasted home to win it for the United States.
Bred on the same cross as Gunrunner. Pinehurst, standing at Womack.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races. And it's Bucanera to kick off the cross-country Pick 5. Late Pick 5 at Monmouth as well for trainer Kathleen O'Connell. Melissa Iorio in the irons for the win, holding off that late charge of Made Birdie.
This is the one that did all of the dirty work, was really up close and on the pace, that started to come apart in the later stages, was able to hold on until the very end, although it was getting close at the very, very wire.
Again, 6-1 on Bucanera to start things off. We'll get you those prices shortly. Big day, of course, in Baltimore. We learned we will not have a Triple Crown on the line when we get to the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. But we got a new face in the mix. And Dwayne Lucas, he is a legend for a reason. And the young rider that he decided to stick with, credit to him. He got a lot of calls asking for a change after that win on the Pat Day Mile. And he said, I'm going to stick with Jamie Torres, and it paid off.
It did, and he was aggressive out of the gate with this horse. When we kind of were asking, how would this pace end up playing out in the Preakness with the scratch of Muth, a horse that we all expected to be forwardly placed? Imagination giving Frankie Dettori some trouble getting out on the turn, not able to secure that forward position and really challenge Seize the Gray maybe as much as he liked. Mystic Dan, he sat in the right kind of spot, just like he did in the Derby, right behind the speed, but Seize the Gray able to hold everyone off. And really, I thought Catching Freedom, the only one making up significant ground from the back of the pack to photo with Mystic Dan and get third.
Credit this horse, though, on the front end. I mean, he was finding more late, too, and pulling away from this group. And Dwayne Lucas said if the Belmont Stakes was tomorrow, he would be there. Remember, again, Saratoga this year, it's 1.25 miles. Says this horse is very, very dangerous and capable at that 1.25 mile distance. So as of right now, it sounds like the plan for him is to move on.
And we'll see if Mystic Dan ends up joining that fray, and we'll see if we have that rematch of the Derby and Preakness winner, as well as some others coming into the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. You know, with Wayne Lucas, he will run his horses if they are able.
7th Preakness for Dwayne Lucas, 15th Triple Crown victory in here. And Paul, we bring in Paulie now, 88 years old. And he's able to do this, spanning his first and his most recent Preakness wins 44 years apart.
It kind of leaves you speechless. And, you know, I've been very, very fortunate to go down to Oakland the last couple of years and get to know Dwayne Lucas a little bit more than I ever did. And he's just a lovable person, still gets on his pony at age 88, goes around with a cane, but won't let you see you with the cane if you do an interview with him. And You know, Seize the Gray's a horse that's been going in the right direction. And let's be honest, okay? This is a horse that as soon as he broke out of the gate, he grabbed that racetrack. And you go back and you look at his races, you kind of look, okay, he had run some decent races on sloppy racetracks. But when he broke out of the gate and he got to the front end, I just kept looking at his sire. And, like, listen, Arrowgate lit up Saratoga when he won the Travers. And, listen, we lost him way too young as a sire. And I wouldn't disagree with anybody, obviously, with Mr. Lucas's stature, because these Arrowgates seem like they want to go farther, and this is a horse that seems like he keeps on improving. And I got to give kudos to Mystic Dan. You know, everybody's always going to say, you know, he had the trip in the Derby. You know what? He's a good horse that makes his trip, and I'm in agreement, actually, with Sarah. You know, Catching Freedom, I thought, ran a sneaky, really good third up into a pace. The three best horses ran 1, 2, 3. But you can't take nothing away from Seize the Gray. This is a horse that is getting better and better, and if you look, has run well over fast tracks, synthetic, and mud.
Exciting new face now, part of this 3-year-old picture, and it's good to see. So, you know, in terms of Mystic Dan, Kenny McPeak, pretty funny, said he's a definite maybe for the Belmont Stakes, so we'll see if he does wind up showing up or not. But McPeak also has the filly, Torpeda Anna, who's still in the mix that he's thinking about sending there as well. Would be a $50,000 supplement if she does go. Look at those wins that are 44 years apart in the Preakness. Codex back in 1980, and now Seize the Gray, bringing him number 7.
Just incredible, the legacy over the amount of time that he's been able to stay so relevant with some of the best horses winning these classic races. And even a couple years ago, Secret Oath, another Arrowgate, able to take the Kentucky Oaks and really keep him in the main spotlight as a trainer. Seize the Gray had won the Pate Mile before that, comes in off of 2 weeks rest as well, and now he's on the trail for the Belmont Stakes.
And Jamie Torres, just an incredible story. We'll talk more about him coming up, but 25 years old. He's only been riding for 2 years. 5 years ago, he was sitting at home watching TV in Puerto Rico and said, I want to do that. And all of a sudden now, riding just a couple of years, he's a Preakness winner. Just incredible.
I mean, that just shows you that anything is possible in terms of what you want to accomplish and achieve. He was able to do that in such a short span of time. He could do anything now.
Follow your dreams. He's inspiration, certainly, with what he just achieved. Yesterday, our feature, The Vagrancy, here at Belmont at the Big A. And sort of forgotten in this race. It's a Grade 1 winner as a 2-year-old who ran in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. She hadn't had races, though, that kind of showed that she was going on. But now with this performance, she's actually undefeated, 4 for 4 sprinting on the dirt.
And when you think about how simple it sometimes is as graded stakes horses win graded stakes races, it looked a little silly that she was the longest shot in this field, especially after that victory that she had last time out, winning with an 88 Beyer speed figure in her return to dirt sprinting. And that was the first time she had done that since that victory in the spinaway, so able to extend that win streak dirt sprinting, get the victory in here. And I thought that this was a very game effort because she was close to the pace. Other pace players were falling off, and she's held off a run from the late closing Big Pond as well.
Maybe her career best performance, even though she is a Grade 1 winner. And it's tough because that year that she competed in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, and she was second in that race. That was one of just historically the least
productive
worst groups. I mean, I think she might have been the first one to ever come out of that race, and the only one maybe to win out of that race.
Raging Sea.
Okay, there were that's right. That was the first. So there were only, I think those were the only two,
and then
though.
Chop Chop, but on synthetic and turf. So.
Okay. It was
not much going on.
Historically unproductive.
Yes.
But Leave No Trace, 4 for 4, sprinting on the dirt. And I don't want to give up either, too, on the runner-up in there. Big Pond looks like she has a lot of talent and still could move forward.
I think that's exactly what they're thinking with her as a horse that came in for the Belmont Barn for the first time, was able to make that run for second, a horse that had primarily faced California breds and run well, but did have a Grade 1 placing coming in.
So as our feature from yesterday, we'll see what's next for Leave No Trace. I know connections were excited about her and what she could do, and she lived up to it with that performance. As we move on to race 6. And start the late pick 4, 6 furlongs, 50,000 starter allowance. I thought this race incredibly tough. People love entries. You get 2 for 1, and both do have a chance to win, 9-5 right now.
They do. They're both horses that are stepping up a little bit in class, though, and maybe being a little bit overbet.
Here's Awesome City, who does get the rail. It's Wayne Potts claiming off of Gerald Bennett last time out.
First off the claim in dirt sprints, Wayne Potts does have a decent percentage, winning at 20%.
Post 4 for the other half of the entry high heat. It was just claimed as well.
And this one going out for Orlando Noda under Rad Ortiz Jr. This one will have to get a little bit quicker.
John Terranova trains Giants Fire with Lane Luzzy.
I don't think this horse is impossible. Did finish second as the favorite last time out, but that was first time in for a tag.
Way too big a price. I thought it was a major player of the two. Here's Look at Super, Michelle Nevin.
This horse ran well 2 starts ago and is second off a layoff.
Riders Special, Manny Franco, 5-1.
First off the claim for Rob Atras, a barn that is heating up.
Good reunion, career best effort last time out, and now trying to win 3 in a row.
Took some time to break that maiden in dead heat fashion, but did return with a victory.
Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano will team up with Play, who just won a maiden claimer.
First time versus winners, but this horse should be forward, and that could help him here in this spot.
And can't beat the Rock, another contender outside, Ramon Vasquez for David Jacobson.
The return to turf wasn't even a bad experiment last time out. Finished third at a big price, and now he gets back to a surface where he's done most of his successful running.
All right, so let's look at Play. 9-5 favoritism now. No surprise coming from the barn of Linda Rice. Able to break the maiden last time out. Voided claim, by the way, that day. Got up to win by a neck. Or held on to win by a neck.
The thing to like about this horse is that he's going to show some speed and have that forward position, and that he was able to do so in his last start and be very game down to the wire when challenged by another horse. And it doesn't really seem as though there's a ton of speed in this race, at least on paper. And I would say out of all the starter allowance 50 fields that he could be facing, this one is not quite as tough as some of the ones that he could find himself in, with several horses stepping up in class first off the claim.
So that is a difficult race to make anybody 9-5, though.
I think the 2 is being totally ignored.
Yeah.
And it really has a shot, because this horse 2 starts ago ran 4th at 54-1 and then won X allowance, then dropped in for a tag for the first time, was favored, finished second. He's only eligible for this race because of that. So if you think about where they wanted to spot this horse and where he might actually be able to belong in terms of class, this could be it.
We have a horse going back to the barn. Yeah, it's the 4 here. Riders Special. Rob Atras runner. Manny Franco was to ride, so he'll take out the 4. And a horse who last time at least showed a little tactical ability to be early forward, but it will not compete today, coming off the bench.
Yeah, this is a horse that was claimed from the Asmussen barn that Atras had for a little while, making the first start with that barn since November, but will not be playing today. We'll have to wait for another day to hit the racetrack.
This sequence is very difficult. I honestly thought this was one of the toughest races in the whole late pick 5.
When you had that upset in the first leg of the late pick 5 with an 8-1 winner, a horse that is just one of those types of horses that really is never going to be on my tickets when they've had so many opportunities and haven't been able to get the win. After you go 0 for 10, it's kind of, I try to move on and find somebody with some more upside. But I thought this race was very evenly matched. Even the next race, a couple of key scratches in there, and didn't really see anybody as a major standout. So these 2 legs of the sequence, to me, were the toughest. And I don't think anybody warrants the very short-priced favoritism that Play is getting right now.
Remember, we had a pick 6 carryover as well. Started off with a favorite that had just about everybody alive, but now an 8-1 upset. Wide open races every step of the way going forward. So we'll see how this plays out throughout this Sunday card. Again, late scratches. You just saw the 4. Riders Special back to the barn. And with that Play for Linda Rice. 7-5 favorite with Jose Lezcano. And they did go fast early last time out. Went 22-1, 44-1 to the half.
That's
44 and change, excuse me, to the half, and still was able to hang on.
That's a very legitimate time for a level like this when you have those maiden 40 types, where this was a horse that was dropping in class for the first time in that spot, but had faced some decent company in the first 3 starts of his career at the maiden special weight level. He should be in front early on in here, might be able to take them all the way.
6th at Belmont. At the Big A here. Late pick 4 begins in this race. Gate open to try and get the 2 in here. Giants Fire still a number up there, even with that 4 horse coming out. 13-1.
I gotta bet this horse at this price. I mean, this is ridiculous, don't you think?
Way too big. Incredibly competitive race. I thought everyone had a chance. I thought this horse was one of the main contenders.
Yeah, yeah. Am I now no longer a live pick 6 ticket? This horse as well as Play was on. So it was these two, and I was trying to beat the entry.
But they got to catch the 6. Who's the 7-5 favorite? Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Good Reunion. Play. Can't Beat the Rock. Can't Beat the Rock goes in. All set. And they're off. Off a step slow was Good Reunion. Play's got early speed, so does High Heat, and these front two go at it. Play to the outside, High Heat to the inside, neither giving an inch, and they're head and head. For the early lead, there's Can't Beat the Rock, who's now going to settle right in behind the battling favorites, and at the rail, that's Awesome City, who's tracking from 4th. Blue cap is Giants Fire. Lane Leslie comfortable enough in the 5th spot, with Good Reunion, who is off slowly as second to last, and the trailer looking super, 22.46 for a pressured opening quarter mile. High Heat's got the lead. Play re-engages right to the outside, and now Play has put a nose back in front. Can't Beat the Rock has hustled along. Giants Fire has been progressing, and the blue cap is 3 wide, and that second group is coming after the leaders now. Awesome City from the back trying to launch is looking super. Good Reunion, the trailer. They reach the top of the stretch, and Play is trying to dispatch of High Heat. Awesome City looking to split rivals. Can't Beat the Rock. They're trying to make up ground on the top 2 who just keep going up top. It's Play. Awesome City now splitting rivals, and here comes Awesome City. Awesome City to the inside of Play, and Awesome City is in front. It's Awesome City up by 3/4 of a length. Play is a clear second, but Awesome City gets it done. Awesome City over Play. Can't Beat the Rock and Giants Fire in 1:10 flat.
Entry mate put the pressure on the favorite Play, and the other half comes and cleans up.
That is the impact of the entry that's supposed to be that tag team effort where one has that forward position and another one is able to pick up the pieces late. And that is a plan that was executed perfectly in this instance because Play was a horse that looked to have things his own way on the front end. High Heat said not so fast, and Awesome City able to reap the benefits of those two going at it early on.
1-6-7-2. And Jose Lezcano and Play wondering, who is this? Putting all this pressure on me early. The horse was actually cutting back in distance last time out. Arad Ortiz Jr. making life difficult for the favorite there, who can only wind up second. Awesome City with the win. Dylan Davis as the 8-5 second choice, part of that entry.
And this horse really got the perfect setup, able to save ground, get that nice split between horses, rally past a tired pace setter, because we saw High Heat be dispatched of much sooner than Play was willing to give up, but Awesome City had the right kind of trip and the right kind of ride.
So Dylan Davis for Wayne Potts here, final turn racing. 8-5 slight second choice to start this late pick 4 on a pick 6 carryover Sunday as well to take this $50,000 starter allowance. We'll have the prices when we come back here on our Fox Sports 2 coverage.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage of America's Day at the Races. Sun shining down here in South Ozone Park, New York, as well as out at Oceanport, New Jersey. Awesome City starts the late pick 4 here at Belmont at the Big A. Getting the setup from the other half of the entry, who pressured the speed of the favorite, the 6th play, and this horse comes from off the pace to get the win.
Good tactical trip by both parts of the entry to be able to set it up for victory for one of them, as High Heat shows some good early speed to challenge play throughout the early stages of this race, and things set up perfectly for Awesome City, who was able to split horses, come running on. And actually, this entry did not go off as the favorite. It was Play who ended up being your post-time favorite. So if you're still alive within this late picks, or within this late pick 5 or late pick 4 or any of the sequences late, you're doing pretty well with that 5 horse in the last race. My Cara Mia Mine, a horse at 8-1.
3 in a row, meanwhile, for Awesome City from 2 different barns. So $5.40 for the win. Let's take a look at this pick 6 carryover and the follow along to this point. Halfway home, if you had that $18 horse in My Cara Mia Mine, most still alive after an odds-on favorite. Maybe a single for many with Mystical Curlin. Awesome City now slight second choice, but a long way still to go. I never feel comfortable no matter how many. Usually it's the races where you have the most coverage too. Those are the races where you can trip up because you don't have a strong opinion.
Exactly. I think it's never really a moment where you're feeling good at this time. I think it's when you see that horse cross the wire in the last leg that you allow yourself to breathe a little bit.
Back to Monmouth, 5.5 furlongs sprinting on the turf in a first level allowance race, and here's coach's meeting.
This horse isn't impossible, has some good turf form, especially sprinting at fairgrounds.
Big effort at Gulfstream. Sprinting 5 on the grass last start for Vamos Viejo.
And a horse that we've seen several come out of this race and be pretty productive going forward.
Blinkers coming off for Marathoner at a big price.
Also coming off quite a layoff, hasn't run since August of last year.
Cut back in distance for Rockingham Joe.
This horse has kept very good company, conversing just in time for wine, maybe getting some class relief here.
And Dolge only had 1 turf start, did not hit the board.
Overall, best numbers have been on dirt for this one.
Here's Bustin' Loose.
This is a horse that would need to get a little bit faster to compete, second off a little bit of a break.
Hushin' at 21-1.
This is one of those cool, hard-knocking older horses who has been on the grass, but only a couple of times in his career.
Cold Feet. This horse has run some monster dirt sprint efforts trying turf again.
And the only turf race was over some ground with some given it at Delaware, was a victory, so maybe one to consider.
And also eligible who draws in rider change Sylvester Gonzalez, Empire Sky for Kathleen Amazi.
One that we've seen on this circuit who was trying to get onto the grass a couple of times last summer, finally gets to do so off of the layoff.
Minute to post, 6-5 favoritism as we go to Pauly Vamos Viejo, who just missed a Gulfstream last time out on the grass.
Yeah, and a heady claim by Kelly Breen. The horse didn't have the best of trips too, Greg. The horse broke kind of like sideways a little bit and then made up a ton of ground. And I can understand why the public is maybe having, him as the favorite because he was from the 9-hole. Junior Alvarado was bored. And it seems like the Gulfstream horses have run well here, especially with these turf sprints early. I don't know now about even money. That could also be the Paco Lopez effect. I do think the one being a gelding for a first time for Arnold Delacour's got some back numbers that you can go to. You mentioned Cold Feet, and, I think Sarah makes a good point. A horse that run one time over a soft surface and actually wired that field. Cat Lynch is a very good trainer, and that horse is scary. You run like you said, Greg, some unbelievable numbers. I landed on Rockingham Joe. I thought the horse looked good, to be honest with you, in the post parade. And, he's really the one consistent turf horse. I understand he's 1 for 11 over the turf, but I think he can land in a good spot with Daniel Centeno aboard. Every time Vince Centeno's been aboard, this horse has run some good races, one from the 10-hole actually at Laurel. So I think you're getting a good price. I do think the Lindsay Schultz horse Indulge looked tremendous in the post parade, a horse trying the turf for the second time. But I'll go 9-1 on Rockingham Joe, and I'm doing this hit from the Summer Wind Bar. It's a new bar here, Greg, here at Monmouth that they converted. And for a lot of people that don't know Summer Wind, at the end of Saratoga, we hear Billy Joel. At the end of the races in New Jersey, they play Summer Wind by Mr. Blue Eyes.
Anything by Mr. Sinatra makes you feel good coming out of the racetrack, even after a tough day. Love to hear that, Paulie. Thanks. Even money. Vamos Viejo. There's the 7 on the screen. Big day yesterday for this rider. Jomar Torres had that stakes win in the Spruce Fir on Mia's Crusade.
A rider that's just been very consistent as of late. One of those younger riders that we haven't heard a lot from overall, but it really seems to be stepping up to the plate, especially on this circuit. Around this time last year, we saw this be one that you wanted to follow and definitely one worth paying attention to this time around.
Go back to Cold Feet the 9. This horse had a dirt sprint that was at least one of them kind of figure that makes you think the horse should be in stakes company. You mentioned the only turf start it was a win, not near as fast as some of the dirt races he's run, but 7-2, getting back on grass for the first time in a while. Interesting.
And at that time, that was his fastest race overall and really had that improvement afterwards. So maybe you could make the argument that this is an improved horse overall. Now getting back to something that he was successful doing in the past.
7-2, Cold Feet, just the second turf start. It was a soft turf and a win. The only time he tried it at Delaware, but the favorite, Vamos Viejo, the 2-horse with Paco Lopez. Let's go to Matt Ditterman for the call.
Into the outside, Empire Sky. Waiting for Empire Sky to take his spot. We're ready to go, and they're off. Cold Feet blasts out of the gate. Indulge had to take up coming out of there. He drops to the back, and coming out of the chute, Cold Feet is the pacemaker. Scampers away, 1.5 lengths, almost 2 lengths ahead. Coaches meeting in the second, passed by Vamos Viejo, who claims that second position. And jumping the rail there and losing the jockey was the one. Coaches meeting who unseated the rider, Charlie Marquez, who's down on the turf course. So in the meantime, they go into the far turn, and the leader is Cold Feet, 1.5 lengths in front. Vamos Viejo second, a big space of 5 back to Marathoner, who's in the third position, coming to the top of the lane. Hushin is sent along. Rockingham Joe inside of him. The others are well out of it as they come to the top of the stretch. Battle on the lead between Vamos Viejo, who draws level with Cold Feet. Cold Feet on the inside. Vamos Viejo trying to get there. Is still behind in second, though, as Cold Feet opens up the lead to 2. And Cold Feet's going to do it. Cold Feet the winner by 2.5. Getting up for second was Rockingham Joe. And then Vamos Viejo, Empire Sky fourth. A steward's inquiry into the running of this race. The horse was affected there. Coaches meeting is running riderless, appears okay, and Charlie Marquez still down, being attended to by our on-track personnel.
Cold Feet the win, now 2 for 2 on turf. Our concern, though, with Charlie Marquez, who you heard from Matt Ditterman, waiting to be looked at by medical personnel. Good that we heard at least coaches meeting is up. Hopefully Outriders catch up to that one quickly, and it's good news. In the meantime, another look here down the stretch.
And this horse blasted out of the gate so quickly and so comfortably, and might be sticking to the turf from now on, because this guy is quick off the blocks, able to sustain that speed. And echoing your sentiments, of course, hoping for the absolute best for Charlie Marquez, and good news about coaches meeting so far.
All right, we'll try and get you an update as soon as we hear anything. Check in with Paulie shortly. Cold Feet now 2 for 2 on the turf, and yeah, may have a future on this surface. As the 7th in Monmouth here in the books. Back to Belmont at the Big A. 7th, approaching the 14-minute mark to post. 6 furlong sprint, $40,000 claiming race coming up, and it's Victorious Wave right now, the 10. Favored off a win last time out for $32,000. Now the slight jump up in class, but a horse has won nearly half his starts.
This is a race that was significantly impacted by scratches in terms of where this early money was going to go, because you had a coupled entry that was likely going to go off as your favorite. Now the board is spread out a little bit more, and Victorious Wave being the one that's taking all that early money.
That's going to do it for those of you watching on SNY. Thanks for spending part of your Sunday afternoon with us. You can still watch on FS2 and Bally Sports SoCal and San Diego. We're back with the 7th. Belmont at the Big A next.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with an eighth of a mile to go. Express train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then collusion illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Breeding in New York State just got a whole lot greener. Starting in 2026 with 2-year-olds and expanding in 2027 to include 3-year-olds and up, New York breds on the NYRA circuit will be offered purses matching the race's open company counterpart. That's a nearly 20% increase per race compared to 2023. Bowling season is in full swing. There's still time to take advantage of New York's better than ever state bred incentives. Visit NYRA.com/NYbreds for more info.
Back on America's Day of the Races on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. It's brought to you by Hill and Dale at Alapa. We're up to the 7th on a Pick 6 carryover Sunday afternoon here in South Ozone Park, New York. 6-furlong sprint, $40,000 claiming race. And several ways to go in this sprint coming up next, including the 6 Lost in Rome, the 10 Victorious Wave, both of those two at 2-1 on the board. Let's head downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, guys, I do think the race does run through those 2 horses. I'll add another one to the mix, though, with the 5 Secret Rules. This is a horse that was pitched back at the start, 2 back, did not get involved at Keeneland last time. And Secret Rules is a horse that wants to be in the game. I don't think he needs the lead, but he wants to be forward and a part of it. And I think he just looks ultra sharp here, making his first start off the Linda Rice claim. Secret Rules has run well here at Aqueduct. And you get Jose Lezcano, who has been consistently aggressive and just riding in tremendous form. I'm liking what I'm seeing from number 5 Secret Rules. The 6 Lost in Rome would absolutely get the appearance check mark, and this horse is completely dappled out, making his first start for Rob Atras. Another horse that's tactical, should be forward. Can't say anything but good things about his physical appearance, and that's something we've come to see with Rob Atras runners. It's almost surprising when you see one that doesn't look terrific. And then the 10 Victorious Wave. This is just a really cool dude. Here's a horse, 8 for 17 lifetime, 2 seconds, 2/3. He just shows up, does his job. He's by Stormy Atlantic, a very fast horse in his own right. And this horse is well drawn because I think he gets a chance to kind of see what's going on inside of him, get a good position, but another one that doesn't need the lead, is very comfortable stalking as well. And you get Manny Franco, who's just about the strongest finisher we have in the game at this moment.
All right, we've got more coverage on this race coming up momentarily. Back to Monmouth. Cold Feet, primarily a dirt sprinter, where he's had some big success, but he's not 2 for 2 on the turf.
This is a horse that's just so quick early. It doesn't seem to matter which surface he's on. He might just be an improved horse overall because he got out of the gate so quickly and was able to really run this field off their feet.
$6.60 for the victory. We, of course, saw a spill in the race as well with coaches meeting and jockey Charlie Marquez. Let's get an update from Paul.
Yeah, some great news here, Greg. It couldn't be even better news. Charlie Marquez was able to get up from the spill. Also, the horse coaches meeting as well. They were both able to go away from it. Now, I was talking to Paco Lopez, talking to Jomar Torres, a lot of the guys that were in the race, and I said, what really happened? And he said, you know what? He saw something in the inside, and he kind of just got spooked a little bit, and he literally jumped the inside rail. a tremendous horsemanship. If you go back and look, Daniel Centeno said he had to move his four around him and was able to avoid. It just shows you how great these guys are on horseback. But everybody is okay, and something that could have been, something that could have been dangerous. But everything okay here, and Cold Feet gets the job done.
It's great news. Thank you, Paulie, for that update. As we're back here to New York, and we're getting set for our post parade coming up at the spot. Back to what Mig was saying, as we see riders up there, Rod Ortiz Jr. on Lost in Rome. If this horse can repeat what he did 2 starts back, I don't think anyone has a chance in this race.
And that was a big victory because Cup is a very consistent type that he was able to get the better of fresh off the layoff and did run okay in his next start as well behind Seas Get Degrees and Emerald Forest, who was supposed to be entered in this race as well. I think a lot of the early money gravitating to this horse because of the Rod Ortiz Jr. factor, but he always had a big shot on paper.
Here's our post parade. We start with the 2. Who gets the rail? It's Joking Way. And Luis Rivera Jr. rides.
This horse isn't impossible. Actually made up some ground on a day when you did want to be forward last time out.
Takes a slight pause. There he keeps going. Next door, notable Bob, just the second start for this Chilean in the States.
Kind of an unknown in this country because his one start was against Durante last summer.
Huge work, too. Bullet Drill, quickest at 25 horses in the morning coming in. Secret Rules, 3-1. This horse was facing really good company before that drop down last start.
A little bit of a regression last time, but first off the claim for Linda Rice, always a very dangerous angle.
Here's the favorite, Lost in Rome. It's Rob Atras first off the claim.
Those last 2 races really make this one a main contender in this spot.
20-1. Can you make a case for Valenzuela Day?
Actually, yes. I think this horse has a lot of precocity. It was maybe just doing something he didn't want to do, going longer.
Nolo Contesto next door at 8-1. Joel Rosario for Fernando Abreu.
The race 2 back puts him in the hunt. The race last time out, not so much.
5-2 on Victorious Wave, who was a winner last time out, pretty impressively for 32,000 claiming.
This horse got really good around this time last year and into Saratoga, maybe a repeat of that kind of season.
And then Sagamore Mischief outside, Eric Cancel. We've seen win on today's card already.
This horse has early speed, so it behooves him to be drawn towards the outside, and Eric Cancel can see what everyone else is doing early on.
Let's go back to the favorite, Lost in Rome. Again, Rod Ortiz Jr., there he is. For Rob Atras, who took this one off of the Rick Dutrow Jr. barn last time out. And that was in for 50,000, so slight drop down here. It was a good race. The race before that was very good. And everyone's going to have trouble if he can reproduce that race.
And I think you have to ask yourself whether or not that was a situation where he was just running well fresh and coming back and a little bit keen and able to deal with another speed type as a horse like Cup, because Cup is a pretty consistent type overall and has been able to outrun his odds on multiple occasions. That race last time out wasn't really all that bad either. Seas Get Degrees is one of those older, hard-knocking types, and even though that was a 3-horse field and he did finish last, the horses that he was finishing behind are both pretty talented at this level, so he obviously bears some consideration and respect going to the Rob Atras barn for the first time.
Tough to separate the 5, 6, and 10 in this spot. Secret Rules, I thought there was a lot of things I liked just because of the company this one had been facing. Obviously that last time out, that was at Keeneland. Willing to forgive that race where a lot of times when you're forward, it's going to help you, and the horse was nowhere near the front in that race.
When you look at what this horse was doing last year, defeating 24 Mamba, who we've seen be in very good form as of late, finishing second to Sheriff Bianco, one of the more consistent types on this circuit. Anything that resembles that type of form that this horse had last year, and maybe that race 2 back was sort of an indicator that he was going to be heading back in that direction. You have to consider this one going first off the claim for Linda Rice.
I think we're going to know early with this horse. If we see him sharp out of the gate early, Mig, is that maybe a sign Secret Rules is back to the one we knew before?
Yeah, I think that's a key. Anytime when a horse breaks really sharp, even if they're not a speed horse per se, they're kind of flashing that they're in good form, that they're enthusiastic. They leave the gate with their legs underneath them and with that enthusiasm. So, yeah, I mean, I think if we're going to see the good Secret Rules, it's going to be that he fires out of the gate and gets his position forward right away. Horse that didn't really catch my eye on the paddock, but really caught my eye in the post parade was the 3 Notable Bob. This is a Chilean bred. And you see this a lot with the South American bred horses, that big, beautiful crest of a neck, big, strong shoulder on him. And, you know, if you look at who he ran against first time in the country last August in Saratoga, I mean, it was a very, very tough race. Durante, Danfuski Island when he was in very good form. And he just kind of got swept off his feet. He does come in off a nice bullet workout in a minute. I thought he was a little bit interesting after watching him warm up. The 6 Lost in Rome is going to be my top selection. I just couldn't get past how good he looked in the paddock. And I think he's going to work out a really good trip under Irad Ortiz. Again, Rob Atraz's horses, if they don't look good, that's much more of a surprise because his horses come over to the paddock and just look outstanding. And then, listen, the 10-horse Victorious Wave, he's a winner. Anytime a horse, you know, piles up, he's basically won half of his starts and shows up with a consistent effort every time. And you get Manny Franco. And I like the fact you got Irad Ortiz Jr. on the 6, Lost in Rome. You get Manny Franco on the 10, Victorious Wave. Both graduates of the jockey school in Puerto Rico, and they have just consistently over the last decade or so turned out one terrific rider after another. So whoever's teaching the school down there, my respect and hats off to you because you are really, really creating and forming good young riders.
A man who got his rider's education on the racetrack. Wasn't even supposed to be allowed to ride. He was so young, Mig, but he learned on the job.
Sometimes that's the best way, but I mean, any sort of education that you get ends up being valuable in some manner going forwards because you never know what it is that you're going to need in life moving ahead. And clearly, these are riders that know what they're doing.
2-1 favorite, Lost in Rome, Irad Ortiz Jr. As we take a look at a long shot here that you like. So Valenzuela Day, what'd you see with this horse?
This is a horse that was really popular as one that was switching barns for quite some time over the course of last spring and summer, and a very precocious 2-year-old that we saw win first time out, run some numbers that would, with progressive improvement, put this horse right in the mix. An 81 buyer against Lesser on July 3rd of last year. But I think that cutting back in distance is really going to help this horse fresh off the layoff. And if he can possibly build on any of that 2-year-old form that he once had and put some of that back together, 23-1 is a very generous price on a horse that used to be pretty well thought of.
See what happens here. Long time away for that horse. Had a big number. Meanwhile, 9-5, Lost in Rome. And I'm going to go to Joking Way down on the rail for Jesus Romero. 11-1, double digits odds here. And a horse who was just second behind a horse who would have taken a ton of attention in this race, Chuck Willis.
Absolutely, and this horse was making up ground towards the inside on a day where, yes, the rail was advantageous, but so was speed, and we didn't really see many horses able to make the kind of move that he was slowly gaining on a horse that was really freewheeling on the front end. And he ran very well to finish second at 14-1 last time. And when you look at the company that he was keeping in his 2 starts prior to that, Amadeus Music, Ouster, just horses that are better than what he's going to be facing today. And I think he's also way too big of a price at the moment. All the horses in this race that are shorter prices make sense, but I think you can make a case for some of those longer shots in this field.
Yeah, Mig even brought up that Chilean, the 3-horse Notable Bob, second state start, faced a horse who'd be 1-9, maybe 1-100 in this race, Durante. But a bullet work coming back here on the drop in class. See what happens with that horse if he can make an impact here. Second start in the States. Favorite, though, 9-5 on Lost in Rome with Irad Ortiz Jr. Here's 7th on our Sunday coverage on Fox Sports 2. Belmont at the Big A. Let's go upstairs to Chris Griffin for the call.
Post time for race 7. Secret Rules goes in. There's Nolo Contesto. Valenzende, rider still off there, Jose Gomez. Victorious Wave, Lost in Rome. Sagamore Mischief. Sagamore Mischief to the outside. And in. All set. And they're off. Good break for Secret Rules. Right out towards the front with Lost in Rome to apply pressure. Secret Rules is quickest, is now a half length in front. Drifting out there is Lost in Rome, and that's going to carry out Valenzende, who's tracking from third. Sagamore Mischief is in fourth. Very wide, though, on the racetrack. Is out in the center of the racetrack. At the rail there is Joking Way moving forward, and tight is going to be Notable Bob. Also moving through Nolo Contesto and Victorious Wave. They are very tightly benched, but they're chasing Secret Rules. Secret Rules has got the lead, the favorite. Lost in Rome is in pursuit, 22.31 for the opening quarter mile. At the rail is Joking Way, trying to cut into the margin. It's a lineup of 5 in that group as Victorious Wave is in there. Valenzende, Nolo Contesto's all in. A wide run, Sagamore Mischief. The lone trailer is Notable Bob. They reach the top of the stretch. Secret Rules at 7-2 is still there. It's Secret Rules trying to scamper away from the field. Lost in Rome in full pursuit, and here comes Lost in Rome. And Lost in Rome is engaging towards the outside. Secret Rules still battles on towards the inside. It's down to these two. To the outside, Lost in Rome starts to edge clear late inside the final 16th. Lost in Rome. Erad Ortiz Jr., they'll get the victory. It's Lost in Rome over. Secret Rules holds off an oncoming Nolo Contesto and Joking Way in 1 minute 9 and 3.
Lost in Rome, Erad Ortiz Jr. sitting just off of Secret Rules, and Jose Lezcano, and then pulls away for the win.
The favorite obliges, and that so often happens when a race might look a little bit more wide open. It is as simple as the horses that make the most sense on paper as the ones that are being bet. And Erad Ortiz Jr. delivering another very smart ride to sit just off of a horse that wanted to be forwardly placed in Secret Rules, and a good rebound effort from him. And as Chris Griffin was saying in his call, very tightly packed group behind those two, but nobody really making up some significant ground in the later stages outside of Nolo Contesto.
This horse just in really sharp form, whatever barn he goes to, and we'll see if he got taken today. Rob Atras just claimed him for $50,000. See if someone bid for $40,000 today. Now 2 wins the last 3 starts, 3 wins the last 5 starts. 8-5 favorite. Lost in Rome with the victory. Here in the 7th on our Sunday coverage. Belmont at the Big A, 6-5, 8-2 finish.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the Champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, standing at Coolmore, America.
Back on America's Day of the Races, Fox Sports 2 coverage. Orad Ortiz Jr. on Lost in Rome, 8-5 favorite. Picks up the 9th win of the 7-year-old's career. First off the claim win for trainer Rob Atras.
He's just in really good form and has been able to translate that to multiple different outfits as he has switched barns a couple of times and able to bring that winning streak, or at least showing up with him, able to rebound with a victory today.
Move on to the feature on this Sunday card here in South Ozone Park. Paradise Creek, 6 furlongs sprinting on the outer turf. And Sketch, second state start, very far back early in that state's debut and a stake at Churchill Downs. We'll talk more about him in a minute. This race named after a pretty good one. This was the 6th in a row for the great Paradise Creek in the Manhattan back in 1994, breaking very easily the course record hand ride to the finish under Pat Day.
Anytime you see margins of victory like this on the grass, you know that you're dealing with a horse with some serious ability, because you just don't see that quite as often as we do those winning margins on the dirt. And this guy was so cool. He had such an incredible end to his season as well. He never won a Breeders' Cup event, but was very competitive in most of the ones that he tried. Finished 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Turf that year, then went on to the Japan Cup, ran 2nd in that race to close things out. Earner of over $3.4 million in his career.
Incredible performer on the grass for Hall of Famer Bill Mott. And we'll get set for that Paradise Creek this year's edition coming up shortly. Back to Monmouth, 3 minutes to post here in the 8th. 6 furlong sprint. Starter optional claiming field, 3-year-olds and up, and here's Pogie.
A horse that we know well on this circuit too, having run his last 3 starts here, now off a layoff and off the claim.
9-5 favorite, Mr. JT.
Just taking a little bit of a logical drop in class following that last race.
This race ran a big effort last out. I thought made a nice appearance on track too. Austin from Boston.
Got a sloppy sealed track over the last 2 starts and 2 wins over them as well.
Afternoon heat, 11:01.
This horse makes some sense coming in here for Sammy Camacho and David Jacobson.
Dr. Doyle, Joe Bravo rides 7-length winner last start.
Horse that we have not seen since then, maybe can come back a winner.
Yeah, 7-year-old making his return this year. That was back in Maryland in November. And then the 8 outside, Atomic Tone.
2nd off the claim here for trainer Dan Ward, a horse that has been running at Oaklawn and ships up to Monmouth.
All right, Paulie, so Mr. JT taking all the attention on the board now, 9-5 favorite. What do you think?
Well, I think he's one of the horses in here for sure. Paco Lopez he's pretty amazing what he does with horses. He actually broke this horse away from the pony, then went straight to the gate and was like showing the horse the gate a little bit, giving him a little therapy. There you can see it right there. I mean, he's like had that horse at the gate for like the last 5 to 7 minutes, just giving the horse a little bit of education. This horse that's run multiple times. So I think the 2 obviously is one of the horses to beat in here. I do think the 7, Dr. Doyle. Now, Joe Bravo is riding 2 horses today. This is one of them. And then he's going to pilot the 1 in race number 9 on the turf for Chad Brown. You know, Dr. Doyle's fast. And like you said, Greg, that last race was big. Now, you're concerned. You don't really want to sit on a 7-year-old that's an $8,000 claimer, right? I mean, so obviously there's been some issues that we haven't seen this horse since November. And that would be my one concern. I'm not saying that the horse can't win the race, but I'm just saying when you have a New Jersey bred and you've run the horse for $8,000 and the horse just won by 7, you would think you wanted to keep running the horse and making a little bit of money. So that draws me just a tiny bit of pause. I'm going to go with the 8 in here, Atomic Tone. I think that Dan's Ward horses have underachieved a little bit from Oaklawn. Some of the Oaklawn horses have a little bit underachieved here a little bit. But I like this horse's race last time out. He got beat by Lake Radio, came back to win. And this is one of the few of Dan's horses that did get a spin over the racetrack. He got this horse here early and does have a work over the racetrack. So I'm going to go with Atomic Tone here for TriStar Racing. And I do think the 7 is a little bit dangerous in here. I don't know what to do with the 2, you know, at 9-5 or 8-5. I think the 8 at 2-1 is getting a little bit too low as well.
An interesting race coming up. You know, back to the 3 as well. This horse won at the meet a week ago. Comes back in 7 days off a win on a wet track.
I mean, when they're doing well, run them, right? And this horse just ran his best race so far, earning a 70 Beyer speed figure in that effort. Now, it was only by a nose, that winning margin, but it's not as though he's a horse that opens up and wins by a ton when he is successful. So this is just a horse that you have to consider being in solid form right now and taking on a group like this, and is one that I would be using as well as the other logical types.
It's the New York shipper, though. Mr. JT, the 6-5 favorite. Paco Lopez for Rob Atras, who's looking to go back-to-back at Belmont at the Big A here in Monmouth.
Yeah, big weekend for him coming up, and of course has plenty of horses in multiple locations. And Paco Lopez, I think he is that sort of quintessential rider at Monmouth that is like their version of I Rider Cheese Jr. based on the type of money he takes in the wagering. People are always betting Paco at Monmouth, and it's for good reason. He delivers.
There he is, moving in on the 7-5 favorite. Blinkers going on. Mr. JT, the 6-year-old, who is well backed here. That 8 taking money too, though. Atomic Tone, who Paulie touched on for Dan Ward, just second at Oaklawn. Spent a lot of time at that meet. Most recently, that second place performance behind Next Out winner Lake Radio. Matt Dinnerman the call. Here's the 8th from Monmouth.
Waiting for Atomic Tone to take his spot in the gate. He goes in. We're ready to go. And they're off. A little bit of a tardy break from Poggi, who drops to the back of the field after that beginning. Dr. Doyle up top with Atomic Tone, and here's Austin from Boston making it a line of 3. Mr. JT down on the inside, not far off, stalking the pace on the rail. Afternoon Heat in the 5th position, and this leaves Poggi to trail the field 6 lengths behind, gets to the outside, approaching the half-mile pole. The leader, Austin from Boston, leads 3/4 of a length. And Dr. Doyle is tracking and pressing from the outside in the 2-path second. Mr. JT down on the rail, 3rd with Atomic Tone, who's 3 deep on the course. Mr. JT saving ground on the fence, showing a little more rain as they round the 4 turn, still within range. A gap of 2. Poggi, Afternoon Heat as they come to the top of the lane. Austin from Boston drops anchor. He's done. And Dr. Doyle and Atomic Tone, they're battling on the lead. Mr. JT trying to find room down on the inside, gets it, but has 3 lengths to game as Atomic Tone showed a big kick, put away Dr. Doyle and the rest, and Atomic Tone and Isaac Castillo. Now it's just a guessing game of how much he's going to win by. Atomic Tone for the Dan Ward barn romps as the favorite. Poggi from the back of the field out finishing Afternoon Heat for the 2nd spot, and Dr. Doyle was 4th.
Atomic Tone, yeah, sounds like went off the favorite late. Favoritism change. This horse wins a lot. Nose for the wire here. 9 wins from 20 career starts.
Good call by Paul LaDuca, having an eye on this horse coming in from Oaklawn. And really, when he started to make that move at the top of the stretch, you could tell this horse was loaded and just won by open lengths very impressively, really demolished this field. And Mr. JT, he tried to go through that narrow opening up the inside, but no real excuse for him. He had clear run if he was good enough. Nobody was as good as this one today.
Dominant here. Atomic Tone, no question about it, win. Dan Ward barn, Isaac Castillo. Prices from that one when we come back. We got the feature next here on our Belmont at the Big A card. Paradise Creek is coming up when we return 8 to 5 on this one here. Sketch, 2nd start in the States. Flavian Pratt will have the ride. Stay with us.
Zandon's Poetry in Motion. Big horse, but light on his feet. And he's always showed up and been consistent and been right there with some of the top horses in training. In the Bluegrass Stakes, he showed his determination and his raw ability.
It's over. Zandon wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
I feel breeders will be really blown away by what a striking, outstanding looking horse he is.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action. with Naira Betts.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, making his mark as a sire with Rattle and Roll, a Grade 1 winning 2-year-old, and multiple graded stakes winner. Graded stakes winning 2-year-olds Hidden Connection, and Whitwater's Rand. Graded stakes winning 3-year-old Implicated. Connect, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:50 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to a low 15% takeout and 6-figure pools. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
As the field comes for the head of the stretch, the half mile in 45 seconds. It is asymmetric. Here is Sean Sue, and here is High Front, and on the outside, Big Invasion as they come down for the 8th pole. It is still asymmetric. Far outside, Big Invasion now kicking in. Here is Big Invasion to take the lead from asymmetric. It is Big Invasion running a big race today, winning it from off the pace under Joel Rosario.
Horse who primarily been 5.5 furlong turf sprinter, and Christophe Clement said it really wasn't a test to try and stretch him out. It was just the spot came up, gave him a crack at it, and he responded, winning at 7 furlongs in this race back in 2022.
This guy had such a big turn of foot, and Joel Rosario, when he's able to time those rides appropriately and so well, you really see these horses accelerate at the right moment and able to really take advantage of this one's late kick.
Just missed in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint last year. What a horse. We'll see what happens in this year's edition. Right now, that is the one to beat. Sketch taking all the money here in the second start in the States.
He was figuring to take that kind of money. We'd usually see those horses coming over from Europe take significant support in the wagering, and he should get some pace to close into in here.
Let's go downstairs to Mig as we get set for our feature race coming up.
Yeah, this is a really good-looking group of horses here in the Paradise Creep. We got 3-year-olds going 6 furlongs on the turf. We'll start out with the 3, Mattingly. Nice to see Joe Orsino ship one in here. Joe was a mainstay here on the New York circuit for quite a long time. Guy who knows how to win. Remember going back to the Preakness with Red Bullet. He's just a really top-notch conditioner. Mattingly looks fantastic. I thought he had subtle trouble last time in the Palisades. Not that he ever got stopped per se, but he kind of got in a spot where he had to be handled just a bit tentatively, and he's making a really nice physical impression here. I like what I'm seeing from the 3, Mattingly. The 4, Sketch, made his States debut in the William Walker at Churchill Downs, and he just seemed to me like he was slow early. He didn't break particularly sharp like a lot of Euros do when they first start here, but this was a horse that wasn't badly beaten in a Grade 1. He's a horse that definitely looks like a turf sprinter from a physical perspective, and I like the fact that Flavien Prat stays put. He has that experience with the horse, and I think he could take a big step forward here. The 8-horse, Summer and Adrian. Man, is this a good-looking son of Stormfront. I will say Tom Morley's horses have been making such a great physical impression. His coat is extremely well turned out, and he ran extremely well, I thought, last time after turning back in distance, and I think he could be that much sharper today under Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez.
Yeah, he's interesting. 6-1 right now. Good to see that he makes a good appearance, too. This was back in that turf effort last time out. Second off a short layoff.
Really did not get out of the gate all that well and was running against some decent company facing older horses and really just had no opportunity to be successful. These wide moves after horses don't break well on the turf in these sprint types of races generally don't work out unless you are so much the best, and that was not the case for this one today. I thought that this horse was really able to build on that 2-year-old form and take that next step forward, as evidenced by that 81 buyer he was able to get last time out, and of course, can't go wrong with John Velasquez in the saddle.
No, one of the best to ever do it, no question. We'll see with a sharper break if we can get better from Summer and Adrian. Interesting long shot here. 6-1 on the board right now for the Tom Morley barn. And it seems like a competitive addition to the Paradise Creek, although the public doesn't see it that way.
No, and I think when you have the more wide open field, you tend to gravitate towards the horse who had that European form coming in and who really wasn't bet in his stateside debut. And I think that that's something worth considering because this horse finished 5th in that race, but didn't really take much money because of the presence of No Name Metz in there, who didn't end up getting the victory. It was a long shot winner in Joe Shiesty in that effort. But we all think a little bit more of these Europeans coming over because they aim to run on the turf, whereas we sometimes end up with turf horses that don't quite work out on the dirt and they breed for it more so. But he makes sense. He's going to have to get it out of the gate a little bit quicker if he's going to compete over here, and he's going to need some pace to chase in front of him, though I do think he might get it with Feltrinelli as well as Smoky towards the outside.
What his running style is. Maybe he just didn't get out good last time out. That can happen a lot with Euros coming here for the first time, and I know they go a lot slower early over in Europe, but he was not that far out of it in those races when he was running. So we'll see what the plans are with Sketch today. As you see, Arad Ortiz Jr. He'll be on Devil in Disguise turf debut for the 6 at 4-1.
This horse ran a pretty decent figure first time out, an 81 buyer over the synthetic, going the 5 furlong, switching trainers, and we'll see how he takes to the grass.
There he is, Arad about to get a leg up on this first time turfer, Bolt Doro, the sire for Mitchell Friedman. Only start with synthetic surface at Gulfstream in the debut. Won that one at a big price. There's the one we just showed you in action last time out, Summer and Adrian for the Morley barn. And then all this attention, you knew you were not going to get that price on Smoky.
That's very true.
Here's the 2. Feltrinelli inherits the rail with the 1 coming out.
This horse has some early speed. Ran well on debut as a 2-year-old. Took another step forward last time out.
9-2 next door. Mattingly, Joe Orsino trains.
Limited opportunity sprinting on the turf. This will be his 3rd time doing so.
The 9-5 favorite, Flavian Pratt, riding Sketch.
We'll see what Sketch can do and if he succeeds as your favorite.
Devil in Disguise, again, turf debut with Arad Ortiz Jr.
And we'll see if this one can take to the grass. A repeat of that number last time out would make him pretty dangerous at a decent price.
It's been all dirt in 4 starts so far for Laser Sharp.
There isn't a ton of turf pedigree to recommend with this one either, so we'll see what ends up happening and what we get from him.
Summer in Adrian. Keep your eyes on the break. Can he get out better?
Promising return to the races. If he can build off of that effort last time out, a contender for sure.
And then Smoky, that turf debut when he was sprinting, he was 2nd to a pretty good one.
Good Lord Laurie is the horse that returned to win the Woodhaven, improving 10 buyer points. With that progression from 2 to 3 and back to turf sprinting, could be a player.
5 minutes away here. Our feature on this Sunday card, Paradise Creek, with an 8-5 favorite for Connor Murphy in Sketcher. You can play this race, all the action. Belmont Stakes at Saratoga and beyond all summer at Saratoga with Naira Bets. Get sign-up started. There's the code for new members to get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus, match 200. And bet any track, anytime, anywhere right there at nairabets.com. So back to the 6 in here, Devil in Disguise. And we'll see what we get switching surfaces for this son of Bolt Doro. Looked pretty good on synthetic. Was a surprise when he won first time out.
Yeah, didn't take any money in that debut. And her best race, her best figure was in a turf sprint at Del Mar, Little Jude, that is. So perhaps one that will improve now, getting back over to a surface that there is a little bit of pedigree for. And of course, it doesn't hurt to have Arad Ortiz Jr. in the saddle. And you're not going to get him at a super short price this time because of the presence of Sketch.
There is Sketch getting a little leg warm up under Flavian Pratt. Mig, what are you seeing with the favorite?
He warmed up beautifully, framed up so nicely. I love when horses bow their head, kind of get into the bridle and use themselves so properly. And they really get a good warm up that way because they're using their muscles the right way. And Flavian is a horseman. You know, he grew up with a father that was a terrific horse trainer with harness horses and driver, his brother. So he understands the the thought process behind getting a horse to warm up properly, and he gave Sketch a beautiful warm up. And like I said, Sketch, really framed up nicely. I do think he's going to be tough to beat here. I am going with the 8, Summer and Adrian. I just thought this horse at a 7-1, a very square price. I thought his last race was very good. He gets Johnny Velasquez, and he would absolutely get the paddock and warm-up check mark, even though Sketch really elevated in my eyes the way he warmed up. But I really like what I saw from the 8, Summer and Adrian. Real quick, guys, the 9, Smokey, much like his father, Mendelssohn, very vocal. He just whinnying and kind of actually screaming at everything and making noise and kind of making his presence known. And his sire, Mendelssohn, had very much the same kind of characteristics. And he's not acting studdish or dumb about it. He's just talking to everybody. He's like one of those people that just very chatty, and he's letting the other horses know that, hey, guys, I'm here. Let's have some fun. But good-looking horse, good-looking son of Mendelssohn. I just preferred the 8, Summer and Adrian.
All right, it's 7:01. We'll see what happens here in our feature race coming up. Paradise Creek, 6-furlong edition this year at Belmont at the Big A, as we take a look at the 6-5 favorite, and he has warmed up beautifully.
He has. What did you think of his last race? Because I think just the fact that he wasn't bet so significantly in that effort, I think it speaks to the level of competition he was facing, but also a little bit surprising that he wasn't at least the second choice. I mean, there were horses that took significantly more money than him.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, is he going to break better today? Because it's going to be tough to lose contact with his field and potentially be affected. He looks great, though. I mean, the way he looks, the way he's warming up, and you look at the company he kept. I mean, even when he was in that Group 1 and the Group 2, it's not like, I know he competed in those races, but he didn't do a whole ton of running to be that competitive.
Right, and I think that that's worth considering, because if you want to take a short price on this horse, I think that you have to look at the level of competition that he faced and how he did it. And relative to this group, maybe you could say that it was better, but I think that there's a lot more upside with many of the contenders in this race that we don't know quite as much about yet. And I think that when you're dealing with a horse that has yet to break out of the gate all that quickly, I want to see it one time before I take them at an extremely short price, like you would be in here with Sketch. I want to see that these horses can establish some sort of position in these turf sprints and not have things up against them right away.
Let's go to the 2, Feltrinelli, and a horse who on dirt has been in front. The only turf start was not the case. Dirt speed doesn't always equate to turf speed, but a horse who has the inside post now and has the aggressive Manny Franco.
And ran okay first time out in a race that was rained off the turf over a muddy seal track at Saratoga as a 2-year-old behind Global Perspective. Had some forward position, ultimately ended up fading. Then they cut this horse back, got over to the grass, finished behind Apollo 10 and Irish Ghent, and then did get the win first time going out as a 3-year-old. We'll see what kind of the tactics are used today, because this horse does have some speed in there somewhere, and you think has to come out running from the inside.
8-1. From the rail, Ewan Mig heading outside with the 8 and 9 in here.
Apparently I've picked the very talkative creature.
Yeah, chirpy in the gate. We'll see if he can get his focus, get his mind on business here with the Paradise Creek coming up. 6-1 outside with Smokey.
Intimidation tactic.
There's more friendly banter, I think.
We'll have to ask him.
Even money now on Sketch. It makes you just think, and I don't know, I mean, sometimes you see these horses Group 1, Group 2 competition overseas, and you know how tough that competition is on turf over in Europe, and they do get overbet. But this is making me think, obviously, this horse has serious ability.
It's either that or some of that being overbet is that a lot of people will just blindly bet the European horses in turf races. And I understand why. They do win very frequently. And you do see those horses generally be a little bit better than what we have to offer in America. But at the same time, an awfully short price to take on a horse that needs to get out of the gate.
Keep your eyes on the 4. Can Sketch break better? Can the 8, Summer and Adrienne, break better as well? Question for both those two as we get set for the Paradise Creek, our Sunday feature. Here on our Fox Sports 2 coverage, let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Summer and Adrienne.
Hey.
Smokey. is in. All set for the Paradise Creek. And they're off. Mattingly breaks very well. It's Mattingly alone up front. Mattingly's got the lead, is up by a clear length from the outside. Smokey's trying to join the leader, and Sketch is in between horses. Tightly at the rail, that's Feltrinelli. To the outside is Devil in Disguise. The two at the back there comes Summer and Adrienne with Laser Sharp. They work up the backstretch. The leader is Mattingly. It's Mattingly in front with Smokey. Tight hold here, Sketch. Sketch is waiting for room, is right in behind these leaders, tracking from third. To the outside of that one comes Devil in Disguise. Starting to move forward is Summer and Adrienne. Tightly at the rail will be Feltrinelli, and the trailer Laser Sharp, 22.45 for the opening quarter mile. Mattingly's got the lead. It's Mattingly with a head in front. Smokey applying the pressure. Sketch is looking for a way out, and Sketch now sees that lane. It's Mattingly the target. Mattingly and Smokey. Here comes Sketch down the center of the course, starts to extend the stride. Mattingly battles on. Smokey continues to chase up on the outside. Sketch is trying to time it up perfectly. Feltrinelli is right there as well inside the final 16th. Smokey has got the lead. It's Smokey up by a neck. Smokey wins the Paradise Creek. Mattingly second, then came that late run Feltrinelli, and Sketch finished fourth in 1 minute 8.19 seconds.
Smokey with the victory here, getting back to grass for trainer Mike Maker, with Ramon Vasquez floated back up to 6-1.
This is a race where you kind of thought we were going to see that big explosive turn of foot from somebody coming from off the pace in here, but it was more of this grinding type of victory from Smokey, who had really tracked the pace setter Mattingly and was intent on sticking with him. Just sort of slowly got his head in front here. Sketch broke much better today, did not have much of a kick to offer.
No, he did not. Smokey though in good position really throughout in this race. Ramon Vasquez got this horse exactly where he wanted him to be, and he's able to finish and get by Mattingly, who set the pace early on.
And we usually are accustomed to seeing that big turn of foot on the grass, but that was not the case with this race. It was more of that slow, grinding effort from Smokey to get his head down and get the victory in his first time returning to sprinting on grass.
9-3, 2-4, an even money favorite with a 6-1 shot defeated on this pick six carryover day. That's going to play huge here with still run race remaining. Let's go back to the beginning. Keep your eyes on the 4 Sketch.
He breaks fine to me. I feel as though he's put in a position to have that forward momentum. Flavien Prat taking back a little bit, wanting to sit and stalk just over the 2 horses that were going to be forwardly placed. And when he got into the clear, he just really had nothing to offer.
So it's Smokey upset win here at 6-1. Again in the Paradise Creek. Ramon Vasquez aboard for the Maker Barn. And Pura Vida Investments. Nightcap still to come. If you're alive in this pick six, it's nervous time.
Gunrunner is the sire of 11 millionaires and 10 Grade 1 winners, including Gunpilot, Vava, Toyota Bluegrass winner Sierra Leone, Champion Echo Zulu, 2-time Grade 1 winner Cyberknife, 3-time Grade 1 winner Taba, track record setter Society, Locked, 2-time Grade 1 winner Gunite, and classic winner Early Voting. Hall of Famer Gunrunner, standing at 3 chimneys.
Back on America's Day of the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Sunday feature in the books, Paradise Creek. And it's an upset, Smoky with that man aboard. Ramon Vasquez for trainer Mike Maker. Winner Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training sale. After the Preakness, May 20th, 21st in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be? Picture time for the connections of this 3-year-old by Mendelssohn. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. I'm pleased to be joined here by Ramon Vasquez. Ramon, you always looked like you had a lot of horse, but you were super patient. You waited until almost the 8th pole before you really set him down.
Yeah, because first, thank you the trainer, my maker, and all the owner and the trainer for support me to be here, and my angel Billy is doing a great job. I know I have a lot of horse. I just put my horse in good position, and I know before the quarter pole, I got a lot of horse. Just I had to wait, and the moment I ask him, he respond very well.
You've shifted your tack here recently. Couple of seconds, couple of thirds. I told you last night we were walking out, be patient, it's going to come. How good does it feel to get the first one and in a stake race?
Yeah, no, I feel amazing. I'm so grateful to be here. And yeah, we're talking about yesterday. And, I got confidence on me. And my angel Billy, he always doing a great job. And, hopefully all the trainer and the owner keep support me.
Well, one thing about New York, if you work hard and you ride races like this, you're going to get support. Are you excited about trying Saratoga?
Yeah, I'm so excited. I never be, I ride before, but I never be on mate. So I'm so excited to be in Saratoga.
Well, you're a great addition to this jockey colony. Many more winners coming your way. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And guys, he's talking about his agent, Billy Castle. He's a guy who has connections, and he's got the right kind of rider that'll deliver.
I'm sure he's got to be super excited about heading up to Saratoga and just tackling the best of the best from Puerto Rico, like Preakness winner Jamie Torres. Went to jockey school there, 9 seasons riding there, won over 1,500 races, and now making a name for himself here in the States, getting a stakes win on Smoky.
And a big barn to be riding for going forwards into Saratoga. Mike Maker, of course, loaded with plenty of quality turf horses coming up, and one that you want to make sure that you're in and able to establish some business with, and this is a ride that inspires that confidence. 2
big upsets in this Pick 6 carryover. My Karamia Mine in the 5th, and now Smoky. If you're alive in this Pick 6, good luck. We're rooting for you to bring it home as we get back to Monmouth. And their 9th race, 2 minutes to post here on the turf. Mile and a 16th. Maiden special weight, and I believe the 3 favored right now. Christophe Clement's Poker Joker debuted at Tampa, beat less than a length, ran 4th in that debut. The one to beat with Daniel Centeno.
Really didn't get bet first time out, went off at 9-1 in that race, and as you mentioned, ran a very credible race, gaining late. Maybe gets a little bit more pace to close into here, but that 63 buyer first time out, that's a solid starting point for this horse and has all of that upside as well.
You got a Chad Brown runner, Paulie 2, 4-top, who was 4th in the second turf start. The top 3 winners are in that race. They all came back to win.
Yeah, it has been a key race, you're right. And, listen, and Joe Bravo, he's coming into town. He's ridden 3 horses. He rode that horse in the last race, but the race that he rode on opening weekend was for Chad Brown on the turf, and the horse did win. So the horse, the 8, is the horse to beat when we get to this situation. Now, the one horse on the inside, the main beach, the 8, I was talking about the 1 is the horse to beat in this situation to me for the main beach, but I understand where they're going with the 8. I'm sorry with that mistake there. When I look at this race, I thought the 5, is not a bad play in here. When you get Nicky War as a board, I think you can sit in a good enough spot. You're getting that decent enough price. I thought I was going to get 8, 9-1. When you're looking at the 1 and the 3, you obviously are battling turf trainers with Christophe, and I thought the horse ran really well first time out. But like, Sarah said, the horse was 10-1 first time, didn't get a ton of attention. You see they're going to have to walk up the chute, so he's still got plenty of time. But the 1's kind of like a horse that Chad ran the other day, a horse that was on the dirt. Now they're going to try the turf, and I'm wondering if Chad's experimenting with a lot of these horses here at Monmouth Park coming here. So, You know, I just think the 5 at 7-1, I think a rider upgrade to Nicky Juarez, I think this horse can sit a really good trip at that price. And where I'm standing at right now is this brand new facility up here that was just built actually for us. And our desk is going to be here next weekend or the weekend after that. Hopefully it'll be done. And on the other side of this, Greg, the $16 million project for the casino is going up in Sportsbook. So pretty cool spot to watch the races.
Good to see big things going on in this sport right now. Obviously, the new Belmont being constructed as we speak, and then Monmouth Park as well.
Great to see some of those new features being added. Of course, Paula Duca getting the full tour of what's going on at Monmouth Park. So I haven't been. Have you been over there?
To Monmouth?
Yes.
Yeah, several times.
Have you seen the new Monmouth with all these new features,
No, not yet. I'm stuck in studio, unfortunately. I would love to. But, yeah, get there if you can. If not, we're going to bring you all the coverage all meet long. He brought up the 5, Triumphant Road. Mm-hmm. This course was in that race with Coast Along, who we're going to see in the nightcap here at Belmont at the Big A, who's very interesting, who's 7-1 and tried to wire a field off the bench, got beat by a first-time starter for Chad Brown.
This is one of those horses that has quite a bit of opportunity, but has run those numbers that really make him fit, and against some decent company as well. For kind of a crazy long shot in here, trying a turf route for the first time, the number 10, Mano y Mano, is a half to that graded stakes winner, Never Surprised, who went 4 for 13 on the turf. So there's pedigree to suggest that this one will appreciate doing this for the first time. Maybe a little bit too crazy of a price to consider with some of those Chad Brown, Christophe Clement entrants, but at least should appreciate the surface switch.
You don't often, two Chad Browns, 9-2 on the 1, 8-2, or 7-2, I should say, on the 8. And that was potentially a key race that Four Top is coming out of, the 8 horse. Not favored. It's the Christophe Clement runner. Poker Joker, the 3, at 5-2 is your top choice.
I guess everyone just really liking what they saw from this one first time out. Decent work up at Saratoga, so seems to be a horse that is capable of passing runners and ran well in that debut. And I would ultimately want to go somewhere else for a little bit of a better price, especially because this horse took no money first time out.
So 5-2 on the Christophe Clement Poker Joker. Main Beach the 1, Four Top the 8 for the Chad Brown barn. Paulie mentioned Triumphant Road. That one a little interesting as well. Portis ran okay first time on the turf at Monmouth at a big number, but it seems like tougher competition here. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the 9th.
And they're off. Ike's Gamble caught a flyer coming out of the gate, shows speed, but here comes Prince of Troy, and he's quicker. Prince of Troy coming out of the chute, clears off, gets to the fence, and opens up a length and a half. Main Beach a little bit eager here behind the speed in the second with Oxford Union and Poker Joker, who's 3 deep on the course. Another 2 to Portis, settling off the speed with Four Top, and then comes Triumphant Road, who broke alertly, takes back off of heels. He's 6 or 7 behind, charging into the clubhouse turn. Another 2.5 to Mano y Mano towards the back of the pack. Ike's Gamble at the rear with Prime to go. As they round the clubhouse turn, and the leader is Prince of Troy and Jomar Torres. Prince of Troy approaching the backstretch run has opened up the lead to about 3 lengths now. Oxford Union in the second spot. Poker Joker to the outside. Another 2. Main Beach more settled down in 4th. A length to Portis. A half length to Triumphant Road down on the rail. And then comes Four Top. He's 7 lengths off the lead in the blue. Another 2. Prime to go. Third last racing alone. Ike's Gamble, Mano y Mano. Those 2 share the back marker's spot with a half mile to go. Prince of Troy winging in on the lead is 2.5 ahead. In second, Poker Joker takes that position away. Oxford Union has come under a ride. Main Beach is making a run 3 deep. Right behind them, Triumphant Road behind a wall of horses has some run, winning a little bit tight. Portis alongside of him, sent along, and then comes Four Top, being asked to pick up the pace. Prime to go, swings wide for the stretch drive. Prince of Troy down the lane, puts 4 likes on the competition. Main Beach is charging, though, on the outside into the second position. Poker Joker third, 16th to go. Prince of Troy 2 ahead. Main Beach trying to tag him on the line. Prince of Troy still there. Main Beach gonna make it tight, and Prince of Troy held off Main Beach. Prince of Troy, Main Beach 1-2 at the finish. Third home was Poker Joker, and then Triumphant Road.
Speed prevails, holding off the first-time turfer there for Chad Brown to get this victory here at career start number 13, Jomar Torres.
Big price on this one, but an aggressive ride that ended up paying off. And this is a horse that has shown some speed on the grass in the past, coming off a little bit of a freshening. That 5-year-old in this race, getting the first victory of his career. It got close at the end, but this one had just enough to hold off Main Beach. And you got a good price on your winner.
Prices when we come back. Prince of Troy, 13th time the charm for the victory on the front end. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, Chad Brown just missed at Monmouth. He's got a couple of very good 3-year-olds getting back to work. Sierra Leone just missed in the Derby, and Domestic Product. We'll have an update next.
Marshalier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a utopia of healing for equines and humans, offering revolutionary, customized equine care using state-of-the-art imaging and therapeutic technologies for horses of all disciplines. Immerse yourself in tranquility in our sacred spa, offering specialized spa treatments and holistic therapies to refresh and rejuvenate among tranquil mountain views. Start your journey to wellness. Visit gmpfarm.net and sacredspaandwellness.com to schedule a treatment today.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage. Fox Sports 2, regional networks across the country of America's Day at the Races. Brought to you in part where you can play all the action you see on your screen. Go to NyraBets.com. Get signed up, started, play along. 3-year-old picture got a little more exciting now with a new face. With a Preakness win in the mix with Seize the Gray. As for Chad Brown, 2 runners for him that were in the Kentucky Derby, getting back to work and plotting what's next for them, Sierra Leone and Domestic Product.
Narrowly defeated Sierra Leone in that Kentucky Derby, a horse that his 2 losses have been very narrow margins of defeat. He has such a distinctive stride. You can really see he's the horse on the inside that sort of chops in front, whereas Domestic Product has that more up and down kind of motion on the outside. And we'll see where they ultimately go next. Sierra Leone, of course, pointing for that Belmont Stakes.
Yes, he is. And yeah, there's an argument to be made. He ran one of the better races in the Kentucky Derby. I thought Forever Young maybe ran the best race, but Sierra Leone was right there. So it's going to add a little more star power to that Belmont at Saratoga should he show up.
And a horse that has the propensity to lug in. I wonder if they'll change some sort of equipment with him, maybe get that better result, get a little bit more out of him, and end up being your Belmont Stakes winner.
History's going to be made. First time ever, the Belmont Stakes will be held at historic Saratoga Race Course. Be part of the action. Tickets on sale now. Of course, we'll have live coverage on Fox Saturday, June 8th, 3rd and final leg of the Triple Crown. Just 3 weeks away. All right, back to our Sunday coverage. Going to close out this card on the turf. Mile and a 16th, maiden special weight. And speaking of Chad Brown, he's got the favorite here, John the Beer Man, with Manny Franco the 3. We start with another Chad Brown runner, debuting, vesting breaks from post 3.
First-time starter that's not taking much money early on. Flavien Prat in the saddle with very familiar connections.
The rail to Vintage Vino, another first-timer for Linda Rice.
Linda Rice not necessarily known for her first-time starters. We'll see what we get from this one.
So what'd you think of the start from John the Beer Man last out?
I don't feel as though it impacted him too much, but he needs to get out of the gate better. It's been twice now that he hasn't had a clear break.
Blinkers go on, may help that. Quando for Bruce Levine.
If he can translate his dirt speed over to the turf, he could be dangerous in here.
Coast along, he's had a lot of opportunities, but he ran a very big effort off the bench to just miss.
And he's a horse that faced some of the better 3-year-old males last year. We'll see if he can finally get that elusive victory.
Big turf pedigree here on then, a first-timer for Bill Mott.
A horse that is that half to Du Jour, who was a Grade 2 turf winner.
Grade 1 winner, yeah, and multiple graded stakes winner. Here's Garden Leave.
Needs to do a little bit more after that first race at Keeneland, but always can improve second time out.
Storm Ready, Todd Pletcher, Arad Ortiz Jr.
Didn't take a ton of money on debut for this one. Big work coming in, though.
First on turf, Egypt.
Disappointed as the favorite last time out at Park. Seems like they're reaching to see what this guy wants to do.
Another Bill Mott runner. Parkway came off a long time away last start.
An adventurous trip for this one, being caught very wide after being bumped at the start. Every right to improve.
Joel Rosario showing up on fly right for Fernando Abreu.
He's pretty good. He's been very consistent. He just hasn't gotten that victory, and now he's 0 for 11.
Got the best race of anybody in here. He was second to redistricting
a
while ago. John the Baptist, this horse is interesting. He was an even money favorite or close to it for Chad Brown at Tampa first time out. Now he moves Barnes.
We'll see what we get from this one. Switching over to Mark Hennig, 63 buyer first time out and in a heater for second at Tampa.
Abandoned now, moving Barnes, second time out, big price there from the outside. That's the favorite right now. Chad Brown's John the Beer Man. He'll have Manny Franco aboard in the silks of Michael Dove. Third time, will it be the charm for him? Stay with us.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage. Thanks for spending part of your weekend with us here on America's Day at the Races. Program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well as we get set for the nightcap on this Pick 6 carryover day. On the turf, mile and a 16th, maiden special weight to close out the card. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, this is a really interesting race. Big field of a lot of well-bred horses looking to break their maiden here on the turf. Chad Brown has 2 runners in here. The 3 is your favorite, John the Beerman, but I prefer, from a physical perspective, the 1 Vesting. Now, it's a personal preference. Obviously, John the Beerman has, form to go on, and he adds blinkers, but Vesting really checks the boxes for me. He's got that European pedigree, and it's evident in his physical conformation, and he's just really liked everything I saw from the 1 Vesting. You get Flavien Prat. The 4 Quandos run some good races on the dirt, but he has what we consider a turf hoof, that kind of flatter hoof, those slacker passings where your heel drops down to the ground a bit more. And there's potential here that he could actually improve on the turf. The 5 Coastal Long will be my top selection. I like the way he looks. He came off the layoff, ran extremely well. Just to be run down late after setting legitimate fractions, I think he could take a step forward. I like the way he warmed up. And honestly, I think he's too big a price at 6-1. He was actually 8-1 a little while ago, but I think he is a major player, and I like the fact that he has speed. He'll be forward. And you get Jose Loscano, which I think is always a plus. And the 11, Fly Right, making a really nice impression. Has had a lot of chances, but his run race is good enough to be competitive here. And I like that the blinkers come off after trying them for 2 starts. I think it'll just help him settle a little bit more. And you get Joel Rosario, or maybe we should just start nicknaming Joel Hands Rosario.
He is very quiet. He's terrific with their strong hands, too. He can finish with the best of them in the business. Interesting race. Public going to, there's 2 Chad Browns in here. One's a first-time starter, but they're going to the horse with experience from that barn, John the Beerman.
Ran a credible race last time, a horse that has that Beyer speed figure improvement from his first start to his second, and had a little bit of time as well, going from Gulfstream to Keeneland and finishing up that race well. As you mentioned, he had a little bit of trouble at the start of that race. There was a little bit of a steady, but I kind of felt as though he should have gotten the job done that day behind Decanted, and now he's a short price yet again. But for what it's worth, Chad Brown, first-time blinkers, turf routes with maidens at NYRA, 30%, $3.21 ROI, 70% in the money past 5 years. So when he does this, he does well.
Good sign that John the Beerman's going to run today. We'll see if he can be best in this group. Several interesting runners, though, in this. That first-time starter with a pedigree for Bill Mott, we talked about, taking no money at all, the 6th then.
No, neither for the Mott Barn really taking any support in the wagering whatsoever. This one as a first-time starter with that half-sibling who is pretty solid and ran very well on the grass in California. And then even going to Parkway, the number 10 horse, this horse had a terrible trip getting onto the turf for the first time off a very significant layoff as well. I think he could do quite a bit better today, and they're both very big prices.
Yeah, really wide that day. Actually got a good number despite finishing well back in that race. We'll see with a different kind of trip what Parkway can produce. 19-1 for Mott with Velasquez. There's the 4 stepping in, Quando. Actually is taking a little money here. First time on the turf for Bruce Levine.
Thorse has good early speed, and we've seen that be so dangerous on the grass courses here at NYRA.
Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call to close out this Sunday card here. Belmont at the Big A.
Here's then. Parkway goes in. Thanks, Greg. And Sarah, maiden special weight here to close things out. Fly Right. John the Baptist. John the Baptist to the outside. Is in. All set. And they're off. Parkway breaks with early speed, so does In Between Horses. Quando is right there, and at the rail, that's John the Beerman. Vesting is going to be in that early fray as well, as they are very tightly bunched, about 6, 7 across the race course, as they will cross over now. And Quando Javier Castellano, they've got the lead, but immediately pounced upon here by Fly Right. And in between horses, here's Coast Along. It's these three into that first turn together. They're three across the course. Another lineup of three in behind as John the Beer Man is tightly there at the rail, is now a shared fourth. Is there with Egypt, who's now put a nose in front of that runner, then comes towards the far outside. John the Baptist is going to track in sixth. In seventh is going to be Vesting. Towards the tail end of the field comes Storm Ready, who's now in eighth. Parkways to the outside of that one now picks up a place, and then is second to last, third to last actually, is Garden Leave, and far back Vintage Vino. Very spread out here, about 12 lengths would cover them all. 47 seconds flat for the half-mile time. Quando's got the lead. It's Quando getting over to the rail was Fly Right, and Fly Right is saving some ground now. It was a lineup of three, but now Fly Right is tucked right in behind the leaders. Coast Along stays in that stalking position, and they stack up in behind as they backed off the tempo. Quando's got the lead. Coast Along right there. Fly Right. Joel Rosario wanted to get over to the rail, is now encouraging this rival to move forward. Then is starting to roll six wide. They are very tightly bunched as they reach the top of the lane. Quando's got the lead, trying to fend them off. Fly Right is now getting off the rail into the two-path. Here comes John the Beer Man. Egypt dives down towards the inside, then is rallying on, but John the Beer Man now unleashed for Manny Franco. John the Beer Man has sprinted clear. It's John the Beer Man late run here. Storm Ready on the grandstand side with then John the Beer Man's almost there. John the Beer Man late run Storm Ready. John the Beer Man wins the nightcap. It's John the Beer Man the favorite to take it over. An oncoming Storm Ready, then, and Egypt. 1 minute 42.42 seconds.
Big finish from John the Beer Man, whose run last time out at Keeneland had to wait for an opening a little bit. This time shows you what he can do when he has clear sailing.
And he was not that far off of the pace that was really coming apart in the late stages of this race. It seemed like some of those closers were going to be effective as we got down to the later stages of the running. Big run from first-time starter then, a horse that kind of flattened out a little bit but was very far back, but those blinkers on. Chad Brown has those good numbers, and this is another one to add to that tally as the favorite obliges in the nightcap.
Public gets it right here, 8-5. Manny Franco and those silks of Michael Dubb for Chad Brown as the favorite to close out this card and this pick six. 8-5 favorite, 3, 8, 6, 9. John the Beer Man with the victory here on this Sunday card.
Breeding in New York State just got a whole lot greener. Starting in 2026 with 2-year-olds and expanding in 2027 to include 3-year-olds and up, New York breds on the NYRA circuit will be offered purses matching the race's open company counterpart. That's a nearly 20% increase per race compared to 2023. Bowling season is in full swing. There's still time to take advantage of New York's better than ever state bred incentives. Visit NYRA.com/NYbreds for more info.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gun Runner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on our Sunday coverage, America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, regional networks across the country. Sunday card in the books here at Belmont at the Big A. Chad Brown, Manny Franco, John the Beer Man, third time out. Impressive.
Those blinkers went on, and this horse was able to sit a little bit closer, find that clear sailing, and the pace was honest for this one to be sitting just off of. And Manny Franco found a nice split, got this guy into the clear, and he had a nice turn of foot to run them down as Quando was tiring in the late stages.
Yeah, Quando, first time on grass. Looked like he was going to make an impression here. Weekends late. First time starter of the 6 here then. Horse to keep your eye on with that big turf pedigree. And the 8 finishing up their Storm Ready. Second time out for Todd Pletcher, but no getting it. John the Beer Man best in here as the 8-5 favorite and close out this pick 6 carryover.
And really a sequence where you just had to find those 2 prices and defeat the favorite in the stakes race, and you ended up getting paid with some other logical types.
Monmouth, race 10 to close out their Sunday card. 5.5 furlong sprint main track. New Jersey breds, maiden special weight. Let's go to Paul Duca.
Well, I'm sitting here at the Max's hot dog stand here, and I'm just enjoying myself, having a little bit of rest. You can see Max is right behind me, and the reason why I'm here is because next week, obviously, Memorial Weekend, we're going to have about 40 some odd food trucks down here for Memorial Weekend, so it's going to be a ton of fun. If you're out in the area, please come by and say hello. And earlier you guys were asking that castle over there. I didn't build any of that castle. Okay, let's get on to race number 10 in here. The 5 Wild Jamie. You know, I get it. It's Wayne Potts getting Lasix for the first time with Paco Lopez aboard. So Paco is going to draw that attention. I get it in here. But I don't see the 5 at 7-2, considering I think the 12 Electric Eel, for all you punk band lovers, I think this is the horse to beat. You know, blinkers are going on, first time with Lasix, but this horse's races as a 2-year-old. I mean, this horse was competitive in all the events. You know, did win a race and was warranted disqualified, but has crossed the finish line first before the 12. So I think the 12 is by far the horse to beat over the 5. And then when you get to the outside horse, the 13, Max's Glory, Chuck Spina's horses are firing big time. And if you're going to play supers, I wouldn't leave the 9 out. A little bit earlier, he ran first and second at 18-1 and 20-1. So I look at this race, and I think 12-13, 13-12, and I hope it runs that way because my hot dogs are going to taste a lot better, Greg.
Paul, I'm a little disappointed in you, buddy. How do you do that hit without a Max's dog in hand?
I know, he needed some snacks to really sell it there, but good to know where that is, of course, and that there'll be plenty of other food options coming up next weekend for Memorial Day weekend. And Paul's totally right. The horse to beat is the one towards the outside, Electric Eel. I have become such a fan of the progeny of Sea Wizard. Not many opportunities, but striking at such a high rate.
Paul, what do you have to say for yourself?
Well, I ate one earlier, okay? I'm in the camera now. I ate one earlier, and I just don't want to disclose it. Relish and mustard all over my shirt. Okay, so that's what ended up happening, Greg. Thanks for outing me out on national TV. I appreciate it.
5 stars? I knew he had one.
7 stars. 7 stars. 7 stars.
Mic drop moment.
Good job, Paulie. Doing a tremendous job out there. 2-1 favorite, Electric Eel, who crossed the wire first, only to get DQ'd, so has to try and do it again.
And a horse that ran second to Bookham Dano in his second start, kept some good company as a 2-year-old, and now is making that 3-year-old debut, putting the blinkers on. And this just seems like a very logical spot for a horse that, if he takes that step forward from 2 to 3, could be awfully tough in here. If you want a little bit of a price, who also debuted in that Bookham Dano race, though, and had a bit of a trip, and we haven't seen since, that's the number 2 Leprechaun, who also exits that same race and now is making the 3-year-old debut. The note says inside checked. This horse really had no opportunity to do any running in that race and could improve now going out off of this long layoff.
Yeah, Bookham Dano, of course, for those who don't know, a stakes winner and a horse who was second
to
in
Forever
Saudi. Forever Young, who just missed in the Kentucky Derby. Back in New York, John the Beer Man, favorite, closes things out at 8-5, 3-8-6 finish. Pick 6 we will reveal on this carryover Sunday. 13,464. The pick 5, pretty healthy too.
Absolutely. Really had to find those 2 bigger prices within the sequence and defeat the favorite in the 8th race, the stakes. But ultimately, some pretty logical results otherwise throughout, and a very formful start, with Mystical Curlin likely being a single for many.
My Carry Me in Mine would have been tough.
Yes.
For me to find in that race. Good luck or congrats, I should say, if you put that together. Sharp handicapping. These carryover days, they are fun though. And if you can find a couple of singles and a pick six, then you feel confident, at least feeling like you have a chance to go after it.
Absolutely, and that is a horse that absolutely would not have been on any of my tickets whatsoever. After they have a certain number of chances to break their maiden, they're out of chances for me, but had some numbers that fit and wasn't totally out of things on paper, and everybody else you could get there, at least in terms of making a case for.
Loading up, here we go, 10th at Monmouth to close out their Sunday action, and 8-5 Electric Eel. A lot of changes on a horse who had that victory only to get taken away via DQ. Blinkers going on, getting Lasix now for the 3-year-old return. 8-5 favorite in the spot. You see anyone that posed a threat?
I wouldn't say a threat, but an interesting long shot to consider underneath is the 2 Leprechaun who comes out of that same race, as well as another horse in another Sea Wizard, number 8 Island Spirit, perhaps one that is getting a little bit of a new opportunity facing state breds yet again.
Matt Dinnerman the call, and the finale on the Sunday card from Monmouth.
Or Micro Brewski taking his spot. 4 more runners to round out the field. Wild Jaime, Electric Eel, the post 12. Two back, New Jersey Heist. And to the outside, Max's Glory. Live racing will resume here at Monmouth Park on Saturday. Remember that, 3 days next week, Saturday through Monday, including our popular food truck festival for all 3 days. Waiting on Max's Glory. Max's Glory to the outside post. We're ready to go. And they're off in the finale. Quicker Than Quick was slowest of them all out of the gate. Electric Eel has no problems coming out of there and dashes towards the lead. A lineup right behind him in the early stages. Leprechauns in that group. Perodo in the firing line. Island Spirit is 3 deep. A gap of 2 to Micro Brewski in the 5th position. Then comes New Jersey Heist in the orange joining him. Max's Glory and Wild Jaime are next in the field. Lecanto getting shuffled back to race within 10 lengths of the lead. He's been passed on the outside by Town Kisser around the far turn run. TV Man is second to last. Quicker Than Quick after the slow break is last. Electric Eel is first, has gotten to the rail and hits the quarter-mile marker, going strong, leads by 2. Island Spirit in the second spot. Micro Brewski joins him. The others have got to get going as they come down the lane. Electric Eel spurts away to a 3-length lead. Micro Brewski chasing hard. Island Spirit right behind. Electric Eel. Jairo Rendon looking for the hat trick. He's got a 3-length cushion with a 16th to go. And Jairo Rendon and Electric Eel are going to do it. That's 3 for Jairo Rendon today. Second home, Micro Brewski. Island Spirit third. And Max's Glory was 4th across the line in the finale at Monmouth.
Electric Eel, this one will not be taken away. Breaks his maiden, finally here in his 5th career start.
Another one for Sea Wizard, finishing 1st and 3rd with the number 8 Island Spirit as well, and another one that succeeded in very dominating fashion, a horse that had the credentials to step up as a 3-year-old and certainly did so today.
Big day, as you heard, for Jairo Rendon. Carlos David, trainee, with the victory pretty easily there to close things out at Monmouth. Great job from Paulie today. What a weekend, and now it is on. It's hard to believe we are on to Belmont at the Saratoga. The countdown is on now. It's
crazy that we're getting so close to that historic moment.
Who is going to show up? I guess that's the big question now. It sounds like Seize the Gray. Dwayne Lucas has his wish. If the race was today, he said he is going, so we can count on him there. Possibly Mystic Dan, possibly Torpedo Anna.
Maybe Sierra Leone.
This could be a very good group that's going to line up.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Very excited about it. If you can be there, we would love to see you there. If not, we're going to have coverage all week long. Belmont at Saratoga, just 3 weeks away. Our next show, 1 Eastern on Friday. We will see you then. It was speaking in the John J. Riley, 3 wins in a row and a monster at Monmouth. He's won 7 of 10. out in Oceanport. How about Smoky Smoky? First turf victory coming in a stake in the Paradise Creek with Ramon Vasquez aboard and Dwayne Lucas. 7th Preakness win. Gets it with Seize the Gray, puts him on the front end, goes gate to wire, and the Belmont is next in 3 weeks.